best, together on the same stage for one last time this year.
The Open Championship is about all of golf for all of time.
I don't believe it.
A gust of wind, a hop of the ball, one more roll could be enough. And at the end of the journey, there may be a claret jug awaiting.
Every great player who's ever played the game has won that championship.
The journey is long and filled with obstacles, of near misses, of heartache. But as the champion holds aloft the claret jug, we all know it's bigger than golf. This is history.
A very warm welcome to this Friday morning at Royal Portrush. We are basked in sunshine at 7:30 a.m. here. There are some, I'm going to call them interesting clouds surrounding us. An incredible first day of golf here. 4 under leading the way, but there's multiple players at the top. A slight breeze this morning, but it is perfect links conditions. A few are already out there. 6:35, the first tee time this morning. There's a few on the range, about half filled at the moment, but we're all set for a fantastic Friday. Cut day here, and there are some of those clouds. They're on their way, everybody. They did forecast rain later on this afternoon, getting heavier about 2-3 p.m. But at the moment, this is just amazing weather. It's a joy to be here on this Friday morning. Alongside me, Peter Finch. Let's talk about this weather first. I mean, this is beautiful at the moment. We're getting the first tan of the week. I'm going to say that, though, in front of us. Our cameraman was obviously shooting this way. That doesn't look great.
Oh, you see, this is where the famous Portrush microclimate will come into play. I always notice how people, when they talk about microclimates, it's always in a positive sense.
That's true.
Have you never noticed anyone? No one lives somewhere where the microclimate is terrible. It's always true. In a positive. And this, I would say, is a good thing. I mean, there's a little bit of cloud, but compared to yesterday, this is just a passing memory of a shower. Yeah. Like, we'll be fine.
That 2 hours was brutal yesterday.
It was horrible, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Give us your reflection of day one.
Overall, I think pretty exciting in many respects. I think the weather here does play such an important role, and you saw how it evened itself out. We kind of thought that the morning stars would have quite a big advantage, and then the rain came in. You thought, oh god, it's going to be terrible, but then the wind picked up and the temperature dropped in the afternoon, and I think the scoring average was almost identical from morning to afternoon, which I think for the overall tournament is a really good thing. And you did see a lot of good players start to rise to the top, a few interesting stories in there as well. I thought as far as the first day went, it was really exciting, actually.
Yeah, I think it was really exciting, let's go down this way a little bit, see who's down here on the range. Matt McCarthy, the American left-hander there. Man here who's next to him, one of my favourite golfers on the DP World Tour, Angel Hidalgo. He was under par for his round, came through final qualifying too. The Spaniard.
He took one on the final qualifying stops at Dundonald, where I was.
Now, I'm so sorry to bother.
I've got mixed feelings about Mr. Hidalgo right now. The way he plays the game is brilliant. It's so good.
It is. I'm a big fan of Mavericks in sport and people who entertain. He's up there for me, Hidalgo.
Yeah, if you actually watch Hidalgo on a driving range and then watch him on a golf course, there is nothing similar in the way it's like a schizophrenic personality. He gets out of the golf course and he's completely different. It's unbelievable. Like, he seems to play the game with a real love of it, and a flamboyant way, shot shaping, flights. It's great to watch. He's a great person to watch as well.
Yeah.
Because I think grouping-wise, probably won't take the big crowd. So, if you are here at Portrush and you do fancy someone to watch and be entertained, it's a great person to follow.
He really is. He shapes his shots. He's not exactly like Seve, but you can see the comparisons, can't you, with him? Let's talk about a few of the tee times earlier this morning. Who have we got? Hidalgo's off at 8:14, and then where are the big hitters? We've got to go down a little bit further down. Should we talk about Rory at 10:09?
Yeah, a bit of a
weird day, wasn't it?
Bit of a weird day.
Yeah.
I mean, he started off very nervously. He missed what could only be described as a gimme on that first hole. Kind of fought his way back, got to 3 under, and then finished just 1. So I think he'll overall be quite happy. I thought level par yesterday was actually a pretty good score.
Yeah.
And you know, it is a bit of a classic, but you can't win anything on the first day, but you can certainly lose it. If you compare Bryson's round, for example, for Rory's, you know, another crowd favourite, someone you'd be expecting a lot more of. You know, it's silly to say played himself out of the tournament, but he's going to have an incredible round today to even make the cut. So, you know, I'd say overall, it's a decent day's work. It's a settler. He didn't hit his first tee shot out of bounds, so for me, it's a great bonus. Really.
It's a bonus. I think, is it 9 winners have been outside the top 20 to have ever won the Open? So Bryson's got probably too much to do.
Yeah, I mean, he missed a cut last year, and he just doesn't seem to be able to adapt his game to links conditions. And it's a different mindset out here as well. It's a different way to play, because unless it's a perfectly still, calm links course, which almost never happens, you can't overpower a links. Like, you do have to have some guile. You do have to work your way around it, maybe in a way which he's not used to doing. And I think by his own admission, it's something that he has been working on. But there are players kind of who went out yesterday as well, like Aaron Rai, for example, went out in the worst of conditions, played great. This is his type of course, really. You know, you've got to plot your way around, you've got to be careful. Spieth had a really good finish as well. It's nice to see him play some decent golf, even though he was slightly over par. Disappointing
from Tommy, I thought. You could see it when he finished that putt on 18.
I must be honest, Tommy was looking a little bit un-Tommy-like yesterday. He was quite feisty.
He gave, I'm obviously not going to use the word, but there was a huge let out of emotion through swearing.
Josh, I'm not going to lie, you heard that F-bomb all the way back in Belfast.
That's very true.
It was
that's very true.
It was quite the outburst, but that's very un-Tommy-like.
Yeah.
And it shows how frustrating a golf course like this can be, especially with the weather and with the conditions. You've got to keep such tight control over yourself. And if you're not playing well, it can easily go sideways. I actually think he rallied quite well. I think he got the most out of his round.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a little look at the leaderboard, shall we? As to how things stand as we're early on this day 2. A 5-way tie for the lead. Matt Fitzpatrick, who had, to be fair, a pretty average first 5 months of the year. He's definitely found something, Matt Fitzpatrick. He was top 10 of the Rocket Classic, top 10 last week, leading here after round 1.
I would say that he's obviously playing much better golf, and it is great to see. I think 4 under might be flattering is a strong word, but he turned a bogey into a birdie on the 16th yesterday when he slam dunked a pitch from down in the hollow on the right hand side.
That was going off the green, probably.
Oh, it would have been almost a guaranteed bogey. So you need those bits of luck. You know, if you're going to compete at these championships, then luck is an inherent part of links golf.
Hao Tong-Lee, the first Chinese player to lead the Open after day 1. Jakob Skov-Olesen, former amateur champion, to the left-hander Harris English. It's such an underrated golfer, Harris English. He's got an incredible record at all the other majors except the Open. And then Christian Bezuidenhout, the South African, who's got a golden putter. That man. And then can I just mention Scotty Scheffler?
I mean, we could try and ignore and pretend the fact he's not going to win this by about 6 shots, but yeah, there he is.
You know what? I don't think he played that great yesterday, and he's one off the lead. He does it all the time, Scheffler. It's incredible.
I would say he's looking more ominous in this Open Championship than other ones that I've seen him, because you know he's not played great really in Opens.
Really?
It's not been his stellar best. Yesterday he was playing some shots and doing some things which I've not seen him do before at an Open. So I think he might have figured something out, and he put it actually pretty well, which has always been his Achilles heel on slower greens. So if he figures that out, then he really is the one to catch.
I don't remember seeing it at the Scottish last week. There were a few issues he had on the greens. There was one, I saw his reaction where he was like...
one of us. He was one of us for one hole.
He was. But if he figures it out, everyone's got a big problem.
So it's just pace.
Yeah.
So he's used to putting on greens which are over 12 on the stimp, day in, day out, rolling that ball towards the hole. On links greens, because of the conditioning of the course, the greens are great, but they have to have them slower by necessity. If you get 30 mile an hour whipping over a 12 stimp green, the ball's going to blow off. So they need to be a little bit longer. So he has to actively hit them harder. And when you hit them harder, you have to take that into account with the break, and it's just something he's not quite been able to do. But I know he's been working with Phil Kenyon this week trying to figure that out. And if he has, it's obviously stupid to say so, but he will be around the top of the leaderboard. He has to be, because he hits it so well.
Maybe one away from the Grand Slam?
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah. I mean,
Getting bored of Grand Slams, to be honest.
It's kind of weird to say that he's only won like a couple of the major championships, isn't it? So, yeah. I mean, if he keeps playing like he is now, he will join that illustrious list. But golf's a funny game. You know, there's so many stories of people who we say, oh, you know, he's obviously going to win the Grand Slam. Jordan Spieth this week, you know, he's got a chance of probably Korean. He's the only player realistically in the modern game who has a chance of doing the career Grand Slam. And he doesn't look like he's going to do that anytime soon. And he was at one time like the golden
boy.
Yeah.
I know.
So, you know, there will be an opportunity for Scotty, I'm sure. But golf's a funny game.
It is a funny game.
By his press conference the other day, he might give up soon. So.
That's an amazing press conference there. Okay, so Pete and I are going to work in our tans here at the driving range. But for the meantime, let's get to the boys in the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you. It is a very interesting series of weather moving across here. I'm delighted to say in with John Cook from the US. John, welcome.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Have you had a good day yesterday out watching Rory McIlroy, Tommy Fleetwood, and Justin Thomas? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I was in the morning. I was in the box over here during the World Feed, and then I was with Rory, Tommy, and Justin Thomas yesterday afternoon, all afternoon, and it was very interesting. It was the weather was in and out, play was in and out, good breaks, good shots, bad shots. A little bit of everything, but this is the Open Championship, and that's what happens.
Yeah, you've had a lot of interesting visits over here. Have you always enjoyed the Open? It's so different from playing in the US.
It is. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I learned to embrace it. I learned to understand what the championship means to the world, not just to, you know, Europe or the UK or anywhere else. But I think when us as Americans coming over, you had to embrace the conditions. You had to embrace the golf courses. You had to learn to love it. I didn't have to learn to love it. I just stepped on the continent, and I love this.
What was your first one? Remember it?
1980, I played at Muirfield. I still was exempt as I was the amateur champion from '78. So you kept that exemption, no matter if you were a pro or not.
Okay.
I didn't come back until the early '90s. Just didn't. You know, things were happening. I had a young family. I wasn't really exempt very often, so you know, I just kind of stayed in the States. But once I came over in '92 at Muirfield, I came back every year I could.
Yeah, fantastic. 92. Think about that much to go through your mind?
Every day.
Only every day?
Only every day.
Well, we can tell the viewers.
This week.
Give us like the last 3 or 4 holes on that Sunday.
Yeah, this is a bittersweet week. Obviously, you know, I had maybe both hands on the claret jug, and one slipped off, and then the other one slipped off later on. But you know, I played really well. I hit a bad tee shot at number 9. I remember hit it out of bounds, ended up making a 7. But from then on, I played really well. I birdied, I think, the 12th hole. I birdied one of the tougher holes, like 14. I birdied 15.
Yeah.
I had a chance at 16. I 3-putted 17 for a par.
Yeah.
And then I bogeyed 18. The wind was really ripping, and I was in between a 3-iron and a 4-iron. I should have taken the 4-iron out and run it all the way up there like you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I
said, I'm swinging good. I'm going to cut this 3-iron right up into the wind. I'm going to get it back there to that back pin. And I missed it to the right and ended up making a bogey. And, of course, Nick hit a wonderful approach shot at 18.
Yeah, 187 up the hill.
Yeah, I think he hit a 3-iron as well. That's how long it was playing. So, you know, I have great memories. I had a nice opportunity in '94, '95. I led going into the weekend at St. Andrews. I just love being over everything about it.
Yeah. So Keegan Bradley, what do you think as a guy who's played? You played the '93 Ryder Cup. Keegan Bradley, I would say, is definitely within your top 12 best players.
No doubt about it.
Do you think he can be in today's demanding schedule for media and all of the other stuff? Could it possibly be that he plays and captains, or are those incompatible?
I'm not sure that you could mix those up. I think as a player, you'd want your best 12. I don't care who they are.
He has got to pick himself if he's going to put the best 12 Americans out, right?
And I think that he would abstain from that choice and let the players pick. And if they picked him, great. And they would have to ask him, hey, you think you can do this? Will you relegate some duties? If you're playing, you know, we'll let you prepare as you're playing and relegate your duties to your assistant captains. Yeah. That's possible, but we don't win very often. We want the best, our best 12. I
Yeah,
don't care if they're
100%.
live players. I don't care
Yeah.
if it's the captain.
Yeah.
Captain steps in and plays.
You
Yeah.
want the best competition, 100%.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you enjoy your Ryder Cup? You guys won.
I did. We won at the Belfry. It was the last time we won in Europe, in the UK. So we have that going for us. I like to have that tradition broken in 2 years, but
In a dare manner, yeah.
At a dare manner, right? So it was an incredible experience. I was in the middle of a really nice run for me through the 90s. I was playing well. And to be part of that team, I've always been a team guy. I played football and basketball growing up as a kid, so I was always in the team aspect. My father was a football coach, so you know I understood the unity of a team. We had a really good team at Ohio State when I played there.
Oh, yeah.
So I understood that part of the game, and so I embraced everything about it. I only got to play on Saturday afternoon and then my singles on Sunday, but I was out there rah, you know, as much as I could. I totally enjoyed that experience. It's something that they could never take away from you, and people remember that.
Yeah, they do. The Ryder Cup has grown and grown. What are your thoughts on it now compared to '93?
It's monstrous. It's taken on a whole new life, a whole new being. Maybe it's gotten too big at some point. I mean, I think that the fans and the spectators, you know, they get so into it that, you know, maybe it's not proper all the time.
Yeah.
But you can see the enthusiasm and the fanfare of it. It's an amazing event.
Yeah. What can we expect from the crowds around Bethpage?
Oh boy.
Oh boy. What does that mean?
The New York crowds are something different.
Enthusiastic.
We'll call them enthusiastic. I hope it's not over the top, honestly. I hope it's just a wonderful event that is fair. They can be enthusiastic, but just
keep it on the.
Don't get personal.
Yeah.
Just don't get personal. It can get personal at some point, and we don't want that.
No.
That's not the way golf is.
No, here. Oh, stars and stripes on his shoes.
He's already there.
He is.
Yes, he is.
What about Keegan Bradley's game? What have you been noticing from watching PGA Tour?
You know, he's just been really good for a long time. He never really had low lows. He's had some incredible highs, you know, winning the PGA early in his career, you know, being part of the Ryder Cup in a major way and a few times. Maybe dropped off a little bit, but now has brought his game back. And since he's been Ryder Cup captain, he's winning golf tournaments.
Yeah.
He's, you know, contending in majors.
Yeah.
But just overall a really solid game.
Yeah. And what do you think, John, about the way the U.S. schedule works? You know, you have this is the last major of the year. Like for us in Europe, this is just the start of our summer. It's like, and
Right.
we're nearly done.
Yeah.
I know golf has to kind of be off TV by the time NFL starts, but you have a few events now which are kind of after this shuffling to who gets in the top 100, who gets in FedEx.
Correct. Yeah.
You've got the FedEx events, the three competitions, and then, like from our point of view, watching how your tour is working, there's a gap of nearly a month between FedEx Cup finals, which
Right.
not everyone's going to get in, and the Ryder Cup.
Correct.
What do you think about that? Is that a disadvantage for the PGA Tour?
Yeah, I think it is. As you know, next season starts. Like there's a couple of events that count to 26, which was always odd to me. There's no real off season on our tour except for December. That's it.
Yeah.
Everything. There's tournaments going up until Thanksgiving, which is the end of November, that count towards next year. A lot of the players that are going to be Ryder Cuppers choose not to play, so they're not playing for a month. I think that's rough. You lose your competitive edge. I think that's what happened last 2 years ago in Rome, that a lot of the players had not played in a month. And you can practice and you can play at home all you want, but you have to have
not the
competitive. You have to, you have to practice like you're competing. You have to have, your bag ready. You have to have a lot of things ready, and you don't really know unless you sign your name at the end of the day on a scorecard.
Yeah.
So it's, I'd like to see if this continues on, maybe have Keegan say, hey, guys, let's try to play
Yeah.
2 weeks before.
Yeah.
If you want to take the week off before we get to Bethpage, so be it. But let's have everybody play 1 or 2 of those events. It helps those events as well.
Yeah.
Promote those events, and it gets you a little bit ready. You can have your bag ready. You can have everything ready to go, so you're not trying to find it when you get to Bethpage.
Yeah. Technological advances in the game. On the right side of the screen is our top tracer technology. You know, ball data, club data in the last, say, 10 years has become, a little bit longer, 12 years, 15 years, has become a massive part of the game. You did not have any of those sort of assets that back there. What do you think of these new advances?
Well, it's amazing to me. I don't really understand a lot of that because that's not how I grew up or how I learned. My mentor, my coach for most of my career was Ken Venturi.
Oh my God, really?
And when we would practice, he would always tell me to, watch where the ball launches. Watch. You can tell just, if it's a consistent flight and a consistent trajectory, you'll have consistent distance.
Yeah.
And then we would vary clubs doing the same thing, and that's how we would get these numbers.
Yeah.
We did it with my eyeballs. And then we would go play golf, and we would play golf on the golf course. So I understand this. You can really maximize what you have in the bag, the ball that you're playing, the spin rate. I get all of that. We did it more from our eyes and our feel.
Yeah.
Trying to curve the ball or not curve the ball, seeing a shot, not seeing a shot, playing a shot, know when to play it, when not to play it.
Yeah.
Those are things that we just paid attention to on the golf course. I like everything about this. The only thing I don't like is when players hit a shot and look at the monitor.
I know. They don't even watch the ball.
They don't even watch the ball, and that's where my eyes got used to seeing shots out of the same window, out of the same floor, the platform, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
And that's when I can now start to vary different shots and different flights.
Yeah. Is it a big adjustment? Like if you play, let's suppose you take the modern PGA Tour player who plays most of his golf kind of in a dome, in a sense, like in very nice weather conditions, and you come here for this 1 week. You obviously did succeed a lot in kind of moving your ball around. Is that a hard thing for a PGA Tour player? Like thinking of Bryson, who hits the ball hard and high with a lot of draw spin. He kind of looked quite messy what he did yesterday.
I think when I got over here, you kind of throw everything away. You have a yardage book. I never carried a yardage book. I just kind of felt things and saw things. I think it'd be wise this is to get your swing ready, and I totally understand this, but to play actual golf over here, I think you can take all this away, and you have to play by feel and see, how the golf course is running, how far short of the green you need to hit this to, keep it underneath the hole or to the right, to the left, whatever it is. And I think they should play more by feel and just feeling the golf course.
Yeah. So Keegan Bradley was looking at his numbers. One of the Højgaards, that is Rasmus, actually, with the shorter hair, coming on. Keegan Bradley just working up.
What
now
talents.
Through. Oh, man.
What talents. It's amazing that they're both world class.
And they are. And they are. And they could easily be, John, the most interesting dynamic in our Ryder Cup team. Soren Hansen in the background there with the Titleist hat on. He's the coach of Rasmus, so he's had Ryder Cup previous. Interesting to see players moving through, coming out of their careers of players and now into coaches, sort of giving that advice, handing it down.
I wish there were more of those. I wish there were more of those in the U.S. Very, very rarely does a younger player or, even a middle-aged type player seek the advice of old veterans that are still in the game, whether they're doing television, whether they're, trying to coach, whether they're doing nothing. I mean, to bring them on your team with actual experience and advice, I think is, you have to have that. But it doesn't seem like the younger players embrace what came before them.
Yeah, it is this in an interesting way. So there it is. The dunes are beautiful, and on the other side, Royal Portrush, which is magnificent.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
My business has taken me all over the world, and one day, my son will take over.
The family business just wasn't for me. I wanted to build something of my own. And when my father saw how passionate I was, he did everything to support me. Now I have a daughter. All I want is for her to be
7,000 miles from home, but this is exactly where I need to be, and no one understands that better than my dad.
Wherever life or business takes you, HSBC can help.
Yeah, fascinating to see. We are just kicking off day 2 at the 153rd Open Championship. John Cook has joined us from the US. Fascinating to see. You know, what do you think, John, about, you know, if you have had a bad round, you know, what do you do to kind of turn it around? Not everybody got what they wanted yesterday. Keegan Bradley won over. Daniel Berger won over, kind of feeling like, you know, are there things that you can do, like mistakes that you made yesterday where you go, ah, man, kick yourself and turn it around? How do you improve that day 2?
Yeah, I think there's a couple of facets to that. Was it a mechanical issue? You know, what was I not doing that I normally do? You know, how do I correct that? What's my one swing thought that I can go to that's going to produce a good shot? Or was it mental mistakes? Was it, you know, missing the green with a 9-iron, or, you know, hitting the improper shot with, you know, whatever type of shot you wanted, and you weren't committed and trusting what you were doing? Usually, I mean, your first thought is always the right thought, and if you second guess yourself, you know, did I do any of that, or was it a mechanical thing?
Yeah,
maybe I do need to go wind down, hit a couple balls, get by myself over here, just me and my caddy. You know, I need to figure this out on my own, and that's where I would go to the practice tee. I didn't practice a whole lot after I was done unless I really felt that I needed to, or I needed to just kind of wind down a little bit, reset the program. So it depends on, you know, how you decipher the round and what went right, what went wrong. Have a nice discussion with your caddy. I know they all have, you know, swing coaches, wind coaches, chipping coaches, chip out coaches, putting coaches. They all, you know, so as a team.
Backswing coach, a downswing coach.
Yeah, exactly.
The team.
My team was my caddy, me, and if, you know, Venturi was around, if he wasn't, you know, I knew what to do.
Yeah. And what Daniel Berger, obviously, you know, he had such a bad, he had 18 months away from the game, came back, he had a lower back problem. You know, did you catch injuries in your?
I had 2 significant ones that cost me, you know, close to a total of well, about 2 years. I had a hand wrist injury that I had a broken bone in my wrist that I didn't know for a couple of years. In the late 80s, 89, I had it done. So I missed half of 89. I was ready to go by the beginning of 90. And then I had a torn labrum in my right side, my right shoulder in 03. So I missed most of 03. I missed most of 89. I missed most of 03. But other than that, pretty injury-free. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Golf,
and I mean,
you know, put your body in so many interesting positions.
Yeah, it's an asymmetrical sport. I think that's one of the things. And I mean, I think also the modern tour player pounds golf balls. I mean, we were watching this statistic. Bryson DeChambeau hit over 1,000 golf balls at the Masters this year. He did the same kind of at the Open. I mean, that's a heap of golf balls, isn't it?
I wouldn't hit 1,000 balls in 6 months, honestly. I played a lot of golf holes, and then people always ask, how did you prepare? I prepared by playing golf.
Yeah.
I warmed up, saw where everything was going, and then I would go onto the golf course. And if it wasn't going great, you learn on the golf course on how to correct that, how to adjust. This game, Simon, is about adjustments.
Yeah.
You adjust to the turf, you adjust to the weather, you adjust to your swing, you adjust to your mental.
Yeah.
The changing conditions, you have to adjust and be able to do that on the fly. The injuries kind of set me back a little bit, but I always came back stronger.
Stronger, yeah. Daniel Berger, interesting swing.
Yeah, it's kind of unique. I think he's working with Mark Blackburn now,
right there.
And tightening things up. I've talked to Mark a bit about a number of his students, and so you're just trying to eliminate a lot of movements that will help his body.
Yeah.
The way he used to swing the club was so personal and so individual.
Yeah, it was so much side bend, wasn't there?
Yes.
And I mean, you can't have a swing that damages your body. I mean, that's a message to all amateur golfers.
Completely.
There's Mark Blackburn. He's got a lot of players out here this week. Most recently, Matt Fitzpatrick for local fans. Just catching a tune-up. So some filming just to kind of see if what you feel is real. Big difference in those sometimes, John.
Yeah, exactly. It can fake you out. What your eyes and your body, they don't click sometimes. So you kind of fake yourself out. Ken Venturi used to always say that good players don't get out of swing; they get out of line.
Yes.
And your eyes will fake you out.
Yeah.
If you're aimed too far right, too far left, your eyes will always go back, and then you'll always figure it out.
Yeah.
But
you make those compensations.
Once you get online, swing can kind of feel its way back.
Yeah. So let's have a look. Pretty strong grip. That left hand kind of comes over there. You can sort of see quite a lot of knuckles on there. Right hand under as well, kind of how you'd hold a tennis racket.
Yeah, I mean, his background is tennis. His father, I think, was the CEO or president of the ATP men's professional tennis tour, so so I'm sure he kind of learned that.
Yeah.
So he kind of learned that way.
Yeah.
Obviously, you being a teacher, if you get that strong left-hand grip, boy, you better have face control.
You better have some body rotation.
And body rotation.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just kind of holding the face shut, and then that's become probably more a part of the game as the players have swung faster. So let's have a look at Dan Berger. When he looks over to the left side there, he's looking over to see our scoreboard where all of our top tracer technology is sitting. So quite a deliberate routine there. Both hands kind of holding the face closed, and now watch those hips rip. So you can't have too much lateral movement onto the onto the ball there. If you have that kind of swing, you've almost got to like pitch that left side backwards, so your clearance has got to match how shut you hold that face. That's what he's feeling there right now, kind of that low left exit. What you don't want to have is kind of like a swing which chases down the target line. That's going to flip on you. So you can see, watch that left foot just kick backwards. you know, not driving forwards, almost like that left side pitches up and back so he can loft it up and hold that face square.
Hey, he's got that interesting follow through, like you say. It's kind of low left.
Yeah.
Trying to just fight off a...
Well, I think you are. You're basically... It's basically hook management, isn't it?
Correct.
You got to be like Peter Pan, always fighting hook. So, well, he tidies himself up there. Let's find George Harper Jr.
There you are, mate. Have a good day, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Sorry, I didn't see you there. Good morning from the Open Championship. What a beautiful day it is here once again. Now, look, I have been taking you behind the scenes all week, but I wanted to emphasise how important timings are here at a major. It takes a long time to get anywhere if you take into account signatures as well. But on game days, to get from the range all the way to the first tee is quite the adventure. So I've worked out that it takes just under a minute to actually get to these buggies here. So come with me and we'll keep the stopwatch running because this journey is quite a big one. And look at this. So all the players cruise in here and then straight into one of these buggies. Some keep going onto the chipping range. Look at this. Oh, and we go. Wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Imagine this, when the intensity's high, you're on the way to the first at the Open. This is just a little journey to, I guess, be one with yourself, relax, get in your own head. And normally it's peace and quiet, but if you've got Keith here beside you, you know, he's always keen for a little chat. Keith, how are you, mate? How much are you enjoying this week, driving around all the best golfers in the world?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. It's a privilege. It's nice to get so close, hear some of the conversations, some of the mindset. Yeah, it's enjoyable.
Now, we've come to work out that it's actually Keith's birthday today as well. Who would you want to drive around most as a birthday present?
Rory. Not had Rory yet. He's the only guy that's not ticked off my list.
Who has been some of the nice guys? What are the cool parts of the job?
Horace English was really nice. Managed to get a longer trip with him out to 10. And I had the current champion Xander. That was good.
Oh, very nice, very nice. So as you can see here, they go past all the corporate hospo, the shop, and then you can see the flags of the 18th. So the intensity would start building for these players, no doubt about it. We've had a great day on the golf course yesterday. All your big names are hovering thereabouts. So later this afternoon and this morning, we're going to get some big players cruising through here. This is the media centre just on the right, so players will come straight off the 18th and straight into the media centre here. But look at that. The first tee is in sight. This is when the nerves will be brewing, bubbling to the surface. Especially if you're Rory McIlroy on this first tee. He did well to get out of there reasonably unscathed. We won't talk about the little tiddler on the first. But off they get, right here. Boom. Up here. Come with me. So that's about 2 minutes to there, plus the minute from the range. So we're looking at about 3 minutes minimum. Up we go. Morning.
Morning,
good to see you again. And then we quickly come up here, and you're not too far away from the first tee. So everything is a bit of a journey. So both your management, your caddy, the golfer, all have to take into account how long travel time takes. So it's all a very good journey. Morning. And then look at this. The first tee right here. And if you actually come with me, I can get you a little sneak peek down the barrel. So there you have it, a big journey. It takes about 5 minutes to get from here to there. So you've got to be accurate, you've got to be ready to go.
Yeah, thank you, George. It is fascinating, you know, that's one of the things that I suppose when you're getting yourself used to the environment, how long it takes you to move around, John, right? So you know, okay, if it's very close driving range to the first tee, you can kind of see, you know, when it's time to go. one of the things you've got to get used to. We had a couple of guys. Danny McCarthy left like 8 minutes before his tee time yesterday. He was kind of running around a little bit. So
yeah, I have this reoccurring dream that I get lost on the way to the first tee, either in the clubhouse or something. It wakes me up, and I tell my wife, I go, I'll just like, do one of those, out of your sleep moments.
Oh my God.
And she goes, what happens? Well, I had that, I'm missing my tee time. I'm lost in the clubhouse. So part of your routine early in the week is how long is it going to take?
Yeah.
Before you just kind of walk from the range to the tee. Well, now they have all the infrastructure and the great build outs and the wonderful, places for people to watch. But you have to get your way around and how long it's going to take. And boy, the last thing I want is to be rushing to that first tee.
The rear, inside the mind of a golfer is a scary place.
We are all crazy people.
Yeah. So Rasmus Højgaard, a talent from a very young age. He's the third youngest winner, I think, on the DP World Tour. His brother played in Ryder Cup. He could join him.
Yeah. Absolutely, and the first time I saw Nikolai was at the 18 at Carnoustie.
Yeah.
I was there doing some work for Golf Channel or that morning drive show, and then I did some commentary in the box. And I think during the practice round, Nikolai was playing in front of or behind Patrick Cantley, who I've known and I follow quite a bit. So I go, who's this kid? He's like, he was 17, I think, or whatever. And you think he's good? He's got a twin brother that's just as good or better. And I said, well, let's keep an eye on these kids. And all of a sudden, I go, wonder if they're going to go to school in the States. No, they just went right into it, and they've been highly successful. It's they have played in the States a little bit.
Yeah.
Followed them a couple of times in some of the opposite field events that they've done very well in.
Yeah.
And have watched their progress.
They teamed up in the Zurich this year.
It's fascinating to watch their progress.
Let's have a look at his swing. The thing that was amazing is, like, by the time they were 15, they were both about 6'3". Just peas in a pod, aren't they? Absolutely identical. I can give you a little tip here. So Rasmus is currently sporting a tidier haircut than his brother Nikolai, and that is the only difference that anyone can tell between the two of them, especially when they go into the same outfit. Then it's like so unfair. Aaron Rai joins the driving range, just marching on. So Søren Hansen works a lot kind of on sequencing. These are all pretty neutral, playing kind of a neutral club face. A lot of sequencing drills. So the mistake that he makes when he's not playing well is that his arms run on after his turn has finished. Then when he goes to kick, it kind of gets stuck under. Did you have like one or two reoccurring themes in your swing, John, that kind of came up, back, and again?
I kind of was a right aimer.
Yeah.
So Kenny would always start to work, especially if we got into heavy wind. Want to knock the ball down. I got aiming too far to the right. I got high up on my right side trying to knock the ball down. And, I'd come back from Hawaii or somewhere and, not playing very well. He said, well, just,
oh, yeah, okay.
Right arm under.
Soften that right arm.
Yeah, let's get your feet. I don't mind if you're, right aimer. Just don't aim that far right. So, because I could always clear my right hip a little easier. Yeah. So that was my tendency, my fallback on was get myself back in position and go from there. I always had to remember to turn my back to the target and make sure that my shoulders and my back turned, because I could get short and then lifty and then under and then high flip instead of when I was really playing well. I could turn my shoulders, turn my back, then I could get that club head, club going down, and then I could swing more, closer to my body instead of out.
Yeah, out
and trying to save it. So just a couple of things, but they were the same thing. I had a shoebox full of notes that I would take to every session that Kenny and I had. They all said the same thing. Every single, there was like 2 or 3 things on each one. And I go through these years ago, and I just went down and I wrote down all the notes. It was only this big. Only had 3 things.
3 things. But that's what happens. If you are a good player, it's because you have a consistent set of moves. Now, even your errors are consistent, but then at least you have the ability, you have like that diagnostic toolkit where you can say, okay, I recognize this pattern in myself, and then you can fix it on the course. That's a key skill, a pivotal skill.
Yeah, that's what you have to do, is be able to adjust on the fly. When things are going wrong on the course, you have to understand what it is, how do I correct it easily. I think with a lot of these guys, that they're so reliant on their team and their coach that when they get out on the golf course and something goes wrong, it's like springs go off in their head and they don't know what to do and how to fix it.
So, 8:36, Langask, Højgaard and Bezuidenhout. If you like a surname with lots of different pronunciations, this is an absolutely fantastic group to follow.
I have no chance in this group.
You got no chance?
No, I can barely pronounce Cook.
Cook is a good one. Here we go. Rasmus. I'd say that's his driving iron. Lost a hair to the right there. So these are kind of like a little fireworks show here. Very interesting to see all of the data that is now such a crucial part of at least the learning or the feedback that the players are looking at. Rasmus shot 2 under, matching his brother. Christian Bezuidenhout shot 4 under. He's tied for the lead. And Ramon Langask, even par. So they all went pretty well.
Yeah, nice group. I'm sure they fed off each other a little bit, and that can certainly happen. If you're all going well, you all start out well. It kind of can continue on during the day. So that's a good group to watch.
Rasmus
with his driving iron.
Yeah.
Ball speed 165.
They're powerful players, you know. I mean, 173 is kind of PGA Tour average for a driver, so you can just tell that advantage. And I mean, power has become a huge part of the game, hasn't it? I mean, the college kids hit the ball harder than the tour players now. The Division 1 superstars come out hitting it harder and harder and harder.
And we watch a lot of college golf. I do all the the NCAA stuff. So I see, the up and coming players. Then you got, Potgieter, who's just on the golf course competing speed at 190 plus.
So we wish Rasmus good hunting. Let's get down and join Josh Antman and Peter Finch.
Whilst there's a quiet bit here on the right-hand side of the range, I've got Peter here, obviously with me. He's like a kid at Christmas down here because we're going to take a look at divot patterns, Peter. I've never seen you so excited.
Listen, we are reaching the end of the week, and here we are. We are down in the dirt.
Okay, yeah.
Quite literally.
So you can see we've gone further and further back as the days have gone on. But let's talk about the different divot patterns here, because we've got varying depths, haven't we?
Yeah, and I mean, what you're going to be looking for here is...
You're so excited.
It's sad, isn't it? It is sad. Well, I don't need a lot to keep me happy.
It's very
Like
true.
I say, good at Christmas. This is all I need for Christmas. All I need is a roast turkey and some nice divot patterns. That's all I need. And we've got a bit of a spread. As you said, we kind of move back on the range. So we start off right at the front, and then we slowly move back. And by tomorrow, we're going to be almost in the grandstand. But you've got these patterns here, which are more of a...
haphazard.
Yeah, well, it's just more of a bit of a ditch being, carved out here when you've got these nice train tracks which are being made. Now, oddly enough, these tracks, this big pause button here, is probably not what you're looking for on a range like this, because this is more of a practice session. They're going down towards the same targets, whereas if you're about to go out and play an Open Championship, you're going to be hitting to lots of different targets. So these big patches of carved out turf are probably a little bit more familiar. I'd say the people who are making these divot patterns, the single lines, they're probably well organised, they're well ordered.
Yes, okay. At home, you mean?
I don't make these patterns. That's more me. But these guys are having a bit more of a practice, a bit more of a grind.
Tell us as well because these ones are a lot more shallow than these ones. Tell us what these mean, basically, from the different kind of golfer.
I would be delighted to tell you what this means. So the deeper that a divot goes, generally the steeper the angle of the club. So you've got here about a depth of, I don't know, maybe, I'm not measured, but it looks about 15 centimetres. So you're going to be going down, hitting the ball, then taking the turf after, and then the grass flying off down the driving range, hopefully with the ball.
Hopefully.
It doesn't always happen. And the deeper the divot, usually the steeper you're going to be coming down into impact. The shallower, the less turf you're taking. So what you're going to be looking at here as well is, with the higher lofted clubs, if you're hitting a standard wedge shot, you'll probably take quite a deep divot, and then when you get to your forehand, you're probably going to take a little bit less. But then if you're going back to your short pitches and you're trying to get a load of like grippy spin, you might not take any grass at all. It's a subject
we could be here for hours,
which we could talk all day. And that's really, we're not talking to many of the players today, as they're in cones of seclusion and concentration. We might have to.
Divot patterns don't say much, really, do they?
No, I mean,
their interviews aren't great.
If it ever gets to the stage where they start talking back, we really have reached peak madness, haven't we?
If Alex Noren was here, Alex Noren's divot patterns, have you ever seen them before? Oh, mad.
If Alex Noren was here, we could do a half-hour bit just chatting to him about divot patterns.
Amazing. He's fascinating. He really is. Anyway, I'm going to let Pete just check out all the divot patterns here on the range. Well, I might just go over there to take a break.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, welcome back. We are live at the range. Day 2 of the 153rd Open Championship from Royal Portrush. It is sold out. 278,000 tickets. If you want to join us at Royal Birkdale, you will have to get into the ballot. That's the grandstand at the back of the driving range. We are looking from Minion Cam, which is like a little minion kind of looking thing in the middle of the driving range. And there is, there we go. There's the QR code right there. Scan that, enter the ballot, and join us at Royal Birkdale. Royal Birkdale, another fantastic venue for the Open. And in our picture, in the purple shirt, Sahith Thagala. There he is. I'm in with John Cook. John, you know Pepperdine, you know the college program so well. You know, Sahith is one of those guys you know, we weren't kind of expecting to see such an unorthodox looking player come out of that very structured American system. But Sahith is almost like a kind of a Seve style golfer. He's not a great driver of the ball, but he's a Houdini from wherever he finds himself.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a wonderful junior record there in Southern California. End up going to Pepperdine University. Our son Jason went to Pepperdine University in the early 2000s. Just before his caddy, Carl Smith, as his caddy, went to Pepperdine as well, with the little mustache. But Sahith we followed in college. He was the player of the year in college. First team All-American. I mean, everything about, he just learns how to play. He's one of those guys, kind of a throwback, that owns his own golf swing, has understood the game of golf. He's struggled a little bit as of late. Does have one tour win to his credit in Napa a couple years ago. But, you know, once you're kind of your own guy, you kind of come and go. Like, you get hot, you get cold. But I think that he grinds. He just loves to play golf, and he's very dedicated. It's just he's not in a great place right now. He shot, I think, 4 over par yesterday. Needs to get going today, but loads and loads of talent.
Yeah, looking at his swing there. He had a neck injury, he was saying, you know, when we were chatting to him earlier in the week, and he just can't, like, wriggle out of it, and he doesn't think it's hurting, but he's still got the thought of, is this going to hurt, which is, I suppose, the residual, isn't it? You got the left wrist is taped up as well.
Yeah, once your body starts to ache. He's in his 20s, so, but yeah, like you say, players hit so many golf balls nowadays, and, you know, I wanted to do my work on the golf course. Yeah, he's struggling a little bit, trying to find what's going to work today. How can I get it around and under par today?
Yeah, so let's have a look. Got quite an unusual kind of pre-shot there, kind of like that little squat that he does. I don't know if that's to kind of lower his hands. So he's kind of trying to get some bend there from his pelvis. Pretty orthodox grip.
Yeah, it's pretty neutral, nice grip. Yeah, he's fighting something.
Sore? That's not a good shot.
No, that's...
So...
Tough place to be when you're kind of searching while you're on the grounds.
Well, that was one of those which comes out of the hosel, unfortunately, of the club. I don't know if on Top Tracer if we can erase shots.
Yeah, we need that.
So
one
Heath
gone.
needs to erase that from his mind. What if you have a terrible warm-up, John? What does it give you when you went out onto the golf course?
Well, you just were...
Heart attack, or?
Yeah, you just weren't sure. You know, where's this first tee shot going to go? And if there's a tee shot that you don't want to have when you don't know where it's going, is the first tee shot here with out of bounds right,
no
out
bail.
Of bounds left. There is no bail. So why don't you just get up with a driver and just swing away?
Yeah.
I had plenty of bad warm-ups, and maybe some of those warm-ups. I just started to really generalize and say, what is one thing I know is going to get this golf ball going where I want it to?
Yeah.
And then maybe had a good round of golf.
Yeah, so beware the injured golfer. Low hands.
Looked a little more organized.
Yeah, it's quite a big, it's a big laggy kind of a swing, isn't it? Very rangy. It's not robotic at all. You can sort of feel his feels in there.
And I think, you know, one of the good things about, you know, today's swings where they're kind of technically really good is it's all about sequence. And when you have a homemade swing like this, there's so much that has to go right. And when you feel it, it's
you're
on.
amazing.
But when you're not, you get a little bit
nowhere to
disorganized.
Go to. Yeah, okay. So plenty of speed in there. 97 apex is probably kind of like a PGA Tour shot. That's not a link shot. It's not that windy today. It's a surprisingly mild morning. The weather here, John, quite inconsistent. I know every single I used to live in America. every single American I know has thousands of weather apps on their phone. There's like a weather addiction in America, right?
We do, absolutely.
You can count them up.
If you can play golf in America, look at these. I got 9 there, and 4 more. I got 13 weather apps on my own.
Rich Beam is the same. I've got 3 or 4, but every American, and then when there's nightmare weather coming in America, everyone's addicted to the Weather Channel. It's just, it is what it is.
They all kind of come up with different scenarios.
The thing here, you could be a weatherman in Portrush and have 365 days of never getting it right. So, short sleeves, nice to see.
Yeah,
not much wind.
He doesn't wear pullovers very often.
No.
It's kind of like Patrick Reed. It's got to be really, really bad for Patrick Reed to even put on a vest.
So Heath, he is probably more of a fader type of, you can see the way he's working that path through the ball there. He is trying to sort of hold it up, eliminate one side. Yeah, that bend, trying to get down from the right place. You don't want to get down to the ball with your upper body kind of rolling over. You want to get down from that kind of hip tilt.
It's a nice position right there. Looks very athletic.
Yeah. Sometimes difficult for a tall guy to not look like he's squatting.
That was pretty good.
Looks good.
Carl, a very good player on his own, like I said, played
his
at Pepperdine.
Caddy.
Yep.
Yeah. How many drivers would you think someone who's hitting it 300 like Heath is going to use today around this golf course? When you were out on the golf course following Tommy, Rory and Justin Thomas yesterday, Rory hit a lot of drivers.
He did. He hit a lot. He didn't drive it very good.
No.
Either. So, but I give him credit for just taking it out and letting it go. It's hard to. It's how you're feeling, obviously, and I think here at Portrush, you kind of want to get it to that turn point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of subtle little dog legs and subtle little, pitches in the fairways that go off camber a little bit. So it's whatever's going to hold the fairway.
Yeah.
And then, let it go on the par 5s.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Did you have a very set routine for your practice before you went out? Were you pretty structured, or did you kind of go with the flow?
Pretty structured.
Yeah.
I would get out, just under an hour. I'd putt. I would pitch the ball a little bit. Then I would go through my routine. Took about 30 minutes. I think I hit like 5 balls each with, different clubs. Then I'd, back down. I'd hit, a couple tee shots, a couple opening hole tee shots at the end of my warm up. And then my last swings were like full 5 irons just to get a full swing in.
Yeah. So we'll leave Sir Heath and wish him well at 4 over par. He's going to need a good day. Let's find out what George Harper Jr. is up to now.
Well, we took you on the journey from the driving range to the first tee, but we didn't get as far as the putting green. So now I'm going to show you where the players come in. Once they come from the range, they come over this amazing walkway, which is forged by nature. And then they come on down, cruise down to this humongous putting green. Now, this is where 250,000 fans have to walk past every time they come in to Royal Portrush, so they get a very close-up view of their favourite players. As you can see right here, Joaquin Niemann is getting warmed up. He's off at 9:25 this morning. And it's quite a tranquil, quite a nerve-wracking time here. Everyone is getting in the zone. They are not far away from getting into their business. Now look who it is just to our left over here, Christian Bezuidenhout, our round 1 co-leader. He is off at 8:36, the South African. He warmed up with Rory on Wednesday before his round with huge crowds. Maybe that spurred him on, maybe that excited him to lift to new levels, but he's almost famous for getting off to a fiery start and getting up the top of that leaderboard, so he's going to be interesting to watch today. You'll notice there's not so many drills traditionally out on the putting green. There's all sorts of gizmos and gadgets, but once it comes to crunch time, it's all pretty natural. Unless you're Russell Henley, he's just arrived. Now Henley, he's not off until 9:36, but he is certainly one to watch this week. You get the sense he's always flirting with the leaderboard in major championships. It would be of no surprise whatsoever if he was dancing near the top later in the week. Morning boys. How are we? And look at this. So many teams all preparing, all getting their player in check before they get going. And it is just a quick walk. So from here, up the stairs, across, and to the 18th grandstand. This must be as nervous as it gets, because there's so many eyes on you. You can hear the announcer from the group before welcoming people to the tee, and you can actually get a view of the first hole. So you can see the elevated green and the wind coming into and off the right. It's scary stuff. So soon, in a few hours, we'll have the likes of Rory McIlroy. He's off at 10:09 today, if you're keen to watch him. But look at this. Here is our co-leader, Christian Bezuidenhout. He is done and dusted, ready to lock and load. He is off very shortly, 8:36. So long story short, this is the pressure cooker. This is where the players need to be dialed in. They need the feels. They need their hands to be working with their head. Whew. Goosebumps already. It's getting exciting. Things are really ramping up here at Portrush.
Things are ramping up at Portrush, and that is a fantastic looking hat you've got there, mate. To match it up with your trousers, come on. I suppose if you're going to come...
He brought his A game.
That's his A game, that's it. And here's a man with A game, Tristan Lawrence.
Yeah.
Finished 4th, I think, in last year's Open. Strong player. Now, with his success on DP World, mostly focused on PGA Tour.
He really seems to be kind of living on that leaderboard, doesn't he?
Yeah, he shot 2 over yesterday, so... I suppose then you have to look at it, and I'm only 6 shots off the lead.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I kept thinking yesterday, watching Rory and Justin and Tommy Fleetwood. It didn't seem like things were going, very well. They were kind of under par. Then they got back to level par, but I kept thinking they've kind of grinded out this round, and they're just a couple back. They're only 4, 5, and 6 back.
I think that keeps you going, isn't it?
Totally.
Keeps you going. You've got to keep an eye on the leaders.
You have a quick turnaround from yesterday evening to this morning. You kind of know what happened yesterday, and you get right back in, press the reset button, and go. Get nice conditions this morning.
Yeah, it's certainly nice conditions. So we are probably expecting to see better scoring today than we saw yesterday. Don't know yet what a good score's going to be today, but probably 1 under par, I think, was a good score yesterday.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, par better yesterday was just fine.
So let's have a look. I mean, built like a rugby player or a linebacker and hit the ball hard. It's sort of like the PGA Tour's perfect recipe. I mean, the frail golfers with silky smooth swings and medium hitters, or a Brian Harman. Someone like a Brian Harman probably only got 4 events where he's got a like-for-like chance compared to the power that we now see, where there's so much pressure on, so much more gain for power than precision in the game, the way it's played at the moment, or at least on the courses we play on the PGA Tour.
Yeah, you get the Brian Harmons kind of cut out of that Corey Pavin mode, where they're small, they don't hit it very far, but they're mentally just bulldogs.
Yeah.
And once they get near around the lead, they know what to do. And how Brian played at Liverpool at Hoylake was amazing in horrible conditions.
Horrible.
But that's him. That's his grit.
David beat Goliath.
Yeah.
Kind of a Zach Johnson as well. Zach Johnson, I mean, remember watching him with Mike Bender on the range, during his mini tour days, very early 90s. And it was very ho-hum. He won the Masters and he won the Open at St Andrews.
Yeah. Won the Masters in not great conditions and never went for a par 5 and 2. And played him in 12 under par.
Yeah.
I mean, talk about grit.
Grit. So, Tristan Lawrence.
Yeah, nice setup.
Yeah. Kind of a punch through the ball. Watch how he just kind of punches those arms just kind of like almost like a Ton Lehman kind of just like press the arms, the shaft onto the back of the ball and push down on it and then hold it through. That kind of sawn off high left elbow, trying to keep that club face from turning over, keep that toe back of the heel. Let's have a look at him. You can see prolific divot taker, long left thumb, but watch this, push down, punch.
Yeah, good footwork.
Yeah.
Not all over the place.
No. So many tidy actions nowadays. The game is easier, though, I think, than when you played it, John. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
The equipment has made it easier.
I think
you played in '93. Did you have a wooden driver?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I didn't go to metal until into '96.
Did it help you at all? Did it make you a better player?
I think it did.
Yeah.
I think it did. Once I kind of embraced it and got away from my wooden drivers, I understood it. Everybody I was playing with, I was one of the last to go. And
well, I think
I won
you
a couple times with it.
You and
on.
Davis and Bernard Langer, kind of the last guys to give it up.
Yeah.
You still got your wooden drivers?
I do, and they're like this big.
Yeah, it looked like a little. Now it looks like sort of a.
But we had to swing. We had to learn to swing to hit the ball in the center of the face every single time.
Yeah.
And so we didn't learn speed first.
No, you had to play golf from the fairway.
Yeah.
Yeah. Game has changed. Game is good though.
It's okay.
Yeah.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm still playing golf and hitting it right where I was hitting it 25, 30 years ago, so I'm okay with that.
Well, I spoke to Freddie. I spoke to Freddie at the Masters, and he told me he's never hit the ball further than he hits it now.
Well, I play a lot with Fred. You know, we used to play a lot together. Yeah, he's the same, and smashes it.
Smashes it.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know how old he is. 60.
He's 2 years younger than I.
60.
Almost to the day. So he'll be 66.
Right.
1st of October.
And he hits it further than and he was long when he was 28, 29, 30.
Yeah, those guys. I mean, Ernie still moves it.
Yeah.
We're talking about PGA Tour Champions players. Darren Clark still moves it.
Yeah.
Retief still moves it. Stuart Sink.
Yeah.
Really moves it.
Hard to tell if that's a face that liked that shot or didn't like that shot.
Yeah, he's not giving it up, is he?
You're not giving nothing.
He is in lockdown mode right now.
Well, big job to do, and I mean, you know, he's tasted that top fourth last year in a Royal Troon, so he's got to be thinking, you know what, his thoughts at the beginning of the week. Wow, I wonder if I can improve that. Let's have a look. So. Watch that hold-off finish, punch down, and that left arm kind of flies and makes sure that face.
Yeah, kind of wiped that one, it looked like.
What's the big skill that you see having gone round Portrush? Like, what should we be looking for? Is it going to be a great iron player? Driving kind of feels like it's kind of, you know, Shane Lowry when he won didn't hit that many fairways, I don't think.
It's tough to hit fairways out here, honestly, as long as they're not out of play.
Yeah.
You know, if they're first cut or, you know, kind of, you know, in the right spots. Driving accuracy around here, I think, is a little overrated.
Yeah.
As long as there's not foul balls.
Yeah.
But then from there, it's all iron play.
Yeah.
It's all GIR, greens and regulation.
Yeah.
And you're playing from the proper spots.
Yeah. So we don't know what the cut's going to be, but probably look like today's an easier day than yesterday. Thriston Lawrence.
Maybe +2.
Yeah.
Ish. I wouldn't want to. I'd rather be on 1 than 2, but I'd rather be on 2 than 3, I think.
Yeah. So on the driving range, Thriston Lawrence warming up, and down there somewhere, Josh Ampman and Peter Finch.
We made our way from the range over to the chipping area here at Royal Portrush. Pete, this is actually a pretty sensational chipping area for the players.
I think out of all the open venues that I've been to, this might be my favourite practice ground setup, because you've got the chipping green, short game area, you go on to the putting green, then you go on to the range, and they've also got a massive putting green by the first tee as well.
It just flows nicely here, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if you're here to practice your chipping, what are you doing here?
Well, I mean, one of the reasons why this is really a nice little patch is it simulates so much of what they're going to be facing on the golf course. And this really is quite a classic example. So this first pin here is quite tight to the side of the green. And what you saw yesterday, certainly on holes like the 9th, for example, were when players were missing greens just to the side, they were rolling off into these collection areas. And once you were down in this type of position, you can see where people have been practicing with the divots. It was trying to figure out the type of shot that you were going to play. I mean, the beauty of links golf is, and why I love this type of golf when compared to, say, a US Open setup, for example, most US Open setups anyway, is the variety of shots that you can actually do around the green. So if you're in this position, I mean, realistically, you can try and putt it so you can keep it very low to the ground. And that will allow you, if you've got that control with a putter, it's often the best place to start because there's very little that can go wrong. Obviously, the biggest problem is it can come back to your feet. What most players are using is a lower lofted wedge, and they're trying to kind of bump it into the bank off the sprinkler head. And then release it down onto the green. And more often than not, that feels like actually a safer shot. But in certain positions, and we spoke to a few of the players, and they absolutely love the turf conditions around here because the ball is actually sitting up nicely, and then when you're in a position like this and you're going into wind, you can actually fly it most of the way and be relatively safe because it's going to stop. The biggest issues around courses like Portrush are when the pins are tight and all of a sudden you're hitting downwind or you're hitting over a bunker. I mean, the bunkers here at Portrush, they're actually not that numerous, but they're so well positioned and they're so deep that it's such a challenge all of a sudden to get out of them. And the way that they've been raking the bunkers, I don't know. This might be a terrible bit, but have you seen the rakes?
Come on, let's go look at the. Have we seen the rakes?
I really hope these are the same rakes that they've got on the course. If not, I'm going to look like an absolute moron. But we can have a scan. Oh, they are.
Yes, come on.
Right, so if you can see this rake, can you notice how wide that the gaps are in between? So most rakes, and most of the time you find a bunker on tour, the actual sand is relatively compacted and it's raked super smooth. Like when you go into one of these bunkers, the chances are you're going to find like a really fluffed up bad lie. So when you rake a bunker with a rake like this, it doesn't leave a super smooth surface. You can see how many ridges there are. You can see how fluffed up and uneven it is. It can be such a massive problem all of a sudden. Like most pros, if they're in trouble and they want to miss, they'll aim for a bunker because it's pretty easy to get out of. At Portrush, that's just not the case.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you, divot patterns, rakes. This is the most exciting you've ever been, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just golf nerd heaven, isn't it? I'm geeking out here.
When I practice, I love coming to a chipping area. Links golf more than I could be here for hours.
Oh, it's unreal. I mean, if I was a member here, I think I'd be a good golfer.
Yeah. Pete and I
probably practice.
Pete and I are going to go find a couple of wedges and just hit a few around here.
Oh, Rory McIlroy in the house. He has arrived. And Portrush and the golfing world will follow his second round.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff.
Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing.
Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing. Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Thank you, Andrew. As per usual in any Open Championship, the weather plays a huge part. Jason Day earlier in the week said that this is some of the most insane weather patterns right here that he has ever seen at an Open Championship. It's because the wind has been switching around every single day as the players were preparing, and that has not changed throughout the course of this tournament. Let's take a look at the forecast ahead of today and what it's looking like. Yesterday, the wind was coming out of the south. That remains consistent throughout the course of the morning and early afternoon. However, at 6 p.m. roughly, it's going to switch in the total opposite direction. That was what it was on Wednesday, so the players have faced this in their practice rounds, but that time is when a lot of the big names are out on the golf course. So how is that going to affect certain areas of this golf course? And when you're looking at how a wind is going to affect a course, it's usually par 5s and par 3s that you're thinking, is it reachable, is it not, is this harder, is this easier? The par 5s yesterday with the southerly breeze, they were reachable. They are still going to remain reachable even with the wind switch. Harry Colt did an incredible design here where the wind doesn't really affect those par 5s too much. There's still scoring opportunities available there. There's 3 of them. However, the par 3s, that is where it's going to get significantly friendlier, especially when we look at holes 13 and 16. For 13 yesterday, if you watch any of the coverage, you'll have seen players really struggling to hold that 13th green. It was pushing heavily down. With the wind switch, that's going to be holding it up into, and it's not the longest par 3 in the world, so that's going to be helpful. Speaking of long par 3s, 16, that is going to be the one that is the most friendly. You're going to see a big difference there. Calamity corner. All of the trouble falls off on the right-hand side. With the southerly breeze, you've got the wind into off the left. So clubbing up, pushing you into the danger. With the wind switch coming from the north, that's going to be down and off the right. So protecting you from the danger, you can club down a little bit. Also, happy news for some of those bigger names is that 11, the hardest hole on the golf course, that changes with the wind switch from driver 5-iron to about driver wedge. So some of the names like Matt Fitzpatrick and Scotty Scheffler will be rubbing their hands together this morning, hoping that they can take full advantage of that wind switch later on today.
Fascinating golf course, John. You've seen a lot of the links golf courses that we have here in the UK. Are you a fan of Royal Portrush?
Love it. Absolutely love it. Used to come here into Ireland before the Open Championship a number of times with O'Mara and Tiger, and we would play around, you know, play all the great courses. Did actually get to play here one time, and loved it.
Yeah, that was Tiger's prep, wasn't it? Was to come over.
Playing golf.
Playing golf. He used to say,
playing golf.
Yeah, he used to say, like, for every hour of time change, he reckoned it took him a day to adjust.
I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He wanted to be ready. He did all his prep before. So when he stepped on the grounds, it was business.
Yeah.
And he didn't have to find what he wanted in the bag. He didn't have to find a golf swing. He didn't have to find the conditions. He's already prepared for all that.
Yeah, he was quite good, Tiger. Oh,
he was pretty good.
What about Tiger Woods as the Ryder Cup captain in Bethpage?
Oh, my.
Huh?
Bring him on.
Bring him on?
Yeah. Let Keegan go play his golf.
Keegan go play, bring in Tiger.
Why wouldn't you do that, right?
Why wouldn't you? Call Tiger, tell him. Right, Tyrrell Hatton, have you watched him play at all?
Yes. Highly impressed.
Seriously impressed.
Talk about gritty.
And an iron player.
Oh, wonderful.
Around here?
Wonderful striker of the ball. I think like his turf interaction is spot on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I love watching him play golf.
I'm with you.
If he gets a little fiery,
you know
like
what?
that.
I don't mind that. Yeah, I'm the same as you. I find that quite charming. I know, you know, sometimes it doesn't go all quite perfectly well, but like I love watching him play.
I think he's like, he just lives near the leaderboards. Honestly, I think he's as good as there is. He's a wonderful player.
Yeah, and Oakmont was a tough test. Super tough test.
He was the type of player that was going to play well there. JJ Spawn, I know.
Yeah.
You know, the fans over here don't know JJ very well, but very similar.
Yeah.
Doesn't have quite the fiery personality that Terrell has, but same type of player.
Yeah, totally same type. So, 4th around Oakmont, and 3 under par. He will be out with Russell Henley and Minwoo Lee. Minwoo disappointing. I thought he'd be great. He's a ball striker, moves the ball around, more of a shot maker. 3 over for him.
He must not have driven the ball very well yesterday.
Then a feast of golfers. 947, Bobby Mack, Bryson DeChambeau, and Justin Rose. Bryson 7 over. John, thoughts on that?
Game just doesn't fit these conditions. There's no magic to it. There's no adjustment to Bryson's game to fit links golf. It's just all power and in the air.
Yeah.
Because of I think his club setup, he's not going to hit those little low chasers that you need to hit. He just powers everything through the air, and you know, that's it doesn't fit well. Over here.
So Tyrrell just gripping down on one there. Little pitch shot, just working on something. A shot he maybe sees out on the course.
Yeah. Yeah,
taking maybe a bit of yardage off that.
Yeah, choke down on the club, make a full swing, and now see, you know, the distance between that and a full regular one.
Yeah.
You know, it's probably 3 or 4 yards, which makes a huge difference when you're trying to be that precise.
Was that
short
your?
iron.
How did you take? Let's suppose you had your sand iron 110 or whatever. How did you take 10 off or 5 off? What did you do? Was it club speed? Was
club
it
speed, arm speed?
Yeah.
You know, that's stuff that we worked on as far as varying your trajectory.
Yeah.
What a softer arm follow through does to take spin off the ball. You know, going through the wind. You know, sometimes my caddy would say, you know, just this is an arm swing 6-iron through the wind. Yeah. But those are things that I practiced and I saw on the practice tee. So I was used to seeing that. I didn't vary, you know, club yardage, you know, from like a 2 or 3 iron down to maybe a 6-iron.
Yeah.
But from 7-iron on down, I also learned to hit the same distance with maybe 2 or 3 clubs.
Yeah, right.
And see where that trajectory varied, what type of shape I was supposed to hit it in. A lot of times, I wouldn't hit a full sand wedge. I would take out either a gap wedge when I started playing with a gap wedge, which wasn't that long ago, or I could take a lot off a pitching wedge.
Yeah.
So I could hit a pitching wedge 125, or I could hit it 105.
Yeah.
Depending on if I needed to spin it or how I needed to flight it.
Yeah. Fascinating to see. Tyrrell Hatton, just a superb ball striker. I'm sure Tyrrell will be making that trip over to Bethpage. Royal St George's would be disappointed with that, but Portrush, the last time we were there, maybe tells a story.
He will embrace Bethpage.
He will. He's good.
They will love a player like Tyrrell.
Yeah. Have you followed Liv at all? What do you think of the Liv, or any opinion on that? The tour and that?
I'm of the opinion, I mean, it depends on where you were and are in your career.
Yeah.
A couple I didn't really see or understand that, but, you know, I could certainly see some of the players where they are in their career, whether they think they were going to win on the PGA Tour anymore or be factors in majors.
Yeah.
They wanted to set up generational money. I get that. That's okay. But is there a pathway back? I don't know.
Doesn't look like it at the moment.
I do miss Brooks. I do miss Dustin. I do miss Bryson. I do miss Terrell
and Rahm.
But you get to see them, you know, together. You know, 3 or 4 times during the year. But you know, I thought it's all very personal. I don't condone it, but I also didn't really embrace it.
Yeah.
We always talked about it, my wife and I, what would you have done when you were 25, 35, or 42 years old?
Yeah.
Could have been 3 different answers.
Yeah. Interesting. So, Tyrrell Hatton just going through his wedges, getting started his warm-up. He will be off at 9:36. Let's have a look. Little jump on that left heel as he works up through the ball. There it is. Interesting to see.
Great contact.
Just a superb ball striker, almost like, who would it be? Like a Scott Hoke style of a swing. Remember Scott Hoke, like a great iron player?
Yes, absolutely.
That kind of
up and down.
Up and down.
Yeah.
You played a lot of links golf with Tiger during your practice rounds and stuff. What were the things that he told you, or like observations that he had about playing links coming, let's say, from Florida or coming from PGA Tour?
He was able to adapt, and he prepared himself. You know, not that our courses in Orlando were going to get you ready for links golf, but he also understood, you know, how to flight your ball and what it would do when it hit the ground, and you know, he would work for that. He would prepare for that.
Great shot maker.
Great shot maker.
Great putter.
Always wanted to play the proper shot.
Yeah.
Left pin, little draw.
Yeah.
Right pin, little cut.
Yeah.
Up against the wind, holding against the wind. He never was swinging anything across the wind.
No.
Always was playing, you know, the correct shaping of shots, and never afraid to hit that shot.
Yeah. Have you chatted to him lately at all?
I haven't. Not in a little while.
No.
You know, he's
kind of keeps his head down a bit at the moment. Yeah.
Well, hopefully he'll play some
seniors.
PGA Tour champions event.
Got to be, because he can play
a few.
He can play. Bryson DeChambeau on the driving range must be furious with the damage that he did to himself yesterday. 7 over.
Yeah. What will he find today? Will he just try to take the course on and just, you know, play as aggressive as possible?
He's only got to shoot, let's say, 5 under. So, going to be interesting. Well, we leave Tyrrell and the lads on the driving range, and we will go and join George Harper Jr.
Well, an interview that's always a special part of my Open Championship is Chief Referee Grant Moyer. Grant, another special time. How excited are you to be here and in action now at Portrush?
Yeah, well, it's great to have got day one in the bag. Great to be at Portrush again. It's not that long since we've been here. It was such a great venue. Really excited to be back.
How is the venue looking from, I guess, a course management and a ruling perspective? It looks immaculate on the cameras.
Yeah, well, the course conditioning is superb. Graham Beat and his team here from Portrush have done a terrific job. You know, the greens are running beautifully. Firm, you know, now firmer than they were in 2019. That takes a lot of work to achieve that, and even with the rain that we've had, they're still retaining their firmness. So that provides a appropriate challenge for our players.
Nice. And now as we walk around this 18th green, I was just, oh, careful, don't get run over by the mower. I was saying to you before that there's not a huge amount of historic pins here because this is only the second Open in recent history.
Yep.
So how do you go about finding the famous 18th pin or creating one?
Yeah, well, you're right. There isn't a set position here, and sometimes even at venues that we've been at for a long time, we change it up on the final day. But yeah, we've got what we did in 2019. We've looked at that all around the course. We're replicating some of those, but hopefully we've got some new things in store as well.
Nice. And as you can see behind us here, Grant, they're working on the stumps. How much preparation goes on behind the cameras and each morning before the golf starts? Because you guys are up at the crack of dawn.
Yeah, well, the setup team and along with the agronomists and the green staff are up first light. Loads of work being done just to achieve the consistency and pace with the greens, testing them for moisture, testing their firmness. You know, the bunker raking, fairways are cut, surrounds are cut. It's a massive operation, and you know, really almost the unseen, unsung heroes of the Open, the green staff here at Royal Portrush.
Yeah, well, they've got the stump out and they'll be trying to get them around 11, I'd say. Like, how important is it to get that right so the ball doesn't oscillate in the wind here at Open venues?
It's a good point. Yeah, we're always having to keep a very close eye on the weather. Got to be careful with the green speeds by the coast and the links courses, as you well know. We're pretty comfortable that what we're seeing with the winds isn't going to give us any significant issues. So yeah, we've targeted 11 foot on the stump. We think that helps to accentuate the undulations in the green when we're in a good place.
Now, what number open is this for you, and where does it rank in terms of enjoyment? Because it seems to offer so much for the fans off the course, but what about on the course? Is this one of your favourite venues all of a sudden?
Well, I love coming to Portrush ever since we had the amateur championship here back pre-2019, and the decision was made that we were going to bring the Open Championship. It's been a favourite of mine to visit. Obviously, I love all the venues, but it's certainly a special place to come.
Nice. Grant, always a pleasure to chat to you. We wish you and your team all the best, and enjoy the rest of the week.
Much appreciated. Thanks, George.
Yeah, fascinating to see all of the prep that goes into delivering an Open Championship venue. Matt Fitzpatrick, Hartong Lee, Jakob Skoff Olesen and Harris English, 4 under par, and the pack chases. Christian Bezuidenhout has bogeyed the first. He's dropped back to 3. We're going to see that. Tyrrell Hatton, Scotty Scheffler, Ricky Fowler. Great work from Ricky Fowler. So much work to be done. Joined by Mark Rowe in commentary. Rasmus Højgaard, Westy. Great from Westwood. Nikolai matching. No, Rasmus was out last, so he caught his brother. Friendly rivalry. Great from Rose, Rahm, Lowry. Lowry Rowe, I think, was a very good first day. He must have been thinking about that for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, Simon. As was Rory as well. I think you know, you can't. Well, we said this yesterday. You can't win it Thursday. You can't win it Friday. You can't win it Saturday. But you can play yourself out of it on any of those days. So, you know, I think good starts for a lot of the favourites, and a lot of our favourites as well, as you know, with Shane and Rory, and we're allowed to be a little partisan at the Open Championship.
We certainly are. Now, the crowd has suddenly filled every available spot on the grandstand.
Well, we all know why.
Well,
Rory arrived 1 hour and 24 minutes into the car park before his tee time and headed towards the players' area, which is amazing, by the way. The players' area, I have never seen it better. It's incredible. Johnson Wagner did a piece on it. If you haven't seen that, watch it. I'm sure it'll be on YouTube or somewhere. It takes you right through all the players' areas. They've got everything in there. A gaming room, they've got table tennis tables, they've got a milkshake making centre. Is there anything I need to add? They've got their own shop in there. They don't need to go to the Tenter Village. It's incredible.
It is.
We used to change our shoes in the car park years ago.
If we were lucky.
Yes.
Who'd have thought 40 years ago?
Bryson,
anyway.
Looking good, isn't he, Bryson, today? I like that. I like that colour combo. That's
Rory, I hadn't even twigged that. So here we go. Bryson, 7 over.
Yeah, but we watched it. I was doing feature groups yesterday. I watched him all the way around, and he just doesn't seem to. I'm sorry to say this, but he doesn't seem to get links golf yet. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Some of the places he was going, some of the shots he was hitting, and his Open Championship record is not great.
No. He was complaining a lot in chat yesterday about the spin rates and the way the ball was performing. He's got about 5 or 6 people filming him down there, catching screenshots.
You know, I mean,
and spin.
His record at the Open 7, you know, missed cuts 3, 8th, tied 8th. Okay, top 10 in a major is always a good result. But we're looking at someone that's a double major champion. You've got to sort of at some point figure out how to play links golf.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to adapt his shot shape or style or launch or spin.
What he does is he overpowers golf courses, doesn't he, with his length and his aggression, and you can't do that on links golf. It's impossible. We saw him on a bank yesterday with a chip shot way above his feet, and he missed it. He whiffed it. Now, it was in thick grass. It was a very difficult shot, but from the second he set up, I called it. I said he's going to miss this because he just wasn't in the right position to play it. And maybe whenever do you get a bank that steep and thick grass, but that's what you get at the Open. And when we used to play practice round, Simon, we used to throw balls up there, and we used to go and try those shots because, hang on a minute, we might get one of these.
Yeah. 2 US Open wins.
I'm a big fan. I must say, I'm going to be honest, I didn't when he first came out. I didn't sort of connect with him. I thought he was a bit petulant. I didn't really buy the whole scientist thing. And the whole act I didn't get to start with. But I tell you what, last couple of years, he's become, for me, a different person. He's become a bit of a media darling. I like his act now, and I've suddenly gone from not being a fan to being a really big fan, and that's cool. I like that.
Yeah, I think you could definitely be a fan of Bryson.
I like him.
When he was 24, he behaved like a 24-year-old should behave. You can't hold that against somebody. I think he's matured and which is, here we go. Bryson. So let's go and find who George Hopper Jr. has chatting to.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm just on the range here delivering all sorts of balls and making sure everyone's got their prospective balls. You've got your Titleists, you've got everything, you've got your Callaways. TaylorMade? Okay, we can sort that out.
There. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take those, thanks Rory. There you go. Look, there's a few balls left, Rory. I don't think he's had enough of the short game area, but now he's done there. You can see him cruise off over to the putting green. A nice effort indeed. But look how relaxed he is. He's enjoying the chat with everyone, the crack, as they would say here. But this is the fun part, I guess. All the crowd have come here this morning for this moment, and he just cruises on by. He won't, traditionally from what I've seen, he'll go straight past the putting green and over to the range. Certainly about to get a good cheer from this crowd as per usual, no doubt about it. He demands the attention. Justin Thomas right here, gone for the pink cashmere today. Not too bad, not the worst option. So here we go, and look, in terms of teamwork, in terms of passing over, Di, I'd like to throw you the microphone now because Rory's coming from my territory to yours.
Thanks, George. Yeah, Harry Diamond, walk on to the range. Morning, Harry. Good to see you. Hi, Michael. And Rory himself is now on the driving range here with Pete Finch. He's all in blue, navy blue. Very smart today, isn't he, Pete?
Yeah, I mean, looking good. He was looking good for large parts of yesterday as well. I think he handled himself pretty well in the end and actually got the most out of his day that he could. So I think second rounds are normally pretty good for Rory at the Open. So.
Well, tell us who starts in a moment. He was just trying to pick his bay there. He's going to bay number 5. The grandstand, massive cheer because he walked all the way down yesterday. But they're all here to watch him, aren't they? All of them, every single person.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take such a massive crowd. I mean, it shows his popularity. I mean, it's probably one of the fullest grandstands on the entire property right now, is at the driving range. And as soon as he gets up to leave, pretty much everyone else will as well.
Round of 70, -1. He said, it was difficult conditions on that back 9. Dropped 3 shots, but managed to make a birdie on 17. I was in the 13th grandstand last night with my kiddies watching Rory. They were desperate to watch him, as every junior in the country is. And 13th was a really fascinating hole. Everyone, well, not everyone, 75% of the shots we saw went beyond the green into that little swell area. And he almost just chipped in for a birdie too. It was just on the lip. The roars around that green, and obviously you've got the 17th to the right-hand side of the grandstand on 13 where we were sat. They were just sensational, absolutely brilliant. He dropped a shot, didn't he, on 40?
He made a lot of mistakes. But 14 was a classic example where he misses the
tough drive, 14.
But he missed so many fairways yesterday, even with irons, and then obviously he had to kind of get it out, and then he had a bad pitch to the green, hit an okay chip, and then hold a great putt to get out there with a bogey.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that pretty much all day. It was just a bit of a nervy, bit of a round where he was feeling himself into it.
As I said a couple of moments ago, massive crowd here in the grandstand. A little sigh because they wanted him to walk all the way down. He says he knows that everyone is supporting him, and which is such a wonderful feeling. But it's also extra pressure. But they all love him. They're all here for him. They want Rory McIlroy to win the Open Championship. It's about 10 deep there with their coffees, cup of tea, cup of coffee. It's a little bit chilly. The wind has picked up. Conditions today, Pete?
They're going to be pretty consistent. I think there might be a little bit of rain coming in this afternoon, but overall the morning starters I think are going to get the benefit. But we thought this yesterday. The actual morning starters had some terrible conditions, but Rory got away with most of the rain, but he got the cold and the wind, so it evened itself out. And I think today is going to be very similar to this. Kind of overcast, kind of fresh breeze, not too warm, but hopefully not as much rain. Oh my God, that was terrible yesterday.
It wasn't good. What did you make of his drive on the first yesterday?
Nervy. Like the whole round yesterday, he didn't look ever particularly settled. He didn't look like the confident Rory McIlroy that we're used to seeing when he's at his height of his powers. But I think today's going to be important in the sense that if he gets off to a good start, I reckon he could have a really low round, because he should feel a little bit more settled now. Yesterday wasn't a disaster. Listen, Rory McIlroy is literally one of the best golfers in the world. He's won everything there is to win now. But he will remember that first round from 2019. When he shot 79, he blew himself out of the tournament, he missed the cut. It would have been playing on his mind. There's no doubt about that. So to get through 1 under in tough conditions, I think was absolutely fine.
He's good in second rounds. Tell us some stats about that.
Well, it just always seems with Rory that his first round, and you get this with a lot of great champions. Tiger was always quite classic for this. He eases himself in on the first round, has a good second round, charges on Sunday, and then with Rory, he very rarely destroys a field on a Sunday. It's always a bit of a nervy finish. So he'll want to try and get out and ahead by the last round and then hang on like all the rest of us with bitten nails.
Tell us, birdie opportunities on the front nine, where are they?
So today, with this wind, I mean, we're going to be looking at the second, the par 5.
Which he birdied.
Obviously, you've got the 5th down the hill, which
he
birdied. I mean, you tend to find that around here, if you birdie the par 5s, 3 of them, most of them are gettable. And then the par 3s, you've got to hang on because they were playing pretty tough yesterday. It'd be interesting to see what they've done with 16. They moved it a long way forward yesterday. Will it go back a little bit further? Because that could be carnage.
Just to let you know about his card, obviously that drop shot on the first hole, just missed that putt for a par on the first, then birdies at 257, out in 34, the par's 36, and on the back nine there were those drop shots. He made birdie on the 10th hole. We like the 10th hole.
10's a great birdie because it's a very tricky drive. But if you want,
leg right.
Yeah, but if you want to actually go low today, which I mean, listen, a 67, 66 is an amazing score out there. Amazing score. But he's got to tighten up his tee game. Off the tee, he was just not hitting enough fairways. He was putting himself into some stinky positions where he had to hit out of bunkers. He couldn't go for greens. That's the area that really needs to be sharpened up today.
Fans are here, the stage is set. We can't wait to see what he achieves in round 2. We're all behind him, supporting him. He's checking his phone, maybe checking his stats or seeing what the weather's doing. OK, let's get to commentary. And guys, you've got a great view of this range, haven't you?
Yeah, we certainly do. Rory McIlroy It's a huge day for him today, Mark Rowe.
Yeah, it was interesting what Vinci was saying there, because I actually think today he'll be more nervous than yesterday, believe it or not. And we saw palpable nerves on the first tee yesterday. We saw it on the first green, where he missed from no more than 3 feet. It was down the hill and a little bit tricky, but you know, it's amazing to think of a Grand Slam champion, a 5-time major champion, being nervous. This is a huge day to get through. You know, yeah, 67 would be fabulous. Anything under 70 would be fabulous out there today. And you just have the feeling with Rory that today is crazy to say this, but about making the cut and laying that sort of ghost to rest from the last time we were here. Should he do that? I think he might well go on and win this championship, because I think he'll freewheel at the weekend then.
Yeah,
I think today is just a monster day for him.
Yeah, you do get that sense. 10:09 he is. McIlroy, Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood. They were quite untidy as a group. I think each one of those guys probably feels like, you know what, left some out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Rory got off to a really scrappy start, didn't he? Left off the first and a 3-putt from long range, missed a short one. But there you go. He did have a good stretch in the middle.
He did. He's done very well. He has made magic, and including in 2014. Have a look at this.
The Open to me has always been the biggest and best tournament that we play in. We go into Hoylake as one of the favourites to win, feeling like my game was in good shape. 72nd hole at Hoylake, the massive grandstands, you know, the standing ovation. Even just thinking about it now, you get goosebumps and hairs in the back of my neck stand up. It's a memory that will stay with you for a very long time. Champion golfer of the year and the winner of the gold medal, it's something you dream about. I think the most famous trophy in golf, one of the most famous trophies in all of sport. So to be able to have my name on it, you know, with so many other greats of this game, you know, it means an awful lot.
Test. All right. We've made it into the grandstand to watch Rory, because I believe this is one of the best views in the house. There is not an empty seat in sight, and fair enough too. If you are at the Open, this is certainly a good place to be. So let's go see if we can find some punters. Who wants to... You look like a chatty bloke.
All right,
what's your name, mate?
Logan.
Logan, I'll just pull up a pew next to you. Mate, pretty good seat you got here. How nice is it to watch the Open from this view?
Yeah, there's a few boys hitting it big. Bryson's letting her rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Who's your favourite player out here on show?
Bobby. But he went down to the corner.
Bobby McIntyre. Now, Sam, if you can pan as far right as you can, you'll see lonely old Bob down there, just having some time to himself. You know, that sums up the Scottish well. He just relaxed, no media attention, absolutely loving it. And then if you keep working back, we've got Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood. It's a big Min Woo fan. Good stuff.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
How cool is it to watch from here? What are you noticing watching from up here, Logan? What do you love to see the most?
Just the ball striking on the irons is just ridiculous. Yeah, it's nice to see.
Do you think the range is better because you actually get to watch them hit 30, 40, 50 balls rather than the odd one out on course?
Yeah, you can actually see like how far they're hitting it as well. It's nice. Yeah.
How's your golf game?
It's all right at the moment. Yeah. Can't really get off a tee, but everything else is good. I'm a master with a putter.
Yeah, where are you from?
Just up Antrim.
Oh, nice.
Play at Mazarine.
Oh, perfect. So having the Open back on the island's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to keep it here. I wouldn't mind if they put it down in Dublin as well. That'd be nice.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll put the request in, mate. And a few coffees, Irish coffees this morning?
Yeah, we'll probably get in the paint soon. Let her rip.
Let her rip. Okay. Well, it's not even 9:30, mate. So so fair play to you. On that note, cheers very much, Logan. Let's get back to the golf where some of our favourites are back on show. Cheers, boys.
There it is, Mark Rowe. The grandstand behind the driving range. It has been a packed place a popular place, an interesting place from which to observe the warm-up.
Yes, it is, and they'll queue. They'll be well. You can see the queues behind there. There's no seats left in that grandstand. They're just hoping desperately to get a seat, because right now, you know, many of the legends are out there, aren't they? Look at that. There's major champions everywhere.
Yeah, it's an interesting little group, featured sort of an hour of golf. It goes Russell Henley, Tyrrell Hatton, Min Woo Lee. Those guys are 9:36. Bobby Mack, Bryson DeChambeau and Rosie, 9:47. Bryson DeChambeau, 7 over par. Justin Rose, 2 under.
Yeah, it was impressive. Justin was super tee to green yesterday. His game was in great shape. And for me, I felt that he played the best golf, the most consistent golf of the afternoon. I know players scored better, but for me, he was right on his game. I don't know about you, Simon, looking at Rory there, do you think he's paying homage to the great Seve Ballesteros with that outfit? I mean, it is just so typically Seve, the blue cashmere, the white shirt, the blue trousers. Of course, Seve always had the V-neck cashmere, and he's got the roll neck, but I love his outfit today. I think that is smart, sharp, elegant, and traditional in a way. Wonderful,
Mark. You're ahead of the game. I've been watching to see how his right arm folds, and see if it's too rigid, too long. But I mean, I love that. I think you bring a lot to the commentary. It's always very tidy, isn't it?
Well, you had John Cook in before me, golfing legend.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't compete with that, so I might as well be the fashion correspondent.
You'd be amazing at that, Rory. You look very smart yourself, actually. So, Rory McIlroy, I feel work to be done today. Where does he need to get to? Does he need to get to... Let's suppose it's an easier scoring day today. Do the leaders get to 8 under par today?
Yeah, I was thinking 7. I thought someone might get to 7 today. We don't know what weather comes in. You never know with a links golf course what you're going to get. But I think if Rory finishes today under par, I mean, that might sound crazy, but if he finishes under par, I think he's in great shape going into the weekend.
Yeah.
And anything more than that, he starts to become a favourite for me.
Oh, how about that? So, McIlroy, Thomas and Fleetwood. Off at 10:09. McIlroy 1 under, JT 1 over, and Fleetwood disappointingly 2 over par. Didn't really get any good breaks yesterday. We had bunker gate yesterday, Mark. Did you see Tommy Fleetwood hit it into a bunker, and they hadn't raked it, or it had been raked very poorly. I was always under the impression that with each group there was a bunker raker, but I understand that from yesterday it wasn't going to happen. Now, come on, guys, you've got to sequence yourself up there. So, Rory, you've gone too early. Okay, much better from JT and Fleetwood. Are we going to get... Oh, this... Now, here we go. Rory, Tommy's got his ball. JT, do not go early. Tommy's gone for a little practice. Ah, Rory, where are you headed off to there, mate?
You see, once again, I'm more concerned about the sweaters, because I think JT's won the sweater contest, because I think the soft pink look is just gorgeous for out there today. And I think with Tommy, it's interesting you say, because we're just an observation. He looks a bit tired and weary to me. He looks like, almost like I could do with a break type of Tommy. You know what I mean?
He's had a frustrating year, hasn't he? Let's line them up here. So, great to see them all up together. And now what we can do with our top tracer technology is just show you. Obviously, McIlroy a little bit further down the bag. 182, possibly an 8-iron for Rory.
It's got the shape of an 8-iron, hasn't it? Now let's have a look. Flat carry.
Yeah.
185.
Yeah, I think he's right on 200 as a 7, so...
I mean, you've been watching all morning. Where is the wind on the range this morning?
It's not really...
Not much at all?
Nah. I'd say it's slightly into on the first. I did have a quick look at the first hole. Slightly into, off the right on the first. Very slight.
Okay, so it's kind of... It's across the range then, really, isn't it? Gently across.
Yeah. Fleetwood. Fleetwood needs What are you thinking the cut is, Rory? 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Normally it's just we're going to have similar conditions. It's just a look at what it was yesterday, double it. I mean, we know the formula.
I think it stays at 2.
Yeah, probably 2.
Okay.
Probably 2, yeah. We'll go with 2 for now.
Yeah, I think you've got to assume 2. So Fleetwood, I mean, if he could get back into the red, that would be great.
That's
Look
his
at
goal,
the
isn't it?
crowd.
That's his goal.
The crowd, absolutely magnificent. This golf competition, we were in early. We started broadcasting early. People were pounding down the streets, getting into position. The enthusiasm, lots of families, lots of lads coming in. It's the crowd is the heartbeat of the golf. Do you remember the COVID years? No crowd. It was like playing golf in empty rooms. So Rory McIlroy has brought all of Ireland with him. Shane Lowry as well, I thought, did very well yesterday.
Yeah, super. He really did.
Victor Hovland, 2 over. He kind of had it going and just, you know, finished off sloppily.
Yep, same with JJ Spawn, the US Open champion. He bogeyed 3 of the last 4 holes as well from being under par. But, you know, this is a sort of golf course where even the most innocuous hole can catch you out. And there's really no point, I believe, you can relax and think, great, I'm on a birdie hole. Maybe the par 5 maybe. But, you know, apart from that, you hit it in the rough, you can make a double in a heartbeat. It truly is a wonderful golf course.
It's
and
magnificent.
As I say, you know, for Rory, it's such a big day today. He's said already, he's openly said he's got 2 events this year that he's actually bothered about. I mean, how about that? Won the Ryder Cup and won the Open Championship here.
Yeah. Oh, to win the Open, to win the Ryder Cup in America. So, Rory I think he'd come off and have a mixed bag from yesterday. Let's take a closer look at it.
We started with a bogey, Simon, and you know,
a massive improvement, however.
Well, you say that. Okay, yes, I know that because he hit it out of bounds when we were here last time. But he was on that tee, and he looked. I mean, incredible to look at a player of this stature and see noticeable nerves. And it was left. And it did miss the fairway, and it was in the thick stuff, and he hit a brilliant shot to get it onto the edge of the green, and hit a great putt as well up to a couple of feet and missed it. So those nerves obviously were there. But I thought from that point on, through 10, it was fabulous. I mean, he got himself to 3 under par. I mean, he really did start to turn up the screw. And of course, then you turn into a difficult stretch on the back nine. We all know how hard that stretch is. And then he popped in that birdie at 17. So a mixed bag, but is, I think, a positive day.
Yeah.
But today's more nervous, I'm telling you. Today's more nervous.
Yeah, as it gets closer.
1,000,000%.
Rory McIlroy, there's some great groups there. Spieth, Ludwig Åberg and Victor Hovland out right before at 9:58.
See, the thing is, you know, Rory McIlroy is one of the few players in the game that's capable of brilliant things bordering on genius. If he suddenly gets into that zone, you know, he can waltz it round here on a slightly windy day in 63, 64. He can do that. And he has the ball flight and the control of the ball flight to be able to get at flags that other players can't get at.
Yeah.
So getting through to the weekend and getting into a reasonable position, he can still be one of your favourites.
Yeah. Incredible that gap, though, wasn't it? There it is. There's the scoreboard. So what Rory is doing, he knows that these numbers are the actual numbers. So what he's trying to do is figure out what he thinks he's hit it versus what the conditions are hit it. So if you watch, he'll look across to the left there just to see the carry number. Victor Hovland, work in progress, working really hard with Grant Waite, making some great improvements to his technique. Hovland coming back in form Grant Rate, former player, now really an excellent advisor, excellent coach.
It's interesting, isn't it? You say, talk about Grant Waite, I saw him on the range, was a great ball striker.
Amazing.
Yeah. Soren Hansen was on the range coaching. He coaches the Højgaards and Manacero, also a great ball striker.
So there it is, a look from our overhead, our plane. Superb.
You see that little bit of low cloud there? That worries me. When you see a little bit of low cloud below the plane, then I kind of get a bit nervous that maybe some inclement weather's coming in.
You know what? It's coming, Rowie, right? It's coming, but right now, maybe this is the calm before the storm. I mean, this is... I mean, not that, how could you ever do a forecast, right? It's an amusing thing. But right now, at least, it's kind of saying rain will come, and not much of it at about 4 o'clock. That's what we got, right? And the wind is 11 miles an hour right now, so not very much, and it's coming from the south. So that's kind of weird, because that's a different direction even than yesterday. There we go, Rory McIlroy, the flat carry number. 239, probably his 4-iron.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's his 4-iron. I can't get my head around that. It's just, it's...
Yeah. It is a beautiful action, though.
Yeah,
it's
wonderful,
so classic. I mean, the way it all, the speed all comes to stops at the same time. Absolutely amazing.
It's the connection, isn't it? It's the connection and the flow of it. And I actually like the fact that he practices the twizzle of the club on the range. Do you see that last shot?
Yeah.
He struck it nicely, little twizzle. It was beautiful. So you think 4-iron, which is about right. Look at the length of the shaft. I'm guessing you're spot on, right? So that 4-iron, he hit that harder.
Zoom in.
Yes, he hit that harder.
Yeah, and not well. So
did he shank it?
No, Sir Heath did shank it earlier. So he was disappointed. He was disappointed that we were recording that. So McIlroy, in his own world. Mike Bannon observing.
Isn't that lovely? I mean, Michael Bannon has coached him his whole life, and there he is, still there. I think that's amazing. Rory's a good guy. You know, he ever since he came on the golfing scene as a youngster, he's always, for me, spoke truth, spoke honesty, spoke clearly, spoke from the heart, and I think he plays that way. He plays with his heart on his sleeve. That, for me, is the way I want to watch a golfer. We go through all the ups and downs with him. We've all had our head in our hands plenty of times. We've all cried tears at Augusta this year when he finally got the Grand Slam, when he hit that wedge into the 72nd hole, I actually was on the floor. I was on my hands and knees with my... No, not at this point do you hit another poor wedge shot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then, of course, well, when he actually came up with the brilliant wedge shot in the playoff and knocked it in, it was joyous. It was a great moment in history. That's historic when you do that. The Grand Slam, all of the majors.
It was amazing, that gap, though, wasn't it? The gap of 10+ years.
Yeah, it was more. It was 14 years, whatever it was. But, you know, that's the other thing that every single youngster can admire about Rory McIlroy. Every pro, everybody in the game can admire is that resilience, that belief, that never say I'm not going to do it attitude. I mean, we all think he should have won 15 majors by now. We know how good he is. We know the talent level. We know what we see.
You think the Masters victory opens the flood doors to more majors, Rowie?
Yes, I thought there would be a big come-down period after that, to be honest with you, where he would actually start to, you know, just question motivations and where he wanted to play and what he wanted to do. And I think he's probably... Well, this could be the watershed of being through that, Simon, to be honest with you. This could be this championship here, should he go on to have a good day today, contend and end up winning this. I mean, all that can matter to him in his life is major championships. Yeah, I do.
And an away victory in the Ryder Cup.
Well, I'll ask
That's
you.
what he said.
Yeah, of course, that's hugely important. But I'll ask you a question. When he does eventually retire, how many majors do you think he'll have?
Double figures.
Yeah, I would have said I would go for 10. I was going to go for 10. I think that's doable for him. You know, injury, obviously, that anything in the way of that's not controllable. You can't control, like Tiger, when Tiger started to get more and more injured, you know.
Let's have a look at it. There is sometimes too much of a loop where that club goes too much outside in the backswing, and then when he reroutes it, the reroute is too big and it kind of tilts him out of angle. But this looks pretty good to me, like kind of more. It's a tiny bit steep to shallow, which is what you want.
Well, he talked a lot, didn't he, about the fact that he was working on pretty simple things, and he was working on width in the takeaway, and he was very aware of trying to get the club in the right place in the first sort of 18, 24 inches of the takeaway. And that pretty much ties in with what you're saying, doesn't it? Because if he gets that width, he's less likely.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, he's one of those guys. Some guys need to set it later. Some guys need to reset it later. He's one of those guys here. I think he's one of those guys who needs to set it earlier, so he doesn't get too much reroute in that change of direction, which is amazing. So if we look at the sort of the Rory McIlroy superpower, kind of look at those hips. See that rivet on his belt buckle there? It's going to drop and rise. So it's the sinking in transition of the pelvis and then the explosion up through impact.
So this will be now a driving iron, isn't it? What we now gone back to. We used to carry 1 irons, didn't we? That was our driving iron in the old days, but now it's got a 2 on it, or even a 3. But it can have anything up to 16 degrees or down to 16 degrees of loft on it. I mean, that's incredible to me. I mean, it's an iron in essence.
The game has changed, Mark. It's amazing.
He's gone to the 3-wood now.
I mean, I was speaking to John Cook. He said, you know, probably like stock 7-iron was like a 150 shot, you know, when he was in his pomp, and Rory's 7-iron's 200 yards.
Yeah, you'd have to say that would be in his pomp. Yeah, I mean, but that's quite short for a 7-iron, you know.
But that's 1990.
Yeah, I was playing in the 90s. Yeah. So not particularly well. No, I was playing okay in the 90s. Yeah, I was doing all right then. I still never forget my golf lesson I got off you.
Yes.
I still tell everybody. There I am on the range at the Lancome Trophy in Sam Nomla British, where the French Open is this year. Down the range walks Simon Holmes, just stands behind me for 5 minutes. How are you, Rory? I said, well, it's not really feeling very good this morning. And you went, you know, you're just a bit disconnected, mate. Just try and slow your bottom half down. I said, well, how do you want me to do that? And you said to me, just imagine there's a beach ball and just try to squeeze a beach ball between your knees, and that might just slow you. And I thought, well, it's interesting. I've never heard that before. So I tried it. And I tried it, and I thought, that's better, that's better. So I went out on the golf course, and I thought about that the whole week, and I picked up the trophy at the end of the week. I won the Lancome Trophy that week, and I promise you, I had that tip in my head the whole week. Isn't it an amazing game? It's a crazy game. 5 minutes, the most simple tip, and you helped me win that. You helped me win that championship.
Yeah, it's a mad game. Or maybe it's just played by lunatics, Rory. Anyway.
Oh, well, there's no doubt about that.
Let's have a look. McIlroy, 3-wood. I think this is off the tee, so he's obviously thinking, you know, when he's going to... I mean, he played a lot of tee shots yesterday with his driver. He didn't drive the ball well yesterday, Rory.
Which is unusual for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unusual for him. But, you know, he can get around this golf course. He can get around this golf course with a 3-wood and a driving iron.
So first hole.
Yeah, but he's not going to be hitting that club, is he, ever, off this tee? That's the thing. It's you can make that comparison, but it's not relevant. I mean, we've seen Aaron Rai, who's the straightest driver on the PGA Tour, hit a driver off the first tee. But Rory's hitting an iron, and I tell you what, he's hitting an iron and he's struggling to hit the fairway down there. So that's psychological.
Yeah,
he's got that holes in his head.
It's not a friendly start, is it? OB right, OB left. Let's have a look. Now, driver for McIlroy. That is his superpower.
Do you know what? We talk about his driver being his superpower, but his short game is
much better.
I'm
much
going to say it's really good now. I mean, he's a great bunker player, and he's got a lot of variety in his short game.
Oh, he would take that. What's his carry? 315.
Oh, look at that.
330. 330. That's quite good.
340. I thought I saw 340.
340 total.
Oh, 340 total.
Yeah, only 340 total. It's just. I think that's his opening tee shot there. Let's have a look. Look at this. Amazing. Everyone's looking at the number. Let's go 345. 330 again. Very consistent. 191. And everyone going, he did what? The thing about it is, though, you can't see the ball. Unless you've got amazing and you pick it up early, you cannot see the ball.
You say that because of the launch angle as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
140 feet high.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. I mean, you all know this because you know everything, but he's got to be in the top 10 sort of apex hitters in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
133 apex. So that's his kind of PGA Tour apex. I think probably Matsuyama hits it higher than him. Bryson. But I mean, Rory can have a couple of 160s if it's the weather's correct. I mean, it's like sending a ball up into the atmosphere. So Rory McIlroy's best results at the Open. Amazing he was at Royal Liverpool.
Incredible.
And then look at the consistency, the heartaches, especially
since Andrews as well.
2022 St Andrews.
Yeah.
That
Cam
was
Smith
really
putted the trophy out of his hands on the back nine, really.
Well, that putt on 17. The two putt from around the bunker on 17, Cam Smith. He hasn't done so well since then, really, Cam Smith. So I used to love watching him play, I've got to say. He was amazing. So McIlroy also looking at the numbers that you were just looking at. Victor Hovland grinding as he does. The fans, old and young. Lots of young faces we have seen at this Open Championship. Have a look at this. Magnificent balance.
Is he the best driver of the golf ball in your mind when you look at a combination of accuracy and length in the game?
I think no doubt. And I mean, when he's won golf tournaments, very, very often it is because he can bully the golf course to death with his tee shots. Right? So let's have a look. Great line here. Mike Bannon in behind. It's like a controlled explosion, isn't it? It's like a ground-to-ground missile.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. With 330, it's just turning up the power very slightly now. 190 ball speed.
144 apex.
Yeah, the numbers are incredible.
Curve a foot.
No, stop it.
The frozen rope.
Stop it. 338 with a foot of curve. That's superhuman.
Do you know what frozen rope is in French?
Do you know what? This will be probably the most exciting thing that will happen to me today hearing this.
La corde gelée.
Super, thank you.
I don't know if that's going to be of any use to you at all, but there it is.
Oh, it's already in my subconscious for when I see one of the French players hit it straight.
Here we go. So fascinating to see, and some great golf coming your way. If you're out here, you can feast your eyes. Next out, McIntyre, Bryson DeChambeau and Rose, Spieth, Ludwig, Åberg and Hovland.
326 is the best that Bryson's done so far.
Yeah, but Rory's looking over at that because there's up there, and he's just going to leave that little message up there. So, lads, follow that.
Yeah, and I think that will stay there until Aldrich Pot Heater comes on the range.
Boy.
And then that will go from 340 to 370. You can't believe that, can you?
370 carry.
Yeah, yeah.
Fascinating to see.
Do you know, looking at Rasmus there, Rasmus has got power on board. Nikolai's
big time
got power on board.
Those two guys are flushers.
Yeah, I think they're in the Ryder Cup. Do you think they're in the Ryder Cup?
They've got to be in the Ryder Cup.
They are. Team Højgaard is definitely in this Ryder Cup, surely. Nikolai's doing everything now. He's coming into form. Rasmus has been playing nicely, surely. Anyway, let's have another joyous look at that action. It is speed, power, balance, connection.
Rory, satisfied, a nod. There must be some heat on that. Do you suppose the sweet spot is hot? The dog must be Kevlar.
Yes, all the Open Championship bags look, don't they? Each company has their own bag. Tailor-made bag, looking very sharp, very stylish.
Have a look at this. This is a recreation of his first tee shot.
Absolutely. Yep.
Recreation of the first tee shot. He will come in from behind. He will visualise the line.
Yep. Well, do you think he'll visualise the applause? Do you think he'll visualise how his heart rate is?
Yeah.
And then the silence. And now, on the tee, Rory McIlroy. Hopefully not snap up left.
Oh, Rory, don't do that.
No, look at it, look at it, no, look at it. There you go.
Now, what is it, Rory? It is La Corde Gelée.
Yep.
Frozen rope.
Yeah, and it's also 277 yards, La Corde Gelée.
There you go.
Off he goes. Please do that off the first tee, Rory.
Our work here is done.
Looking good. Look, that was a good practice session.
It was.
He flushed
I think he hit every shot he wanted there.
Yeah. He flushed it. He flushed it. You know, now he's just got to deal with the first tee nerves and get into the round and settle into the round. And
19 minutes. Let's go over and see where George is.
Yep, well, the moment has come. Harry Diamond, Rory McIlroy on their way. 10:09, the boys tee off. There he is, striding it out. I love seeing him in all blue. Very open colour scheme today. All the crew absolutely loving it. The boys are staying close by this week. The full team are here. It truly is an exciting prospect. He is 10:09 for those at home. And as you just saw, with the team in the commentary box finishing on that driving iron, to know exactly what is coming in a few moments. So if you saw the broadcast this morning, this is the journey onto the buggies. It's about 3 minutes to get back to the putting green. Off he goes, all aboard. There's one lucky driver. 17 minutes until he is on the tee, so always leaves a little bit of time for a few putts. He just has one ball, rolls them out. Michael Bannon, Harry Diamond, all tucked up on the back. And the crowd send him on his way in style, as they so often do. He did well to fight back last night, a bit of a rough patch through the middle of his round, but he's finished okay. He's finished in the red, and in terms of a first round in a major, that is very good. In particular, very good for Rory, who's traditionally been a slow starter. So he is in this game, and today could be his moving day.
Yeah, thank you, George. The gallery has left the building. Everyone off to see Rory McIlroy. Give you some news from the golf course. Mark Leishman, the great Aussie, 5 under par today through 12. So we were sort of saying that earlier, Mark, that there could be some good scores out there. Seems like Leishman is proving that point.
Yes, it's that's an excellent effort so far from Leishman. showing everybody the way, isn't he? Showing everybody what's possible. That's the interesting thing. When you see somebody out there on that score, mentally you think, well, obviously there's something good out there, but he is a long way ahead of what everybody else is doing at the moment. Great, as you said, to see Ricky Fowler there inside the top 20 at a couple under par. Aaron Rai continues to improve, playing over there on the PGA Tour. And we hope the best for Lee Westwood as well, who qualified at Donald Links and came out yesterday. At one point was 4 under par.
Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley proving to everybody that he should be on the team.
Ryder Cup player,
yeah.
Keegan Bradley. He has to play.
He has to play 100%.
You know what? If he delegates to one of his vices to do a to have
call
a bit
Tiger.
more.
Just call Tiger.
Yeah,
Tiger's not
I've
doing
heard
anything
that.
in September.
I've heard that theory.
Just call Tiger. Boom. And let's bring Tiger back into the game. He's too invisible. I know he's got to do his rehab and everything, but we need him a part of the game. There it is. Overhead shots. Some low cloud, but mostly sunny, mostly fair, not much wind, lovely scoring conditions. It's another perfect day.
Becoming champion golfer of the year is rarely a straight line. I got to play my first Open, very fortunately, in St Andrews. As a golfer, it's the most special place in the world. To play an Open there is incredible, and I actually played quite well.
Nicely done. 3 under through 10.
I didn't qualify in 2011. I didn't qualify in 2012. 2014, I shot 65 in the final round, actually to finish 9th, which was pretty cool. That was my best finish ever in a major. And then from 2015 onwards, kind of all downhill at the Open Championship.
You break a few eggs before you can make an omelette.
I was just going through such a bad phase in my career, and then 2018 was Carnoustie, where myself and my caddy split up, and probably one of the lowest points in my whole career. I don't think I've ever been in such good form going into an Open.
What a start. Shane moves to 11 under. He's leading the Open Championship.
I get down onto the tee and I'm looking around, the crowd are going mental, and I'm just taking it all in. I'm like, this is incredible.
Oh, what a boy, Shane Lowry.
There's no in between today. Like, it's either going to be one of the best days of my life or one of the worst.
What a time to throw in another birdie.
I have to go and win, and that's the way I felt, and thankfully I did.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
however,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Yeah, fascinating to see the top tracer technology. This is Rory McIlroy, the work that he's done Thursday and Friday, Thursday morning, Thursday afternoon and Friday. Those are his shots, that's his performance. The longest carry, 3-4-7. Now, on the putting green, aiming a bit all over the place, Rory there, but look at the cannons going out the back of the driving range. Mark, he needs to sort of get the putting. No, I think the putting was pretty good yesterday, just a couple of loose ones, wasn't it? Kind of looked like he had the speed in there, was frustrated. He got into a bad spots a couple of times.
Listen, if you were going to have your confidence dented, it would have been done at the first with the little 2.5 footer down the hill that he missed, and it wasn't. And from that point on, there was 4 birdies through 10 and a further birdie picked up at 17. You don't do that without putting, okay? So I'm not concerned about his putting at all.
Yeah, fascinating to see. Look at all those. It's like a fireworks show as it all comes together. Rory McIlroy, this to win the Open. Rory McIlroy, this to win the Open. Damn. So, Rory just visualizing the break, trying to get the speed.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, that's exactly what he's doing, isn't it? I mean, you know, look, he's just picking random putts as if he was on the course and just reading them, standing over them and getting a feel for pace, as you say. There's no mirrors, there's no gadgets, there's no gizmos. This is just purely about, just a
just his
bit,
optics, isn't it?
Yeah, optics and a little feel and touch. And
there is an adjustment to make when you come back to a links golf course. We do have a little bit slower greens because we have a little bit of more dangerous winds. So how about that? The career Grand Slam winners. 1935 it all started, and that was where the name was coined. Gene Sarazen, Hogan, 53, a man whose swing is still on every single phone of every single tour player in the world. Gary Player, legend. Only Arnold Palmer missing from there, really. Nicklaus, Woods and McIlroy.
1953, Hogan won the 3 majors he played in and couldn't play in the other one to actually have the Grand Slam in the year, because he couldn't get back quick enough to play from the Open Championship to America, to play in the US PGA, because they were travelling by boat in those days.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he in essence won the 3 majors he entered, and the only 3 majors he could win in 1953. Who will be the next to join that? I would say, well, two
what is his name?
Koepka, potentially Scheffler.
Yeah. Yeah, Koepka, he was surprising. I thought he warmed up amazingly well. I was watching him working so hard with his coach, Pete Cowan, and he just didn't seem like he kind of got it kicked off at all yesterday. So
hitting a few long putts now. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, so that was a 45-foot sort of pace feel.
Yeah.
Not even to a hole, just to a spot. I think actually would be going to the old hole just behind him and probably slightly overhit it. But this is all feel-related practice. This is all trying to hit a spot at different distances. Amazing how every player has a different way of practicing. As he walks past the putting mirror there, that's somebody's just vacated for a few minutes.
Yeah, interesting to see. You can't put too much science on this. It's just like,
no, this is great.
Is it how I feel it is? Is my read in? Is the green a little faster than I feel it is with my eyes? Is it a little slower?
Well, they've been consistent. The stimp meter, the green speed, which is you know, obviously read by a stimp meter, has been 11 both days. Today they are just slightly softer, only by a couple of millimeters, but they have a machine that measures the firmness of the greens.
Yeah.
So they are a fraction softer because of, I think, 3 millimeters of rain that fell over the course of yesterday.
Look at the ball run out there. Look at the ball release.
Yeah, they're beautiful.
Yeah,
the greens are fabulous.
Yeah.
They're fabulous.
Yeah,
the course is fabulous.
Yeah, it is.
Condition-wise, I've never seen an Open Championship better.
McIlroy, it is 10:01, 8 minutes to get ready. A lot of curve on that, wasn't it? A lot of swing.
But he's not worried, you know.
No.
He's not. This is not in any way, shape or form bothering him that he's not making them. It is all feel related.
No, it is fascinating. Well, those two will have company. They will head out onto the back 9 in about 6 minutes' time, onto the front 9, T1. Let's have a closer look at the front 9 of Royal Portrush.
Huey's. One of the most difficult opening shots on the Open Rota. Any player will be happy to simply avoid crossing the white stakes, which line both sides of the fairway. Echoes of Rory McIlroy's opening iron in 2019 will remain in the minds of players and fans alike. Unlike traditional links opening holes, there is no gentle start here, with the hole playing over par in every round of the 2019 Open Championship. Giants Grave. After the tough opening hole comes a par 5 second hole that offers one of the best birdie chances of the round. The fairway narrows after the slight dogleg, and the biggest decision for those that miss the fairway will be where to leave their layup. The cross bunkers and undulating fairway will mean many could lay back further to give themselves a better chance to attack the flag. A large runoff the front left of the green means players need to play the approach with caution. Isla. The first of 4 par 3s and the shortest of them at 176 yards is a very stern iron test. Local knowledge states that everything breaks in off the right side of the green, and the runoff area to the left side will suck up many balls throughout the week. Looks simple on paper, but any crosswinds will make just finding and holding the green a very good result. Fred Daly's. A challenging hole in 2019, now poised to play even tougher, having been lengthened ahead of this year's championship. Out of bounds, runs very tight to the right-hand side, and the fairway slopes deceptively from the right, feeding balls back toward the center line, but also toward the fairway bunkers. The approach to a slightly raised green will be blind for all pins on the left side of the green, as well as playing into the prevailing wind. Par here is always a good score. White Rocks. The first sight of the ocean and a spectacular par 4 that is sure to be a popular landing spot for fans throughout the championship. Despite playing only 372 yards, it's a hole that brims with danger. A true risk-reward dogleg, with those willing to bite off more of the corner, able to hit just short wedges into the green, or even get close to the front. With the undulations of the fairway and the blue ocean in the background, this is one of Royal Portrush's true iconic holes. Harry Colts. With the players' backs to the ocean now, it's the second of the par 3s. With a tailwind from the sea, it will play a lot less than its 193 yards. But the large green will offer a wide range of pin options. The back right pin in particular will make for a very tough par. Current Point. The second of the par 5s is also the longest at 607 yards. Another of Royal Portrush's iconic holes, it was created ahead of the 148th Open in 2019. Imposing dunes line the right side, hiding the ocean and disturbing the prevailing wind. A huge fairway bunker guards the right side, and anyone who ends up in here will play it as a true 3-shotter. The greenside dunes will be covered by spectators, creating a natural amphitheater to see which players can tame the undulating green. Click here to watch Rory McIlroy's take on the 7th. Dunluce. To hit driver would require a draw off the 8th tee, and many players will choose less club in favor of accuracy. Anything left will be swallowed up by the dunes and the spectators that line the fairway. The 8th, like many greens at Royal Portrush, is crowned with runoffs on all sides. Players will favor hitting deeper into the green to avoid the nasty front right bunker. Tavern. The final hole on the outward 9, and things don't get any easier. The hardest hole on the front side in the final round of the 2019 Open. At 432 yards, it can feel like much more when the wind is hurting. Sweeping from right to left, the sight line off the tee is nothing but thick rough and some pot bunkers at the turn of the hole. The large green has 2 tiers, meaning many will be tested on their lag putting. A par at the 9th should not be taken for granted.
It is absolutely beautiful. Here is our aerial shot, our plane circling over, giving you a view of the area. Sort of have a bay here. The beach is amazing. And up over the dunes, paradise on earth, golfing paradise, Mark Rowe.
Absolutely, and it doesn't just sort of end here. You go down a little bit further down to Portrush. There's the old course at Portrush, and you know, this is a golfing mecca. I haven't played any of these courses, and actually this week I've decided that I am going to come and play these golf courses. I am going to make a trip. I'm going to make a special trip, organise it, come with my wife, spend a week maybe, 5-6 days, and travel around here, because I've fallen in love with this coastline.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if it's not on your list is no good, because Royal Portrush should be on every single list. It is absolutely magic. On some other ports, Stuart, as you say there, Ardglass, I think it is, Ardglass, down by County Down.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Harris English going through his paces with Justin Parsons.
Quite a tall fella, Harris English.
He is a flusher, I'm telling you.
I was surprised how tall he was when I walked on the range. And 67 yesterday, was he? Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, fabulous day yesterday.
He's following McIlroy, Thomas and Fleetwood. He is the 10:20 time with Nick Taylor, the Canadian, and lovely Tony Finau. Have a look at that. That's the Harris English card.
7 birdies out there. It's a good tally. That's some very, very good golf indeed. I don't know, did anybody go bogey-free yesterday? I can't imagine anybody.
Did Rosie have a bogey?
Oh, you might be right. That's a very good shout, by the way. And I told you, didn't I, earlier? I said, for me, he was the most impressive tee to green. Yep, good shout, Simon. That's impressive. Well done. Plucked that out immediately, didn't you? Yeah.
So,
I'm thinking he must be the only one, but I mean, it's just so hard to go bogey-free around this golf course.
Yeah, I tell you though, Harris English, he is some player.
Beth Page.
He's not
100%.
He's not, and he won't go away. We've seen him put on some great victories. He was amazing when he won the Century in Kapalua. I mean, just some of the shots that he hit. Another massive talent. I mean, that's one of the things. It's like, it's so hard to get a result at a major, isn't it? It's only 4. It's so difficult.
Yes, but I do think it changes last day, and particularly back 9 of a major. It does change.
See, I like that. In the gum in the bin. Harris English, that's a little gold star for your chart. Well behaved. I'd like to see that. So,
you are a traditionalist, aren't you?
Do you know what? I hate seeing rubbish on the ground. That upsets me.
Do you know what I hate when I watch the PGA Tour coverage? When they spit. When it's the chewing tobacco and they no, off. I think that's a shot penalty for me.
Yeah, in play it's pretty bad. So Christian Bezuidenhout back to 4 under par. Rasmus, nice work, Rasmus.
Brilliant. It's brilliant.
And Brian Harman, links specialist. Medium hitter, gritty as you like. He'll love this course. I mean, because he can't use his lack of power, or as a medium hitter, he has to find other ways to do it. But you can pull this course apart with the precision, which is what his skill is.
Yeah, you're seeing names now starting to appear, aren't you? That won't disappear. They're going to be around the whole weekend. It's a fabulous leaderboard.
It is. The cream has arrived very quickly to the top, hasn't it? I've been disappointed, I think, for a bit. Bryson, I was hoping, was be in the mix.
You know, I kind of half expected that, strangely enough. Nikolai at 2 under.
Yeah. Yet
Rasmus
to go.
4 under.
Yeah.
Højgaards are right in this. Who will be the first Højgaard to win a major?
Oh, very different personalities, if you ask me.
And I think they're both going to have a chance this week.
Yeah, no, it'd be interesting. Ryder Cup player / captain Keegan Bradley, just continuing great form. All Irish hopes. Well, many hopes on Shane Lowry, John Rahm, Phil Mickelson, McIlroy.
I tell you what's unbelievable is how many major champions are inside the top 30. That is, for me, I'm just looking at that leaderboard and I can't remember seeing that many major champions in the mix, and that's this golf course. That is what it is. It's not about hitting it a long way. It's not about overpowering it. This is a strategic... It's a game of chess this week. It's a game of chess. It's a game of major chess for these players.
No, it's a very good shout. I think that's going to be how you have to play it. And I mean, we've got amazing conditions today. The conditions yesterday were inconsistent. You know, there was a forecast that came out. It didn't follow the forecast at all. Joaquim Niemann. I was watching him. He's an absolute flusher. Nico Echevarria from Colombia was explaining to us that he never ever has been this cold in his whole life. Bless him.
Christopher Wrighton, one of the stars of the DP World Tour this year so far. He was a couple under par yesterday, let it slip. But what a couple of weeks he had through Belgium, where he shot 62 final round to get to the playoff in Belgium at the Soudal Open and win that, and then 60 the final round the following week and nearly won again.
Yeah. No, great to see. So important. DP World has been a place where stars have formed their skills. Brian Campbell, recent winner in the PGA Tour, very medium hitter, the shortest hitter on the PGA Tour. It's not the thing you want to be known as, is the shortest hitter on tour, is it?
Well, I tell you what you want to be known as is a winner. You know what? Of course. And we talked about this golf course being a course you can't overpower. And there will always be courses where length is not imperative or as imperative as other golf courses. He beat Pot Heater in a playoff to get his first win. He's won again. He's a two-time winner.
Yeah.
I tell you what, you can call me the shortest hitter on the tour if you want to. And if I end up my career with 4 or 5 wins, happy days. I don't care.
No, it is amazing.
You know? And winning's everything.
Yeah.
And
but I mean, the way the game goes, especially on the PGA Tour, the medium hitter is such a massive disadvantage, you know.
But hang on, let's talk about medium hitters. Let's be honest, right? If you look at the PGA Tour stats, I think the top 100 hit it 300. Is 300 now considered a medium hitter? I mean, you can make that argument, can't you? But I mean, listen, 300 is good driving of the ball.
Yeah. Jakob Skoff Olesen, the left-hander.
I like the way you said that. I think you've spent some time in those sort of in the Scandinavian countries. You have, haven't you?
I have, yeah.
Did you say Skoff?
Go on. Jakob Skoff Olesen.
Skoff, you said Skoff.
You've got to give it a little bit of that.
Yeah, I saw that. You see, I've been calling him Skov.
Yeah.
But you see, I'm a northerner, so to me it's Skov. But I love the way you did that.
The Danes. You've got to love the Danes. Anyway.
Well, here you go. I like that. I like that. Look at that. It's lovely posture, lovely grip. That is absolutely textbook.
Well, just plays golf in the middle of the fairway.
It's a beautiful golf swing.
At 280.
Okay.
Let's have a look.
Now, Rory was what, 330, 337, I think, was the longest I think Rory hit.
270. 161 ball speed, 173 ball speed's kind of PGA Tour average.
So just the 60-odd yards behind Rory? Slightly more?
Yeah.
I've got to say, I would find it a little hard playing with Rory.
Well, you wouldn't see him.
I've never played with anybody that hits it that far, I don't think. But if I was in a tournament and I kept looking up and my playing partner was 70 yards ahead of me, eventually would get a little annoyed. I might snap his driver.
Yeah, I played in a sort of a competition in St. Moritz last summer, and Martin Borgemeyer was my playing partner. And
is that the world? Is that the world long drive?
And on the 18th hole, he carried it 419 yards, which is quite good.
Beastly, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can he actually play as well?
He can really properly play.
Right, okay.
We were magnificent as a pairing.
Well, I knew you would be.
Absolutely. It was little and large.
Every time I've ever asked you, how'd you play? I was magnificent.
I was. But it is. It's all just a case of sort of the
it is,
image you have in your head, isn't it?
With your 6 shots that you get on the first tee, yeah. You normally are. Nothing better than hanging out. Nice shoes.
On a Friday morning.
They're new. They're out the box. it might be a rookie error at the Open Championship, getting a brand new pair of shoes out
the shoes
box.
are so comfy now.
No,
they're not like the...
I have to say, those. I mean, and those FootJoy shoes there. That is like you haven't
Slippers.
got them on. It's like a pair of slippers.
I know, but they're stable though. I don't. What do you think?
I heard you talking about this the other day. The technology that goes into shoes nowadays, but it is incredible. But I think that the fashion faux pas with the socks.
Light blue short socks.
No. You spotted the socks? Yeah. No. Sorry, Brian. They're bad socks. I'm not.
Do you think they're the little anklets?
Well, they're neither, are they? They're kind. There you go. Are they actual socks that they go further up?
I think they've got stripes on them. I think they're not as bad as we originally thought.
Tell you what, he's straight, isn't he? 15 feet of curve. That's not bad. Breeze is slightly off the right-hand side. Now he's 226 now, so he's moved up to what would be his. I'm going to say 3. I think that's a 3-iron for him. I don't think it's his driving iron, is it? Oh, it might be actually. It might be. Yeah, it might be with a graphite shaft. Yeah.
I think the socks aren't as bad as you thought. I think they're actually multicoloured. They're long uns. I think they're actually pretty good.
When it went to cream, I thought that's his skin. I thought no. But they are actually, they're longer socks.
I think they're sort of like one of those rock socks.
Are you a stripy sock man?
Oh, I can absolutely do a stripy sock.
Yeah, I can't do stripy socks. You'll never see a stripy sock anywhere near me.
No.
And I think it matters. By the way, it's just all about how you look on the golf course. Do you know how important feeling good is and dressing well and dressing smart?
Yeah.
And feeling good about... I think that's massively important. Yeah. And I'm not joking there. That is, for me, I want to look sharp. Go on the golf course, I want to look as sharp as anyone.
Yeah. Just throwing darts, isn't he? Brian Campbell. Throwing darts.
What was he yesterday, Campbell, by the way? Did you mention that already? What was his score yesterday? Because I don't know that. Simon's, as we speak, scrolling. He'll get there.
He was 2 over.
Okay.
So not amazing.
No, he's not. No. Good day today. You're back in it.
Yeah. Just moving around. Very, very good optics on the driving range, aren't they?
Brilliant picture of the golf ball, by the way. One of the very, very best pitchers on the PGA Tour. And I say pitching, I say that like 100, 120 yards to 80 yards, that sort of distance. That's a big penguin, isn't it?
Oh, well spotted, yes. It's a big penguin.
Yeah. I like that.
Do you ever see that film where there's the penguins tap dance? No.
Happy Feet.
Oh, Happy Feet.
See?
That's very good. I like that.
Yeah, I know.
I watched that with my children when they were little.
I know all the kids' movies. I watch them. Problem is, I'm always crying at kids' movies. They're supposed to be happy, but I end up in tears all the time.
I thought that was great. Anyway. Here we go. Stable.
He's going to have a good day. I'm going for a Brian Campbell today. Get back to level par. I'm going 2 under.
Yeah. Great demeanour. Speaking of great demeanours and elegance, let's go to Di Stewart.
Thanks, Simon. What a great throw here with Pete on the range, looking at tee times, elegance and grace as well, Pete. That's what you've got.
Yeah.
Rory McIlroy. Gosh, it was a circus, wasn't it? There was a big show here. All the cameras, everybody, I think, in the world of golf was on the range when he was, and the grandstand was absolutely packed. It's pretty empty now because everyone's following him.
It's when you know you're a power player when literally you leave, everyone else leaves just to go watch. I mean, it's incredible the amount of support he does have. I mean, obviously, you know, it's kind of hero here in Northern Ireland, but it kind of really does hit home, and he seems a lot more relaxed today as well, which is nice.
Those two are still there. They're pointing. Give us a wave. Can they give us a wave? They can see us. Can you give us a wave, chaps? Oh, he's getting his camera out. Get your binoculars out. Can you?
Yeah.
There you go. We're waving at you.
I mean, they're actually lost. They're on the beach watching the birds.
Oh, he's got his binoculars now.
Yeah, there we go.
Can you see me? I'm waving at you. Yes. Can you give it? There we. Yeah. Took a while. I was determined to keep my arm in the air. Thank you, gents. Having a good day. Good fun. Great stuff. Oh, avid golf fans. Brilliant. I think he was completely confused with what we were doing there. So Rory has gone. Bob McIntyre actually walked past the back of him and said, wow, crazy.
Yeah.
Because every camera was on him. It's almost like there aren't all the other players in the field when he comes onto the range here in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I mean, most pro golfers have like a little bit of an ego, and to like be in the presence of someone who's like a world-class player, obviously world famous as well, it can be a little bit of a shadow cast.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's only when you get out on the course where you can maybe outshine him. I mean, I have just heard a roar coming from the course. I imagine
it's a
Rory
roar.
birdie. There is a different sound to a Rory birdie.
It was a deep underlying tone to it, and then a scream
12
and a
right in the
birdie. Birdie for Rory on the first, which is great, which is 2 strokes better than yesterday
Yes, it
when
is,
he made that bogey.
Honestly, he did look really relaxed out here. He was a little bit nervous on the first few drives he hit. He missed everything left yesterday.
There's another chair.
That's him just leaving the green.
Oh, probably. Oh,
Fleetwood's also birdie. This is what's great when the tournament starts to begin. You hear the roars and the anticipation starts to build. It's great.
Yeah.
Nothing like it open.
There really isn't. And my walk around the golf course last night when we came off air, walked to the 8th, the 10th. It's so undulating, but there are some real sort of spectator spots, all of us bundled on top of a small hill watching, but the view is of a couple of holes. It's not just of one. So really great sort of cinematic viewing of the whole course. Great spectators course.
Like here in Bergdale are probably the two which really stand out because the dunes are big and they surround the hole. They frame each hole.
Yeah.
It's often like the case with St Andrews. St Andrews, most famous course maybe in the world. It's amazing to play. It's a great open venue. But for a spectator, it's not the best because you've got to go all the way around the outside.
Yeah.
Here, because of the individual nature of the holes, because of the dunes, you can wander out and be pretty much guaranteed to see some golf.
This is the flyover, and obviously we've got White Rocks, the par 5, which goes down towards the cliffs, the beach. You could end up on the beach, out of bounds at the back. Stuart Sink was talking about that a couple of days ago when we spoke to him. And 2 miles east of here is Dunluce Castle, which dates back to the 13th century. This, of course, is the Dunluce Links. We've got the Valley Course next to us, where Graham McDowell grew up. He's just had a hole named after him. Darren Clark's had the 9th here at the Dunluce, named after him. The tough 9th, par 4, into wind, not an easy one. Darren had a great chip in yesterday on 17. Crowd went mad. He had a birdie on 17, didn't he?
Yeah, he played pretty well.
Yeah.
I mean, a few of the golden oldies yesterday played quite well. Justin Leonard came in with a 1 under par, which was fantastic. He went out in some of the toughest conditions as
Brilliant.
well. Links golf is great for bringing fields together. Like, there's no way Justin Leonard is going to go out of a US Open and shoot on the par. It's just not that kind of course. But at Links, you have those opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, we have Tom Watson almost winning, you know, not that long ago now. So, you know, Westwood obviously had a good round yesterday. It has that ability to bring golfers together from different skill sets.
Yeah.
It's great.
Super exciting. OK, let's have a look at the leaderboard. Who's right at the top at the moment? I think the score is still 4 under par. 8 players on -4 on that score. Brian Harman, former Open champ from a couple of years ago, -2 for the day through 3. There are birdie opportunities, Pete.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good Brian Harman course, this, and he went out again, tough conditions yesterday, played really well. Slightly different putter in the bag than his usual Thor's hammer, so we'll see how he gets on with that. Tyrrell, a lot of people's favourite. A lot of people's favourite coming into this. Loves links golf, has won the Dunhill Links before. He's prowling. He putted unbelievably well yesterday.
I think it's because they chatted to Live at the range on Monday. We've obviously inspired them. Brian was a true gent. He did our 160 HSBC challenge, did very well. I think he finished 2nd in that. And Tyrrell Hatton also did the challenge, 158 in his first go, 162, 162.
Yeah. I mean, Hao Tong Lee, as he left the range, I actually gave him like a little high five as
Did
well.
you?
So I don't want to, claim responsibility.
Well,
but
I think that's 10% at least.
Yeah.
Scotty Scheffler's out this afternoon, obviously one of the later tee times, 3:10. Rory was out at 3:10 yesterday with Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Thomas, but today it's 3:10 is Shane Lowry, Colin Morikawa and Scotty Scheffler. So we can't wait to see that wave. They'll probably come onto the range about 2:15. Podrick Harrington's on the range. How did Podrick get on yesterday?
He was okay, a little bit up and down. I mean, he birdied the first.
Do you want to take a little wander?
Which is always great.
Yeah.
And he's currently just grinding away. He just cross-hand swung a driving iron and took a divot the size of a shoebox.
I just saw that, actually. Yeah, it struggled a bit on the back nine.
Yeah, but it's tough, isn't it? Because
4 over par his score was yesterday.
It's a course where you could easily get away from you. This isn't easy, you know, especially with off the tee. If you're not quite hitting the fairways, it can just gobble up scores so quickly. And some of the pins yesterday as well, with the runoff areas positioned close by, yeah, it can get away from you fast.
Well, he was actually out in 38 strokes, which was 2 over, bogeys at 3, 4 and 8. I did have a birdie on the first hole. Remember that we had that big cheer, didn't we? And then bogeys. What about the back nine? What happened there?
I mean, listen, I think with the layout of Portrush, the par fives are absolutely crucial. And on the par fives yesterday, he was 1 over on the par fives yesterday. Those are the holes that you've got to pick your shots up on, because there's not very many easy birdie opportunities out there. I mean, if you think about it, the 5th is the only really gettable par 4. You know, all the others are tough tee shots, tough approaches. 17 maybe if it's downwind, but I don't think it will be for most of the week. So, yeah, par 5's going to be crucial.
Guesstimate on the cut?
Oh, I mean, it's actually quite a nice day today. I think it was sitting around 2 over yesterday.
Yeah, 2 over is tied 70th right now.
Yeah, so I think...
And +1 is tied 45th. Everybody's really tightly packed, aren't they?
Can't imagine it's going to move too much. I'd say 2, 3 over at a push.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's going to go crazy low today, but yeah, I reckon 2 over.
What we think is going to be the lead score by the end of the day? I mean, -4 obviously after day 1 with 8 players right now at -4. I'm going to go -8, Pete.
I think 7. I think 7.
You're going to go 7
would be great,
yeah.
with the winning score probably around 12 or 13.
Well, as Jason Day said yesterday, he's never known a weather pattern like this. He could not believe how much the weather changed yesterday. If you speak to the locals, that's what happens here. There's wind, there's rain, there's wind, there's sun. And then there's another
a little bit of sun.
Downpour.
Every now and again.
Yeah, a little bit. We're enjoying it now, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's great.
You've got to enjoy these slight moments of blue sky.
You certainly do. There is Harrington's card, as I say, out in 38 and back in 37. Those 4 bogey, double bogey on the 10th hole. That's going to hurt a bit, isn't it? That par 4 dogleg right. It's not very long.
It's not, but it's tough. The rough here is very thick. And with the rain that came down yesterday, it's obviously gone to the roots, so it's going to be lush underneath and thick in the middle. If you go to like an east coast of Scotland links course, normally it's you can get through the rough. It's wispy, it's light. Here and on the west coast of Scotland, it's so thick. It's a real punishment.
In the purple behind us, George Bloor, who we spoke to a few over par. I think George finished 4 over par yesterday. Need to make some birdies today, but as you say, you just make a couple of birdies, you're in that cut mark, and then it's normally very tightly packed for an Open Championship. You've got a chance of finishing up further up the leaderboard come the weekend. But what do you make of George's swing? Take a look.
Really good, really solid, very modern movement, very athletic, hits the ball a good distance, super consistent, and he's making his way up the game. He's still only a young lad, like, you know, Open experience. With these crowds at a tough course like this, if he makes the cut, it'd be a wonderful achievement in itself.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Really great experience. Okay, let's get back to Simon in the box. Simon, hope you've got a cuppa. Have you got a biscuit as well?
We're on sort of health drinks in here, Diana. So, yeah, it is a very modern action, isn't it? So much is all about creating power. There is such a huge benefit to be able to get that ball speed up into the 180s. Always fascinating to see the distance that the players hit the ball nowadays.
He's got quite a few logos, hasn't he, as well? He's well supported, well sponsored. There's a lot going on. He's a bit more like a Formula One driver than a golfer with all those logos.
Yeah, I like his game. I like the kind of the briskness and the way that he moves. He spoke to us during the week. He's a super charming guy. Conducts himself really nicely.
Great physique, isn't he, as well, for a golfer?
Yeah, tall, nice, good length, yeah. good proportions.
Strong. Can see he's strong.
Yeah.
I noticed how you kind of semi-ignored the throw from Dye there with the chocolate biscuits.
It's taking liberties, isn't it?
No, but I'd like to add that when the chocolate biscuits did come in, they disappeared very quickly and I didn't get one. You are like a chocolate raptor, the way you went at those chocolate biscuits.
They're not really... It's more of a survival pack, Mark. And I think there's nothing wrong with having your dessert first. Anyway. What an amazing experience for you. How old were you when you first played in the Open?
So it was 1987 in Muirfield, so 63. I'm not very good at mathematics. It takes me quite a while to work this out, but 24 years of age, and I qualified there, and I had a great break with the draw, to be honest with you, because I was a qualifier. I was out at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And it was a horrible day, and then about 4 o'clock, 4:30, all of a sudden, like it can do on a links golf course, it became a beautiful day, and I capitalised on that. And I also remember playing with Ben Crenshaw in the final round when it was the worst conditions I think I ever played in. Driving rain, horrendous strong winds, and he went round that golf course, Ben Crenshaw, and he scared the hole just about on every putt. And I think he shot 68 and moved from 30th to 3rd. And I shot what I thought was a lovely round of 72 or 73, I can't remember exactly. And I got myself a top 20 in the Open Championship, which I was so pleased with. But I asked him after, I said, Ben, I said, that was, for me, I said, I can't believe how well you putted. I said, it was incredible. I said, what do you think of when you're putting in the strong winds and in those conditions? He said, I don't think any different to how I think always. He said, I never try to hold putts. He said, I just always see the hole on the journey of the ball. He said, and try to get the pace right. I like that. I mean, he won.
Yeah, because that's
a
very stress-free way of putting, isn't it?
And he had this thing. He had one of those Wilson 880 putters, I think, which is like a long, thin blade, and it just turned open slightly, and it rotated slightly. But I tell you what, I think part of that is something that you almost can't teach in a way. I know that sounds crazy, but it was the greatest putting performance
I ever saw. It's a great swing thought, though. It's a great swing thought. It's a great thing to tell yourself. Look at that.
You know, we often say, don't we, in putting or in chipping, when you're that actually the ball is just on the journey of a good technical motion.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, you see amateur golfers, they hit at the ball. And if we stay here on Minion Cam and we watch George, just watch how fluid he is through the ball. So I mean, watch his finish.
Is it actually a Minion with a camera in its
It's a Minion. It's one of my Minions. Look at that. There's no event at the ball there. There's not like, okay, I hit to the ball and stop. It's a fluid movement hitting through the ball. It's like an explosion to the finish. So if you can finish and hold your balance. Oh, there it is. See, I control that. I've got hundreds of them.
It's a clever little thing, isn't it?
I'm actually very fond of it. Sometimes people knock it over and try to hit balls at it.
Oh, I mean, I have to say, to be honest with you, that wouldn't be there. If I was on the range, that would have been gone by now.
Child.
That'd have been a low 3-iron. Oh, sorry.
Podrick Harrington as well on the driving range. 4 over Podrick Harrington yesterday. So here we go. Minion Cam. There it is.
Can he sneak? He is obviously remote controlled, is he? Can he sneak up on them, or is he fixed?
I'm not telling you.
Oh, I'd love that. Imagine the fun you could have.
I'm not telling you. Here we go.
If you give me the controls, listen, you'll get some interesting. Give me the controls. Well, I'll get you some interesting angles.
The dangerous Mark Rowe. George, we wish you well, mate.
Yeah, good luck,
You're 2
mate.
over par. Have a great day. Hopefully see you tomorrow. Look at that. Amazing scenes. The massive build-out that is the Open Championship. There is no finer place to watch golf.
On the tee, Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go? Just swing.
Swing wild.
Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
However,
Wherever.
It doesn't matter.
just swing. Head over to golf.golf.
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
Yeah, fascinating view. This is the 4th hole on the Valley course and the 5th hole coming back the other way. It's served as our driving range. It's been magnificent for the visuals, giving the players a really good feel of what it's going to be like once they go out onto the golf course. They're able to recreate the shots. In the bottom of your screen there is Padraig Harrington, who will be very annoyed, I think, at how he went yesterday, alongside Peter Cowan. And we have got some unbelievable merchandise tents here at the Open Championship. There is the QR code. Scan that and feast your eyes on an amazing catalogue of fantastic kit, including, if you want to join my gang, the yellow umbrella. That is really sort of a signature of where you stand in the game of golf. We don't want to see any umbrellas today, but very important to get your merch in, as they say. So it's going to be a very difficult test. We've had a really good look at the front 9 here at Royal Portrush. Let's just remind you of some of the features on the back 9.
Himalayas. Few players will choose driver at the 10th. A hard left to right dogleg means the landing zone is narrow, with the fairway seemingly sitting in a valley of dunes, typical of this spectacular setting. The green also seems nestled in deep amongst the dunes, and players can use the natural mounding to their advantage to bank the ball onto the green. P.G. Stevenson's. The 11th is a fearsome hole. The fairway so hard to find that bunkers are not required for additional defense. The hardest hole in 2019, there were 27 double bogeys or worse here across the 4 days. Playing more than a half shot over par in the final round, the green sits over a large hollow, and a false front will collect the balls that don't quite have the legs to carry on to the putting surface. Duvarin. After the 11th, the 12th provides a bit of a respite. The easiest hole of the 2019 championship, the final par 5 on the card offers a great scoring opportunity. If the wind is prevailing, the players will have it at their backs. The main obstacle off the tee being 3 large bunkers on the right. If those are avoided, there is clear sight to the green. Anything sliding to the right is in danger of catching the slopes, which could kick the ball towards the thick rough. But the players will certainly see this as a strong chance for birdie. Featherbed. The 13th is another of Royal Portrush's eye-catching par 3s. Playing considerably downhill, yardages will be tough to calculate when the wind is factored in as well. There are slopes off the back of the right bunker which can be used to a player's advantage. However, many will end up long, especially downwind. The green itself is a tough read, with everything tending to break from the front right to the back left. Causeway. Another of the back nine's daunting par 4s, the 14th was the second hardest hole in 2019, playing well over par every day. There were 169 bogeys or worse made here over the 4 days, and avoiding the 2 fairway bunkers off the tee is non-negotiable. At the 148th Open, less than a third of the field were able to hold the green. The large bunker to the left is a fearsome sight, and getting up and down out of there is a rare feat. Skerries. A great par 4 rising over the crest of the hill and giving the players another sight of the ocean. Named for the island you can see as you walk up to your ball, a drive up the right side gives the best line into the green. Despite not being the longest, this hole still played over par across the 2019 championship and will be a good 4 again this year. Calamity Corner. And then we come to Calamity, one of the Open's most iconic and fiendish par 3s. 236 yards of pure terror, the valley to the right constantly in the mind as the wind blows directly into your face. Expect to see players take a lot of club into this green. Many will bail out left, where swales await to absorb any balls that miss the green. This hole is sure to play a leading role in the drama that will unfold at the 153rd Open. Purgatory. With Calamity conquered, there are still 2 tough tests to come. The 17th sweeps down to the right, the blind tee shot demanding every ounce of concentration to find the right aiming point. If players find the fairway, they'll be faced with a downhill approach to a firm green that will be hard to hold. The huge downhill slope to the green means players can actually get close from the tee, should they be feeling bold. The atmosphere here is sure to be electric, with grandstands surrounding this area, which backs on to the 13th green. Babingtons. Those seeking to secure the claret jug and a place in history face a demanding final challenge on the 18th, with the biggest obstacle being the landing zone from the tee. With Duneland to the right, the players will favor the left side, which also opens up the view to the green. A large bunker short right may tempt players to take more club. Come Championship Sunday, one player will take the greatest walk in golf, heading into this spectacular arena, about to be crowned Champion Golfer of the Year.
Champion Golfer of the Year. That is what it's all about. Here is the driving range. It is 10:45. Podrick Harrington is out there. Rory has gone. And we've got Harrington, Højgaard, Nicolai, that is. Tom McKibben, that's at 11:26. Louis Oosthuizen, Guido Migliozzi, and KJ Choi. Cam Smith soon going out. So just a load of star power coming through. Peter Finch is here. What was it like, Peter, down on the range when Rory arrived? It was sounded for us here a different vibe.
It was a little bit of carnage. Even kind of Rob McIntyre walked past, like muttering how crazy it was, because it is like a little planet.
Yeah.
Like, you know, people orbit around him wherever he goes. And the crowd was slightly disappointed because the grandstand was packed and he stopped short of going all the way down the range. So they had to watch him from a little bit of a distance. I have to say he was hitting it a bit weird to begin with, especially with the driver. Like we saw yesterday how he was missing it left. And as he started to go through the motions, he started to figure a few things out. It looked like the ball was finally a bit straighter. So, and I hear he's had a really good start. So
Pete Harrison.
No,
Pete Harrison.
Pete Harrison.
Pete Cowan. Pete Cowan. What an absolute ledge.
That was a fantastic combination of Pete Cowan and Padraig Harrington there, by the way.
Thanks.
Pete Harrison.
It was. Padraig Harrington, 4 over par. Pete Cowan telling him, Padraig, that is a terrible idea, mate. I have a cunning plan. You can just see, Padraig coming in there, the tinkerer, that tinkerer that is Harrington. I have a cunning plan, Pete. And Pete going, you total muppet.
Yeah, Pete is just nodding his head, isn't he? He's like, yeah, okay, okay, okay. How about we don't do that? What's the phrase? Sucking his teeth, trying not to say anything?
No, but the part of being a coach is obviously listening, but it's also just say to your player that because you've got to bat away all of their genius ideas.
Yeah.
Harrington, though, has impressed. Incredible how... I think longevity is one of those markers that we don't respect enough in the game. Harrington, Adam Scott, Langer, obviously the poster boy for longevity.
I mean, Harrison's great because he has such a passion for the game, and it's only through that real love of golf that you're going to carry on that long, and you're going to practice, you're going to look after yourself. I mean, Justin Rose for me is always the key example of this. You know, he's preparing himself so he can still be a force in the game for the years to come, despite him reaching the autumn of his career in certainly what you would consider a young man's game.
Yeah.
And Padraig is the same. Like, he's working hard, he's still grafted, he's still winning big tournaments, you know.
Senior Open.
Won the Senior Open, yeah.
Just won the Senior Open, the US Senior
Open, yeah.
Sunningdale next week is for the British Senior Open.
You must be playing in that.
And then the ladies, there's no need for that, Peter.
No, because you're a good player. Why aren't you playing?
Bless you, thank you very much. I am, though. I'm really a very good player. And so, and then the ladies, Royal Porthcawl, the AIG Women's Open.
Yes.
Harrington, 27 starts, and then the back-to-back, 207, 208.
Yeah, still one of the most impressive shots I've seen, that 5-wood on 17.
Oh.
At Birkdale, unbelievable shot.
Well, when you chat to him about it, he wasn't going for the green. It was, and he got this massive kick forward.
Yeah.
He just said, like, basically everything he touched turned to gold that week, and that can happen. I love the way he's played the game, though. He's always respected the traditions of the game, plays golf in a really charming way. He's been a great ambassador. He's always been prepared to take his game on the road. He's improved himself. It's very impressive. He first came out really as someone who was a good kind of mudder and a great short game, and he's become a really premium ball striker.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of the beauties of golf that, you know, we all know, anybody who plays, you can always improve on something. You know, you're never ever going to conquer this game, but it can wear you down. Like, if things don't go well, if like changes you make don't work out, you know, you can often get worse sometimes at golf, and it's hard to keep going. And Padraig's like taking his mentality, and he's taken his ability to consume just so much information, and he's really channeled it into... he's probably one of the more knowledgeable players out there. He owns his game a lot more than anyone else.
I like that. And there it is, brought to you by our amazing sponsor, Rolex. It is 9 minutes to 11. And it is all about time. And what you don't want to do is have your time end today. You want to make the cut. You want to have a time tomorrow. Nikolai Højgaard. How's your Danish, Pete?
You know, it's not what it once was.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, Fulwood High School in Preston didn't have a great Danish department.
They didn't?
No. I mean, they didn't have running water, so...
So, Rasmus, just so you know, Nikolai, is leading the golf tournament. So, very good rivals, very good friends, and hopefully very good Ryder Cup partners. They're powerful blokes, though, aren't they?
Yeah, really strong. They approach the game slightly differently. I mean, I think often siblings, when they learn at the same time, they'll have pretty similar swings and they'll have similar characteristics. But actually, Nikolai and Rasmus have quite different techniques.
Yeah.
And Nikolai seems a lot more structured, not exactly robotic, but there's a lot. It looks a lot tighter as he swings, whereas Rasmus is a lot more flowing.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to say really which one's been more successful at this point as well.
Yeah, I mean, Nikolai obviously has had the Ryder Cup. There's a massive experience. Let's have a look at his swing here. So, very much in the angles, very geometrically sound, isn't it? Interesting to see that, sort of maybe trying to keep a bit of radius in that downswing into delivery there. Let's have a look.
Yeah, he's also one of the modern group of players where you see from a normal kind of camera outlook, if you don't slow down his swing, he looks like he's got quite a short backswing, but the shoulders and the body turn fully, but it's that short arm swing.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the blend that you want. Like Tiger always used to talk about that, was how it was too easy for him to get his arms to run long, and then when he went to kick, the club wasn't where he needed it to be in the sequence. So a shorter, wider arm swing with a full turn, poster boy for that, let's say like John Rahm, who's, you can really clearly see it. So if you think John Rahm's swing is short, have a look at how much chest and hip rotation he's got. So Rasmus out there charging. Nikolai probably keeping an eye on that and thinking, I can't let my little brother, I suppose. I don't know who was first. It's hard to know with twins, isn't it? Anyway, 4 under par is currently leading that. Rasmus, Højgaard, Christian Bezuidenhout, Brian Harman, Tyrrell Hatton, Harris English, Jakob Skov-Olafsson, Hartong Lee, Matt Fitzpatrick. Bunched, to say the least. Your thoughts for a leading score after today?
I think 7. I think 7 would be around the mark. I don't think there'll be that many players up there. I think someone might separate themselves, or a couple of people maybe on 7, and then a few 5s potentially.
Yeah.
And depending on, it's obviously so weather dependent, but I think anything towards 11, 12 under is probably going to be near the winning
just
score.
into double figures. Because I mean, on the first 2 days, that they can't put the pins in the super premium spots because they need to get everybody out of here. So, good luck, Nikolai. Have a good day. Let's go and find Di. Who is she harassing now?
I'm never harassing anyone. Thank you, Simon. I'm here in the stands with some avid fans. And if Kev could pan our camera around, doing a brilliant job there, Kev. These gents are working from home today. So welcome to work. How's work going so far?
Yeah, it's going very well. It's a nice day. Enjoying the scenery. Enjoying the round of golf, yeah.
Sent those emails?
The weather's been great. That's all. That's the only email I've sent today. The weather's been great.
We won't mention what company you work for. No, brilliant. It's really great to have you here. Who are you supporting?
Here supporting Rory. So I'm and McKibben as well.
Oh, brilliant. Tom McKibben.
Yeah. All the locals.
Oh, great stuff. And who are you watching on the range right now?
Podrick.
Trying to get a few tips off Podrick.
Yeah, it's not working.
Oh. Well, yeah, he dropped a few shots yesterday, +4, but my goodness, he can make those back very quickly as the 2-time Open champion. Thanks, gents. Get back to work. Hello, sir. How are you doing?
Good, thank you.
No, I'm all right. I believe you're on paternity leave.
Paternity leave, yeah.
Where are your children?
Hopefully with my wife and either wife and grandparents, or I think she's maybe seeing a few friends today. So, yeah, But you know what? I have to make the most of the Open.
There's another one working from home. He's had to move. Listen, who are you supporting?
I mean, here to support Rory, obviously Tom McKibben, Darren Clark. I was there at St George's when Darren won the Open, so I'm hoping I'm a bit of a good luck omen for the Northern Irish. Yeah.
Yeah, great. So he chipped in on 17 yesterday. It was a huge cheer.
Okay, I didn't. I was in the village most of the day actually, so I didn't actually get to see too much golf. But hoping to see lots of golf today.
What were you doing in the village? Having a good time?
I maybe had too good a time, but yeah, just having good fun and nice to be off work.
Oh, brilliant stuff! Thank you so much. It's good to know that you can have a lot of fun here at the Open Championship. What makes the Open so special, sir?
Well, it's the atmosphere that makes it special. So it is.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Where are you going to go today?
Yeah, I like to walk the course and go through all the holes that I have played in the past. So I sort of, from experience, I know how badly I play them and how well they should be played.
Oh, it's a fantastic golf course. Your favourite hole? Do you have one?
Oh, you have to go to Clamity Corner, the 13th.
Yes, which we can see, can't we? We can see the grandstand in the distance there. It's brilliant.
Absolutely, yes. We look forward to it.
Thanks, thank you so much. And Rory, of course, you're supporting him.
Yes, we support Rory, but also would like to see Justin Rose come through. I think he's been very unlucky. Plays well, but doesn't get over the line sometimes. And I think he's going to come good this year.
Brilliant. Well, he's just had a birdie, actually. So he's now gone to 3 under par, started the day at -2. So you could be onto something, sir. Well done.
Absolutely.
Great
Enjoy.
Stuff. Awesome. Well, we are back for Live at the Range at 12:30 this afternoon. Scotty Scheffler will be on the range. Of course, we've got the afternoon starters. 3:10 is a really important tee time. So we'll see you in an hour and a half time from all of us here at Live at the Range. We'll see you after your lunch and we'll be back here 12:30. 7:32 a.m. Here with Pete Finch, and we're on the putting green. And Pete, it really is a delight to be here. We're heading to the driving range, and how are you feeling? Day one of the Open Championship. It all starts now.
Yeah, it's exciting to finally kind of get the action underway. I'm sure the players probably feel the same. I would expect that they'd hoped for slightly warmer and slightly stiller conditions. Like normally a links course in the morning, it can be quite calm, it can be quite pleasant. But I've already seen a few people hit it out of bounds on the first.
Yes, we were watching it. They teed off at 6:35, a couple of out of bounds already. Podrick Harrington, how did he do on the first?
He birdied it.
Great stuff.
So opening tee shot, opening birdie, and I mean, he must be absolutely delighted with that.
That's a great score. What's the wind doing, though, on that first hole?
So, as people might know, it's out of bounds on both sides. The wind is off the right-hand side, and it is cold. As far as an opening tee shot goes, it's probably not the one that you wanted first thing.
No. Just looking at Lee Westwood to our left, Pete, getting ready for his tee time. Looking at the tee times, Westwood is off at 8:14, so he's come down to the driving range. Would we expect him to come a bit earlier?
No, I think that's about fine. 8:14, yeah, because what you want to be doing, especially in temperatures like this, is getting to the first tee still warm. You don't want to have any chance to cool down. You want to be able to go. You don't want to be having that weird kind of wait while you look over that first tee shot. You want to be able to get on that tee and go straight away.
Really great to see Lee here at the Open Championship.
He did unbelievable in Open qualifying. So he was playing in a live event in Dallas. He flew in, got there on the Monday, the Open qualifying's on the Tuesday, and he arrived about 7 p.m. in the evening. It was hammering it down with rain. We were all having nice dinner in the clubhouse, and he wandered around the golf course, checked it out, went the next day, shot 7 under over 2 rounds, won qualifying, and it's his first major in about 4 years, I think it is.
Absolutely brilliant performance. Let's go further down. Just spotted Cam Young. He's getting ready for his tee time. He's off at 8:25. Of course, came so close to Open Championship victory in 2022 when Cam Smith was victorious at St Andrews. But this is where you're just getting warmed up. I mean, you've got to do your stretches. You've got to get the body ready because you're going to tense up in this cold, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be a little bit tense anyway. It's a major championship.
Just a little bit.
These things really matter to the players. But that first tee shot, honestly, it's going to be so difficult to commit, especially in the practice rounds. I'm sure they would have hit a driver at some point.
Yeah.
But most of the time it's an iron or a fairway wood off that tee.
Yeah, that's why you have to come here a couple of weeks before, come and play in different conditions.
Absolutely, because it can change so quickly around here as well. Like the wind can switch, the rains can come in, which is expected to happen a little bit later on today as well. So yeah, you've got to be prepared. That bag is going to be full of everything.
Good morning, everyone. George Harper Jr. here, and I am back on the ground. It's been a busy few days. We've had such great access to all the players, so once again, thank you to the lads who got involved throughout the last 3 days. But now it's tournament time. The putting green is quiet because the first wave of players has just gone out, but there'll be plenty more to come. One thing I just want to highlight is look at this. It's already so early in the morning, it's just gone 8 o'clock, and the crowds are hissing into the Open Championship Day 1. This is what it's all about. It's all about the fans, the global fans as well. So many people from so many different parts of the planet are here to watch the best in the business. And this, as we showed you earlier in the week, this is the walkway that the players will go to get to their first tee. There's Akshay. Play well, my man. He's been looking fantastic in the warm-ups as well, but this is just beautiful. So they come charging down here, and then forged by nature, won by champions. That is where they take to the first tee. We saw Podrick Harrington get things off in fine style this morning, 6:35 a.m, and you know what he did? He went and birdied the first hole. How good is that for the local crowds? But I'm going to be hovering around here a little bit today, and I'm going to make sure I'm back here for one of the feature groups of the morning. Shane Lowry, Colin Morikawa, and Scotty Scheffler. They're off just after 10 a.m, so I'll make sure we'll try and find them for you, get behind the scenes and get you G'd up, because it's only going to get better throughout the afternoon. So I'll keep an eye on things down here, but Simon, you keep an eye on things up there.
great to see all the superstars. It's an incredible... I can tell you what he's watching. He's watching Potgieter's driver.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
When people actually stop and go, you know when you're good. He's the new Daly. He's the new, like, what did he just do? 200 ball speed.
Yeah, that's the thing with Potgieter. There has been a few guys over the years, isn't there, that have that sort of power, but they don't have the all-round game. Potgieter has it. And this is obviously the part of the game from Shane Lowry that everybody wants to emulate, everybody wants to watch. His pitching and chipping game. He's a great driver of the ball, of course. He's got an all-round game. If anything, his putting can be inconsistent. We've seen that over the years. But this part of the game is right up there, top draw, very best in the world, pitching and chipping, the most gorgeous rhythm, the most wonderful connection. Just the lovely harmony of the arms and the body turn. You watch the left hip. There's no slide in this motion.
No.
You watch him hitting bunker shots. You watch him hitting chips. There's no left hip slide. It's the most gorgeous rotation.
It is. And who can forget the Open of 2019? Let's give you a little reminder.
Some people say the greatest championship in the world. I think when you get your hands on the trophy and you actually start reading the names and how far it goes back and who's won it, and it's literally all the greats. And it was getting to a stage where I just wanted to hold putts because the roar was just kind of, it was almost entertaining for me, you know, to hear the roar. And then when you see the emotion I show after holding that putt, that was it, like that was the tournament over at that stage. I think it's because of where I'm from. That's how we celebrate things. To be able to bring joy to so many people. The history of the trophy, like what an incredible trophy. And for me to have that on my mantelpiece in the house, I walk in some mornings and it's hard to believe, you know.
Scotty Scheffler and Lowry. Lowry, what is he thinking this morning? Lovely soft arms, you know, not the rigidity that you see from the modern day tour players. Softer arms, more flow. I think we can learn a lot from that. You know, all of the chat row he's been all about. Your arms don't, just keep your arms connected, don't use them. And I don't think that's always universally such great advice. So watch Shane's flow of rhythm here. The arms aren't stiff, they're not rigid, the left arm isn't straight. It flows around him. A little drop of the pelvis and a rise of the pelvis, and he just works the face. Scotty Scheffler to the left side of your screen, very similar. Great calibrator of the face as well.
But you know, Simon, in short game and pitching, what controls your control of distance is the flow of the club head.
Yeah.
It's quite simple. I think it's just beautiful to watch, and as I say, I love the centralisation of that motion.
Yeah,
I really do. It's the most gorgeous, centralised. As I say, the hips do not slide; they turn.
Yeah.
And it's so often when I'm teaching short game, I'm asking people to get the feeling that their left hip turns. You're always moving. You're always turning. You're always turning your torso.
Yeah.
If you look at it, it's almost pretty much from his knees up to his chest that turns.
Yeah. No, great.
It's beautiful.
Flow. Yeah, Shane Lowry and Shane Lowry fans, we wish you well. Magnificent champion, lovely, lovely person. Has had a frustrating year, just looking for that first win in America. Came very close at the Truist. Here we go. Xander Schauffele, defending champion. He's a lovely guy, isn't he? Golf has been lucky that so many of our superstar lead players have been such great ambassadors for the golf. US Open champion in the white there, coached by Adam Bazalgette, which is a very, very old friend of mine from Lake Nona, in the poncho there, in the green and the woolly hat. JJ has arrived. You know you're doing something well when you go out with a defending champion, don't you? So let's have a look at Xander. Trying to work on his game. He felt as though, you know, as he got injured, the club got a bit more closed, a little bit more across the line. Now he's trying to get it a bit more laid off and kind of rotated. He's a drawer of the ball, so he needs that. Just an injury, a gym injury. Wow, that looks like a tornado coming down from the sky, doesn't it?
Well, it's
just
possible.
A bit of the...
you never know.
Just a mark on the roof there. So, Xander, let's have a look. So swings more around him. He's a drawer of the ball, so stands further away, swings it more around his body. Kind of that legs leading, upper body leaning back a little bit, call that kind of like side bend.
I like the way, I mean, I look at his grip as well. I love his grip. You know, it's very conventional. There's nothing strong, nothing weak in either hand. It's just a lovely, it sits beautifully on the club. I think, you know, we talk about so much about technology nowadays, so much about data and all sorts of information that we have, but it's still a game of balance, posture and rhythm, isn't it? Always will be.
Well, look how the tour players are practicing. You know, we saw it all week since Monday, if you've been joining us. Aiming club on the ground, ball position club in between the feet. Lots of chat between the coach and the player. Have a look at that. So Xander from face on here. Just watch his head. His legs will lead him through, his hips will lead him through, and watch his head just
a lot of re-gripping on that right grip. Have you noticed that? I don't remember seeing him doing that as much before.
Yeah. So very slightly built, but very, very powerful. And he was masterful when he played around Troon last year. Hard links, isn't it, Troon? Oh, John Rahm.
What a three ball. What a three ball.
What a player, John Rahm. 958. Just a bull of a man.
Chevrolet Spawn.
Yeah,
Rahm.
yeah.
That's worth going out to watch.
100%.
They'll take a big chunk of spectators out with them.
John Rahm is just a magnificent golfer. Just soaking in some coffee. And look at that.
Got a great game. I'm amazed he hasn't won an Open Championship by now, because his ball flight and his ability to change ball flight, his ability to manoeuvre, particularly the low draw and a low fade.
Yeah.
I'm amazed he hasn't got a claret jug in his locker room yet, but I mean, it's impossible to think that he'll go through his career and not do that.
No. Dave Phillips from the Titleist Performance Institute is the coach of John Rahm, so stands very close to it. Doesn't have a lot of depth of hands, but has a lot of rotation of arms, and it's like a lasso where the legs lead the club head through. Great ball striker. I love the creativity. So Xander on the right side, two different shot shapes, stands much further away from it, much more around him. Rahm, fader by nature, just a little closer. And watch the speed of the legs.
I think it's fair to say, when you compare the two swings, you look at Scheffler there on the right-hand side. One is a swing and one is a hit.
Yeah.
Rahm's a hitter.
Yeah, he is. He's a hitter. So, what a three ball. Here are the ball flights shown to you by Top Tracer technology. We have lit up the whole of the driving range, bringing you all of the ball data. JJ probably on a 6-iron. Xander on his 3-wood, and Rahm flat out with his driver. So Rahm, watch for the red tracer coming soon. So fascinating to see Rahm just about to get the green light going. Xander, the 3-wood. Rahm, a cannon shot. No, that's not his driver, so that's the 3-wood shot there, just moving the ball around. Little baby fade for Rahm. I mean, they're so neutral, isn't it? 170 ball speed, little 3-wood, 260 carry, just flighting it down. Fascinating to see the ball data and the tracers. Billy Foster in the background with Morikawa. He's new on the bag, Billy Foster. But just look at the speed and the footwork. Let's have a look at his footwork. Again, Rahm, 3-wood, just flighting it down. Probably a club he'll use quite a lot, maybe even off the tee. So just watch the feet there. That's left foot. He's got a problem, had a problem with his feet when he was young, and then just bang.
Again, you're seeing the little tap, the little movements in the feet, toes to the heels, just that little bit that initiates the movement. I've been talking about this all week. You're seeing it with so many more players now that are actually, particularly Padraig Harrington, who's really doing a fabulous version of River Dance through Impact. But, you know, what he's doing is he said to me, Roy, I'm just, it's getting me moving. Everything is about motion. He said, when you start playing badly, you get too set, you get too rooted, and you stop turning, you stop rotating, and you stop moving. The feet are so important, Simon, in the game of golf. It's like, for so many years, people don't really talk about the feet as much as they should do.
You know, well, the balance comes from the ground up. I mean, that's where you talk against the ground. So, yeah, absolutely crucial. Rahm with a driver. Would he have a what was Aldrich's 370 carry?
Well, that's
strong shot.
No, it's superhuman. That's superhuman. You can't compare anybody else on the range. I don't think really you could go to Penge or Nienaber, but Pot Heater is that's otherworldly, isn't it?
Yeah. John Rahm.
Having said that, he'd love the career of John Rahm, wouldn't he?
Oh.
He'd like a US Open that JJ Spawn has got.
Yeah.
He'd like a claret jug that Xander's got. You know, it might come for him. I mean, you know, he's only 20, isn't he, Pot Heater? But
he's got game. There's no doubt about it. And I mean, power is a weapon in the modern game. It didn't used to be when you were on the tour. You had to really play golf from the fairway. The golf balls and the drivers were not nearly as
well, that's the point, isn't it? You can only play with the equipment and the technology that you have in your era, if you like. And you know, the golf ball has always been the kind of dominant factor in the changes through the history of the game of golf. Right from the feather ball era, right through the gutty ball period to rubber core gutties and on and on and on. The golf ball has dictated so much in club design as well.
Yeah, some incredible groupings. They tend to do this with the majors. They tend to group a lot of the big players together so the crowds can follow them around in conjunction. And Scotty looks like he's swinging it very well today.
Yeah. Not been playing links golf for that long, as he mentioned in his press conference. I'm looking at the time right now. It's 9:44. Morning, John. John Rahm's just walked past us, and John is off at 9:58, so needs to make his way to the tee time. But he's been in his press conference this week, Scotty Scheffler, talking about fulfilment in life. You win a tournament, you celebrate for a short period, and then it's move on to the next one. Lots of debate has been created around his press conference and what he's been saying this week. Finding the balance in life is so important as his caddy throws him a ball. Great way to just throw the ball to the player.
Yeah, I think that ability to celebrate will be tested if he does lift the claret jug at the end of the week.
I know George Hopper Jr. spoke to Justin Rose, who said he could help out in terms of he knows how to celebrate and have a party.
I think we all could.
Yeah.
I think we could all volunteer our services.
But Scotty doing what he does best, just in the zone, says he loves practicing, he loves playing golf, he loves a challenge, loves playing on the PGA Tour. He was asked in the press conference whether he would consider travelling to other destinations around the world. He said, right now I'm playing on the best tour in the world, playing with the best players, and that's my home right now. So it might change in years to come. What do you make of those comments?
I mean, he's the #1 player in the world. He's playing like some of the best golf. He's a major champion already this year. Like, why would he change anything that he's doing? Like, he's currently on top of the world, and he's earned the right to kind of say and to think whatever he wants. It's a little bit like Rory at the start of the year. when the comments, some of the comments he made, where he says, you know, I feel I've earned the right to kind of say what I want now. I think Scotty's there. Like, you've got to listen to what, you know, you've got to listen to his opinions, because he's the best player. He is at the pinnacle of the sport, and people want to know what he thinks.
Last year at Royal Troon, tied 7th position there. He's played in 4 previous Open Championships. His first one was actually Royal St George's. He had a top 10 there, tied 8th position. So, and as he said, you know, he's not been playing links golf for that long.
No, there's nothing wrong with his ball striking. There's nothing wrong with his imagination around these courses. It's just his putting. It always is, because, you know, the same comments that he's made about playing on the PGA Tour and the best in the world, they also play on incredibly quick greens. These aren't very quick. They're rolling great, they're beautiful surfaces, but they're not fast by any means, so he struggles to control his speed. I know he's been working on that with Phil Kenyon this week. So,
have you had a chat with Phil this week? You managed to catch up with him?
Yeah, we had a little bit of chat. We did. I actually had a lesson with him a few weeks ago, so
great.
we've been talking about that. Just imagine, imagine the difference in quality.
Listen, you almost qualified for the Open. We look forward to you qualifying next year. In terms of stats, his career achievements, just looking at a few on the screen right now. 3 major titles, obviously victorious at the USPGA Championship this year. What did you see from him in that major?
Just a continuation of everything that we expect. I mean, he had a slightly dip in form at the start of the year, but that's only in comparison to how incredible he was last year. And he also had that injury. I think it's interesting to compare different players as well, because Manacero, as you mentioned, he's always been kind of a shaper, good ball striker, but not long off the tee compared to some of his peers.
Medium hitter.
But I suppose it's about getting the most out of your game. And I think you can add distance through physical work and through technique change. But it depends what you're chasing, and if when you get there, it's worth the cost.
Yeah. And you have to swing your swing, you know. I mean, that's one of the things where the technology perhaps has put such a premium on distance. There you go. Just working a little bit of aiming and ball position, just trying to match up those 2 vital trajectories. It's very clean action, isn't it? It's not explosive. It's a swing, isn't it? His skill was feeding that face, moving the ball around. A fantastic victory at Wentworth. Never forget that. And then you're thinking, okay, sky's the limit for this guy. There it is. Hands on the club, super neutral, a little interlock.
Just very classic.
Bryson DeChambeau getting ready. He is off at 2:48.
He is certainly a superstar.
Bobby Mack and Justin Rose for company. Let's have a look.
I can't believe the response he was getting yesterday. We walked some holes and the fans just love him. Like, they were like grown adults, just char-hooing and shouting his name, and he's hitting extra drivers for them. He was just absolutely playing the game, and they loved him.
They were screaming for you, mate.
It was very cool.
They kept saying, listen, Bryson, can I borrow your pen so George can sign my card? Bryson DeChambeau, that US Open victory at Pinehurst #2, remarkable. But then the Opens have not really been good hunting grounds for Bryson. Maybe his high ball flight, his high spin rate, his high club head speed not suited perhaps to links golf and the crosswinds that he'll have to face out there.
That's exactly what he was saying yesterday. He's just like, yeah, I just need to sort my ball flight out, get it a little bit lower. But look, it does take time, especially for an American, especially a brute like Bryson. It does take time to adjust. And yes, he'd want some better results, but he's the type of guy that can just win. And I'd prefer to be that type of golfer, one that when they're on, they're seriously on. And whether it's up and down in between, that's fine. But when he finds his stride, when he finds his links rhythm, he'll be a scary prospect.
Yeah, Dana Dahlquist on his knee there, just filming the swings. I think they've got 2 cameras going on there on every shot. Bryson leaving nothing to chance. I know he uses this fantastic technology, Sportsbox AI, which is an amazing machine. You can just pop it on your iPhone, film yourself, and get a really interesting insight into how your body's moving compared to different models. It's a real sort of game changer for you know, apps which are educational. It's an upgrade. It's very, very good. Have a look at that. The front camera there is Paul from Sportsbox, who's measuring how Bryson is moving.
Wow, that is a huge cheer from Calamity.
Could that be a 1?
Surely not.
We must have a 1.
Wow, imagine getting an 8.
Do you see how Bryson immediately looked up there?
What a place to do it. That surely looks to be an ace with that sort of roar. Matt Fitzpatrick is up there playing on Calamity. It's a good group, that one, up on the tee.
Bryson, McIntyre, Rose. Followed by Spieth, Ludwig Arberg, Victor Hovland, Rory McIlroy, Justin Thomas, Tommy Fleetwood. Unbelievable. Yeah. That's going to empty out the whole of the gallery who are following here. 278,000 tickets sold for this week.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Some very, very big names. Nice to see Bobby McIntyre featuring in feature groups more often, earning the right. He had his first ever Open Championship was here in Portrush in 19. I think he finished tied 8th from memory. He was one of the early rounds out, and I remember sitting in the clubhouse and the rain and the wind starts coming in, and his name just crept up every 15 minutes. His name would get higher and higher. It was very entertaining to watch.
So 129 apex. You see, that's kind of Bryson's stock shot. You know, you need something under 70 for these crosswinds, but it looks like the rain has stopped and the wind with it.
Yeah, I think as this afternoon goes on, once you get through it, and
160 apex,
I think it's going to be great scoring.
That's a moon ball. So let's have a look. Draw swing, every single shot looking at the spin.
Amazing how he looks at it so closely, every shot.
Well, it's funny because in the old days you used to watch the ball, right? Now that doesn't even watch the ball. No, does not watch the ball. Just looks straight down on the machine. Doesn't watch one. Like no impact from the ball. No look at the ball.
On the golf course yesterday, he hit this approach shot, and I thought he had stuffed it up because he just looked straight down at his thing, and it put it to 3 feet, and he just goes, that'll be on the number, and it's so statistics driven.
So interesting, isn't it? So Bryson DeChambeau.
A very warm welcome to this Friday morning at Royal Portrush. We are basked in sunshine at 7:30 a.m. here. There are some, I'm going to call them interesting clouds surrounding us. An incredible first day of golf here. 4 under leading the way, but there's multiple players at the top. A slight breeze this morning, but it is perfect links conditions. A few are already out there. 6:35, the first tee time this morning. And there's a few on the range, about half filled at the moment, but we're all set for a fantastic Friday. Cut day here, and there are some of those clouds. They're on their way, everybody. They did forecast rain later on this afternoon, getting heavier about 2-3 p.m. But at the moment, this is just amazing weather. It's a joy to be here on this Friday morning. Alongside me, Peter Finch. Let's talk about this weather first. I mean, this is beautiful at the moment. We're getting the first tan of the week. I'm going to say that, though, in front of us. Our cameraman's obviously shooting this way. That doesn't look great.
Oh, you see, this is where the famous Portrush microclimate will come into play. I always notice how people, when they talk about microclimates, it's always in a positive sense.
That's true.
Have you never noticed anyone? No one lives somewhere where the microclimate is terrible. It's always in a positive. And this, I would say, is a good thing. I mean, there's a little bit of cloud, but compared to yesterday, this is just a passing memory of a shower.
Yeah.
Like, we'll be fine.
That 2 hours was brutal yesterday.
It was horrible, yeah.
Yeah, it was. Give us your reflection of day one.
Overall, I think pretty exciting in many respects. I think the weather here does play such an important role, and you saw how it evened itself out. We kind of thought that the morning stars would have quite a big advantage, and then the rain came in. You thought, oh god, it's going to be terrible. But then the wind picked up and the temperature dropped in the afternoon. And I think the scoring average was almost identical from morning to afternoon, which I think for the overall tournament is a really good thing. And you did see a lot of good players start to rise to the top. A few interesting stories in there as well. I thought as far as the first day went, it was really exciting actually.
Yeah, I think it was really exciting. Yeah, let's go down this way a little bit, see who's down here on the range. Matt McCarthy, the American left-hander there. Man here who's next to him, one of my favourite golfers on the DP World Tour, Angel Hidalgo. He was under par for his round, came through final qualifying too.
Yeah,
the Spaniard.
Yeah, took one of the final qualifying stops at Dundonald where I was.
Now I'm so sorry to bother.
I've got mixed feelings about Mr. Hidalgo right now. The way he plays the game is brilliant. It's so good.
It is. I'm a big fan of Mavericks in sport and people who entertain. He's up there for me, Hidalgo.
Yeah, if you actually watch Hidalgo on a driving range and then watch him on a golf course, there is nothing similar in the way they... It's like a schizophrenic personality. He gets out of the golf course and he's completely different. It's unbelievable. Like he seems to play the game with a real love of it and a flamboyant way, you know, shot shaping, flights. It's great to watch. He's a great person to watch as well.
Yeah,
because I think grouping-wise, probably won't take the big crowd. So, yeah, if you are here at Portrush and you do fancy someone to watch and be entertained, it's a great person to follow.
He really is. He shapes his shots. He's not exactly like Seve, but you can see the comparisons, can't you, with him? Let's talk about a few of the tee times earlier this morning. Who have we got? Hidalgo's off at 8:14, and then where are the big hitters? We've got to go down a little bit further down. Should we talk about Rory at 10:09?
Yeah, a bit of a
weird day, wasn't it?
Bit of a weird day.
Yeah.
I mean, he started off very nervously. He missed what could only be described as a gimme on that first hole. Kind of fought his way back, got to 3 under, and then finished just 1. So I think he'll overall be quite happy. I thought level par yesterday was actually a pretty good score. Yeah. And you know, it is a bit of a classic, but you can't win anything on the first day, but you can certainly lose it. If you compare Bryson's round, for example, for Rory's, you know, another crowd favourite, someone you'd be expecting a lot more of. You know, it's silly to say played himself out of the tournament, but he's going to have an incredible round today to even make the cut. So, you know, I'd say overall, it's a decent day's work. It's a settler. He didn't hit his first tee shot out of bounds, so for me, it's a great bonus. Really.
It's a bonus. I think, is it 9 winners have been outside the top 20 to have ever won the Open? So Bryson's got probably too much to do.
Yeah, I mean, he missed a cut last year, and he just doesn't seem to be able to adapt his game to links conditions. And it's a different mindset out here as well. It's a different way to play because unless it's a perfectly still, calm links course, which almost never happens, you can't overpower a links. Like, you do have to have some guile. You do have to work your way around it, maybe in a way which he's not used to doing. And I think by his own admission, it's something that he has been working on. But there are players kind of who went out yesterday as well, like Aaron Wright, for example, went out in the worst of conditions, played great. This is his type of course, really. You know, you've got to plot your way around, you've got to be careful. Spieth had a really good finish as well. It's nice to see him play some decent golf, even though he was slightly over par.
Disappointing from Tommy, I thought. You could see it when he finished that putt on 18.
I must be honest, Tommy was looking a little bit un-Tommy-like yesterday. He was quite feisty.
He gave... I'm obviously not going to use the word, but there was a huge let out of emotion through swearing.
Josh, I'm not going to lie, you heard that F-bomb all the way back in Belfast.
That's very true.
It was,
that's very true.
It was quite the outburst, but that's very un-Tommy-like.
Yeah.
And it shows how frustrating a golf course like this can be. especially with the weather and with the conditions, you've got to keep such tight control over yourself. And if you're not playing well, it can easily go sideways. I actually think he rallied quite well. I think he got the most out of his round.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a little look at the leaderboard, shall we? As to how things stand as we're early on this day 2. A 5-way tie for the lead. Matt Fitzpatrick, who had, to be fair, a pretty average first 5 months of the year. He's definitely found something, Matt Fitzpatrick. He was top 10 of the Rocket Classic, top 10 last week, leading here after round 1.
I would say that he's obviously playing much better golf, and it is great to see. I think 4 under might be... flattering is a strong word, but he turned a bogey into a birdie on the 16th yesterday when he slam dunked a pitch from down in the hollow on the right-hand side.
That was going off the green, probably.
Oh, it would have been almost a guaranteed bogey. So you need those bits of luck. You know, if you're going to compete at these championships, then luck is an inherent part of links golf.
Yeah, Hao Tong-Lee, the first Chinese player to lead the Open after day 1. Jakob Skov-Olesen, former amateur champion, to the left-hander Harris English. It's such an underrated golfer, Harris English. He's got an incredible record at all the other majors except the Open. And then Chris Bezuidenhout, the South African, who's got a golden putter.
Yeah.
That man. And then can I just mention Scotty Scheffler?
I mean, we could try and ignore and like pretend the fact he's not going to win this by about 6 shots, but yeah, there he is.
You know what? I don't think he played that great yesterday, and he's 1 off the lead. He does it all the time, Scheffler. It's incredible.
I would say he's looking more ominous in this Open Championship than other ones that I've seen him, because you know he's not played great really in Opens.
Really?
It's not been his stellar best. Yesterday he was playing some shots and doing some things which I've not seen him do before at an Open. So I think he might have figured something out, and he put it actually pretty well, which has always been his Achilles heel on slower greens. So if he figures that out, then he really is the one to catch.
I don't remember seeing it at the Scottish last week. There were a few issues he had on the greens. There was one I saw his reaction where he was like,
yeah, one of us. He was one of us for one hole.
He was. But if he figures it out, everyone's got a big problem.
So it's literally just pace.
Yeah.
So he's used to putting on greens which are over 12 on the stimp, day in, day out, rolling that ball towards the hole. On links greens, because of the condition of the course, the greens are great, but they have to have them slower by necessity. If you get 30 mile an hour whipping over a 12 stimp green, the ball's going to blow off. So they need to be a little bit longer. So he has to actively hit them harder. And when you hit them harder, you have to take that into account with the break, and it's just something he's not quite been able to do. But I know he's been working with Phil Kenyon this week trying to figure that out. And if he has, it's obviously stupid to say so, but he will be around the top of the leaderboard. He has to be, because he hits it so well.
Maybe 1 away from the Grand Slam.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean,
getting bored of Grand Slams, to be honest.
It's kind of weird to say that he's only won like a couple of the major championships, isn't it? So yeah, I mean, if he keeps playing like he is now, he will join that illustrious list. But golf's a funny game. There's so many stories of people who we say, oh, he's obviously going to win the Grand Slam. Jordan Spieth this week, he's got a chance of probably career. He's the only player realistically in the modern game who has a chance of doing the career Grand Slam. And it doesn't look like he's going to do that anytime soon. And he was at one time like the golden
boy.
Yeah.
I know.
So, there will be an opportunity for Scotty, I'm sure. But golf's a funny game.
It is a funny game.
By his press conference the other day, he might give up soon. So
that's an amazing press conference. Yeah. Okay, so Pete and I are going to work in our tans here at the driving range. But for the meantime, let's get to the boys in the commentary box.
So here we go, Bryson, 7 over.
Yeah, but we watched it. I was doing feature groups yesterday. I watched him all the way around, and yeah, he just doesn't seem to. I'm sorry to say this, but he doesn't seem to get links golf yet. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Some of the places he was going, some of the shots he was hitting, and his Open Championship record is not great.
No. He was complaining a lot in chat yesterday about the spin rates and the way the ball was performing. He's got about 5 or 6 people filming him down there, catching screenshots. And spin.
His record at the Open, 7. Missed cuts 3. 8th, tied 8th. Okay, yeah, top 10 in a major is always a good result. But we're looking at someone that's a double major champion. You've got to sort of at some point figure out how to play links golf.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to adapt his shot shape or style or launch or spin.
What he does is he overpowers golf courses, doesn't he, with his length and his aggression, and you can't do that on links golf. It's impossible. We saw him on a bank yesterday with a chip shot way above his feet, and he missed it. He whiffed it. Now, it was in thick grass. It was a very difficult shot, but from the second he set up, I called it. I said he's going to miss this because he just wasn't in the right position to play it. And maybe whenever do you get a bank that steep and thick grass, but that's what you get at the Open. And when we used to play practice round, Simon, we used to throw balls up there, and we used to go and try those shots because, hang on a minute, we might get one of these.
Yeah. 2 US Open wins.
I'm a big fan. I must say, I'm going to be honest, I didn't when he first came out. I didn't sort of connect with him. I thought he was a bit petulant. I didn't really buy the whole scientist thing. And the whole act I didn't get to start with. But I tell you what, last couple of years, he's become, for me, a different person. He's become a bit of a media darling. I like his act now, and I've suddenly gone from not being a fan to being a really big fan.
Yeah,
and that's cool.
I think
like that.
Yeah, I think you can definitely be a fan of Bryson.
I like him.
When he was 24, he behaved like a 24-year-old should behave. You can't hold that against somebody. I think
that's what I'm saying. I don't.
Which is, here we go. Bryson. So, let's go and find who George Hopper Jr. has chatting to.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm just on the range here delivering all sorts of balls and making sure everyone's got their prospective balls. You've got your Titleist, you've got everything, you've got your Callaways. TaylorMade? Okay, we can sort that out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take those. Thanks, Rory. There you go. Look, there's a few balls left, Rory. I don't think he's had enough of the short game area, but now he's done there. You can see him cruise off over to the putting green. A nice effort indeed. But look how relaxed he is. He's enjoying the chat with everyone, the crack, as they would say here. But this is the fun part. I guess all the crowd have come here this morning for this moment, and he just cruises on by. He won't, traditionally from what I've seen, he'll go straight past the putting green and over to the range. Certainly about to get a good cheer from this crowd as per usual, no doubt about it. He demands the attention. Justin Thomas right here. Gone for the pink cashmere today. Not too bad. Not the worst option. So here we go, and look, in terms of teamwork, in terms of passing over Dye, I'd like to throw you the microphone now because Rory's coming from my territory to yours.
Thanks, George. Yeah, Harry Diamond, walk onto the range. Morning, Harry. Good to see you. Hi, Michael. And Rory himself is now on the driving range here with Pete Finch. He's all in blue, navy blue. Very smart today, isn't he, Pete?
Yeah, I mean, looking good. He was looking good for large parts of yesterday as well. I think he handled himself pretty well in the end and actually got the most out of his day that he could. So I think second rounds are normally pretty good for Rory at the Open. So.
Well, tell us his stats in a moment. He's just trying to pick his bay there. He's going to bay number 5. The grandstand, massive cheer because he walked all the way down yesterday. But they're all here to watch him, aren't they? All of them, every single person.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take such a massive crowd. I mean, it shows his popularity. I mean, it's probably one of the fullest grandstands on the entire property right now is at the driving range. And as soon as he gets up to leave, pretty much everyone else will as well.
Round of 70, -1. He said, it was difficult conditions on that back 9. Dropped 3 shots, but managed to make a birdie on 17. I was in the 13th grandstand last night with my kiddies watching Rory. They were desperate to watch him, as every junior in the country is. And 13th was a really fascinating hole. Everyone, well, not everyone, 75% of the shots we saw went beyond the green into that little swell area. And he almost almost chipped in for a birdie too. It was just on the lip. The roars around that green, and obviously you've got the 17th to the right-hand side of the grandstand on 13 where we were sat. They were just sensational, absolutely brilliant. He dropped his shot, didn't he, on 40?
He made a lot of mistakes. He made a lot of mistakes. But 14 was a classic example where he misses the
tough drive, 14.
But he missed so many fairways yesterday, even with irons. And then obviously he had to kind of get it out. And then he had a bad pitch to the green, hit an okay chip, and then hold a great putt to get out there with a bogey.
Yeah.
It was kind of like that pretty much all day. It was just a bit of a nervy, bit of a round where he was feeling himself into it.
As I said a couple of moments ago, massive crowd here in the grandstand, a little sigh because they wanted him to walk all the way down. He says he knows that everyone is supporting him, and which is such a wonderful feeling, but it's also extra pressure. But they all love him. They're all here for him. They want Rory McIlroy to win the Open Championship. It's about 10 deep there with their coffees, cup of tea, cup of coffee. It's a little bit chilly. The wind has picked up. Conditions today, Pete?
They're going to be pretty consistent. I think there might be a little bit of rain coming in this afternoon, but overall the morning starters I think are going to get the benefit. But we thought this yesterday. The actual morning starters had some terrible conditions, but Rory got away with most of the rain, but he got the cold and the wind, so it evened itself out. And I think today is going to be very similar to this, kind of overcast, kind of fresh breeze, not too warm, but hopefully not as much rain. Oh my God, that was terrible yesterday.
It wasn't good. What did you make of his drive on the first yesterday?
Nervy, like the whole round yesterday, he didn't look ever particularly settled. He didn't look like the confident Rory McIlroy that we're used to seeing when he's at his height of his powers. But I think today's going to be important in the sense that if he gets off to a good start, I reckon he could have a really low round, because he should feel a little bit more settled now. Yesterday wasn't a disaster. Listen, Rory McIlroy is literally one of the best golfers in the world. He's won everything there is to win now. But he will remember that first round from 2019 when he shot 79, he blew himself out of the tournament, he missed the cut. It would have been playing on his mind. There's no doubt about that. So to get through 1 under in tough conditions, I think was absolutely fine.
He's good in second rounds. Tell us some stats about that.
Well, it just always seems with Rory that his first round, and you get this with a lot of great champions. Tiger was always quite classic for this. He eases himself in on the first round, has a good second round, charges on Sunday, and then with Rory, he very rarely destroys a field on a Sunday. It's always a bit of a nervy finish. So he'll want to try and get out and ahead by the last round and then hang on like all the rest of us with bitten nails.
Tell us, birdie opportunities on the front 9, where are they?
So today with this wind, I mean, we're going to be looking at the second, the par 5.
Which he birdied.
Obviously you've got the 5th down the hill, which
he
birdied. I mean, you tend to find that around here, if you birdie the par 5s, 3 of them, most of them are gettable. And then the par 3s, you've got to hang on because they were playing pretty tough yesterday. It'd be interesting to see what they've done with 16. They moved it a long way forward yesterday. Will it go back a little bit further? Because that could be carnage.
Just to let you know about his card, obviously that drop shot on the first hole, just missed that putt for a par on the first, then birdies at 2.57, out in 34, the par's 36, and on the back 9 there were those drop shots. He made birdie on the 10th hole. We like the 10th hole.
10's a great birdie because it's a very tricky drive. But if you
Dog leg right.
Yeah, but if he wants to actually go low today, which I mean, listen, a 67, 66 is an amazing score out there. Amazing score. But he's got to tighten up his tee game. Off the tee, he was just not hitting enough fairways. He was putting himself into some stinky positions where he had to hit out of bunkers. He couldn't go.
Yeah, we can't wait to see what he achieves in round 2. We're all behind him, supporting him. He's checking his phone, maybe checking his stats or seeing what the weather's doing. OK, let's get to commentary. And, guys, you've got a great view of this range, haven't you?
Yeah, we certainly do. Rory McIlroy It's a huge day for him today, Mark Rowe.
Yeah, it was interesting what Vinci was saying there, because I actually think today he'll be more nervous than yesterday, believe it. And we saw palpable nerves on the first tee yesterday. We saw it on the first green, where he missed from no more than 3 feet. It was down the hill and a little bit tricky, but you know, it's amazing to think of a Grand Slam champion, a 5-time major champion, being nervous. This is a huge day to get through. You know, yeah, 67 would be fabulous. Anything under 70 would be fabulous out there today. And you just have the feeling with Rory that today is crazy to say this, but about making the cut and laying that sort of ghost to rest from the last time we were here. Should he do that? I think he might well go on and win this championship, because I think he'll freewheel at the weekend then.
Yeah,
I think today is just a monster day for him.
Yeah, you do get that sense. 10.09 he is. McIlroy, Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood. They were quite untidy as a group. I think each one of those guys probably feels like, you know what, left some out there.
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Rory got off to a really scrappy start, didn't he? Left off the first and a 3-putt from long range, missed a short one. But there you go. He did have a good stretch in the middle.
He did. He's done very well. He has made magic, and including in 2014. Have a look at this.
The Open to me has always been the biggest and best tournament that we play in. We go into Hoylake as one of the favourites to win, feeling like my game was in good shape. 72nd hole at Hoylake, the massive grandstands, you know, the standing ovation. Even just thinking about it now, I get goosebumps and hairs in the back of my neck stand up. It's a memory that will stay with you for a very long time. Champion golfer of the year and the winner of the gold medal, it's something you dream about. I think the most famous trophy in golf, one of the most famous trophies in all of sport. So to be able to have my name on it, you know, with so many other greats of this game, you know, it means an awful lot.
Test. All right. We've made it into the grandstand to watch Rory, because I believe this is one of the best views in the house. There is not an empty seat in sight, and fair enough too. If you are at the Open, this is certainly a good place to be. So let's go see if we can find some punters. Who wants to... You look like a chatty bloke.
All right,
what's your name, mate?
Logan.
Logan, I'll just pull up a pew next to you. Mate, pretty good seat you got here. How nice is it to watch the Open from this view?
Yeah, there's a few boys hitting it big. Bryson's letting her rip.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice.
Who's your favourite player out here on show?
Bobby. But he went down to the corner.
Bobby McIntyre. Now, Sam, if you can pan as far right as you can, you'll see lonely old Bob down there, just having some time to himself. You know, that sums up the Scottish well. He just relaxed, no media attention, absolutely loving it. And then if you keep working back, we've got Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood. It's a big Min Woo fan, good stuff.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
How cool is it to watch from here? What are you noticing watching from up here, Logan? What do you love to see the most?
Just the ball striking on the irons is just ridiculous. Yeah, it's nice to see.
Do you think the range is better because you actually get to watch them hit 30, 40, 50 balls rather than the odd one out on course?
Yeah, you can actually see like how far they're hitting it as well, and it's nice. Yeah.
How's your golf game?
It's all right at the moment. Yeah. Can't really get off the tee, but everything else is good. I'm a master with a putter.
Yeah, where are you from?
Just up Antrim.
Oh, nice.
Play at Mazarine.
Oh, perfect. So having the Open back on the island's pretty special, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd like to keep it here. I wouldn't mind if they put it down in Dublin as well. That'd be nice.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll put the request in, mate. And a few Irish coffees this morning?
Yeah, we'll probably get in the paint soon. Let her rip.
Let her rip. Okay. Well, it's not even 9:30, mate. So fair play to you. On that note, cheers very much, Logan. Let's get back to the golf, where some of our favourites are back on show. Cheers, boys.
There it is, Mark Rowe. The grandstand behind the driving range. It has been a packed place a popular place, an interesting place from which to observe the warm-up.
Yes, it is, and they'll queue. They'll be well. You can see the queues behind there. There's no seats left in that grandstand. They're just hoping desperately to get a seat, because right now, you know, many of the legends are out there, aren't they? Look at that. There's major champions everywhere.
Yeah, it's an interesting little group, featured sort of an hour of golf. It goes Russell Henley, Tyrrell Hatton, Min Woo Lee. Those guys are 9:36. Bobby Mack, Bryson DeChambeau and Rosie, 9:47. Bryson DeChambeau, 7 over par. Justin Rose, 2 under.
Yeah, it was impressive. Justin was super tee to green yesterday. His game was in great shape. And for me, I felt that he played the best golf, the most consistent golf of the afternoon. I know players scored better, but for me, he was right on his game. I don't know about you, Simon, looking at Rory there, do you think he's paying homage to the great Seve Ballesteros with that outfit? I mean, it is just so typically Seve, the blue cashmere, the white shirt, the blue trousers. Of course, Seve always had the V-neck cashmere, and he's got the roll neck, but I love his outfit today. I think that is smart, sharp, elegant, and traditional in a way. Wonderful,
Mark. You're ahead of the game. I've been watching to see how his right arm folds, and see if it's too rigid, too long. But I mean, I love that. I think you bring a lot to the commentary. It's always very tidy, isn't
you
he?
had John Cook in before me, golfing legend.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't compete with that, so I might as well be the fashion correspondent.
You'd be amazing at that, Rory. You look very smart yourself, actually. So, Rory McIlroy, I feel work to be done today. Where does he need to get to? Does he need to get to... Let's suppose it's an easier scoring day today. Do the leaders get to 8 under par today?
Yeah, I was thinking 7. I thought someone might get to 7 today. We don't know what weather comes in. You never know with a links golf course what you're going to get. But I think if Rory finishes today under par, I mean, that might sound crazy, but if he finishes under par, I think he's in great shape going into the weekend.
Yeah.
And anything more than that, he starts to become a favourite for me.
Oh, how about that? So, McIlroy, Thomas and Fleetwood. Off at 10:09. McIlroy 1 under, JT 1 over, and Fleetwood disappointingly 2 over par. Didn't really get any good breaks yesterday. We had bunker gate yesterday, Mark. Did you see Tommy Fleetwood hit it into a bunker, and they hadn't raked it, or it had been raked very poorly? I was always under the impression that with each group there was a bunker raker, but I understand that from yesterday it wasn't going to happen. Now, come on, guys, you've got to sequence yourself up there. So, Rory, you've gone too early. Okay, much better from JT and Fleetwood. Are we going to get... Oh, this... Now, here we go. Rory, Tommy's got his ball. JT, do not go early. Tommy's gone for a little practice. Ah, Rory, where are you headed off to there, mate?
You see, once again, I'm more concerned about the sweaters, because I think JT's won the sweater contest, because I think the soft pink look is just gorgeous for out there today. And I think with Tommy, it's interesting you say, because we're just an observation. He looks a bit tired and weary to me. He looks like, almost like I could do with a break type of Tommy. You know what I mean?
He's had a frustrating year, hasn't he? Let's line them up here. So, great to see them all up together. And now what we can do with our top tracer technology is just show you. Obviously, McIlroy a little bit further down the bag. 182, possibly an 8-iron for Rory.
It's got the shape of an 8-iron, hasn't it? Now let's have a look. Flat carry.
Yeah.
185.
Yeah, I think he's right on 200 as a 7, so...
I mean, you've been watching all morning. Where is the wind on the range this morning?
It's not really...
Not much at all?
Nah. I'd say it was... it's slightly into on the first. I did have a quick look at the first hole. Slightly into, off the right on the first. Very slight.
OK, so it's kind of... It's across the range then, really, isn't it? Gently across.
Yeah. Fleetwood. Fleetwood needs What are you thinking the cut is, Rory? 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, isn't it? Normally, it's just we're going to have similar conditions. It's just a look at what it was yesterday, double it. I mean, we know the formula.
I think it stays at 2.
Yeah, probably 2.
Okay.
Probably 2, yeah. We'll go with 2 for now.
Yeah, I think you've got to assume 2. So Fleetwood, I mean, if he could get back into the red, that would be great.
That's his
Look at
goal,
the crowd.
That's his goal.
The crowd, absolutely magnificent. This golf competition, we were in early. We started broadcasting early. People were pounding down the streets, getting into position. The enthusiasm, lots of families, lots of lads coming in. It's the heart. The crowd is the heartbeat of the golf. Do you remember the COVID years? No crowd. It was like playing golf in an empty room. So Rory McIlroy has brought all of Ireland with him. Shane Lowry as well, I thought, did very well yesterday.
Yeah, super. He really did.
Victor Hovland, 2 over. He kind of had it going and just, you know, finished off sloppily.
Yep, same with JJ Spawn, the US Open champion. He bogeyed 3 of the last 4 holes as well from being under par. But, you know, this is a sort of golf course where even the most innocuous hole can catch you out. And there's really no point, I believe, you can relax and think, great, I'm on a birdie hole. Maybe the par 5, 12, maybe. But, you know, apart from that, you hit it in the rough, you can make a double in a heartbeat. It truly is a wonderful golf course.
It's
and
magnificent.
as I say, you know, for Rory, it's such a big day today. He said already, he's openly said he's got 2 events this year that he's actually bothered about. I mean, how about that? Won the Ryder Cup and won the Open Championship here.
Yeah. Oh, to win the Open, to win the Ryder Cup in America. So, Rory I think he'd come off and have a mixed bag from yesterday. Let's take a closer look at it.
We started with a bogey, Simon, and you know,
a massive improvement, however.
Well, you say that. Okay, yes, I know that because he hit it out of bounds when we were here last time. But he was on that tee and he looked, I mean, incredible to look at a player of this stature and see noticeable nerves. And it was left. And it did miss the fairway, and it was in the thick stuff, and he hit a brilliant shot to get it onto the edge of the green, and hit a great putt as well up to a couple of feet and missed it. So those nerves obviously were there. But I thought from that point on, through 10, it was fabulous. I mean, he got himself to 3 under par. I mean, he really did start to turn up the screw. And of course, then you turn into a difficult stretch on the back nine. We all know how hard that stretch is. And then he popped in that birdie at 17. So a mixed bag, but is, I think, a positive day.
Yeah.
But today's more nervous, I'm telling you, today's more nervous.
Yeah, as it gets closer.
1,000,000%.
Rory McIlroy, there's some great groups there. Spieth, Ludwig Åberg and Victor Hovland out right before at 9:58.
See, the thing is, you know, Rory McIlroy is one of the few players in the game that's capable of brilliant things bordering on genius. If he suddenly gets into that zone, you know, he can waltz it round here on a slightly windy day in 63, 64. He can do that. And he has the ball flight and the control of the ball flight to be able to get at flags that other players can't get at.
Yeah.
So getting through to the weekend and getting into a reasonable position, he can still be one of your favourites.
Yeah. Incredible that gap, though, wasn't it? There it is. There's the scoreboard. So what Rory is doing, he knows that these numbers are the actual numbers. So what he's trying to do is figure out what he thinks he's hit it versus what the conditions are hit it. So if you watch, he'll look across to the left there just to see the carry number. Victor Hovland, work in progress, working really hard with Grant Waite, making some great improvements to his technique. Hovland coming back in form Grant Rate, former player, now really an excellent advisor, excellent coach.
It's interesting, isn't it? You say, talk about Grant Waite, I saw him on the range, was a great ball striker.
Amazing.
Yep. Soren Hansen was on the range coaching. He coaches the Højgaards and Manacero, also great ball striker.
So there it is, a look from our overhead, our plane. Superb.
You see that little bit of low cloud there? That worries me. When you see a little bit of low cloud below the plane, then I kind of get a bit nervous that maybe some inclement weather's coming in.
You know what? It's coming, Rowie, right? It's coming, but right now, maybe this is the calm before the storm. I mean, this is, I mean, not that, how could you ever do a forecast, right? It's an amusing thing, but right now, at least, it's kind of saying rain will come, and not much of it at about 4 o'clock. That's what we got, right? And the wind is 11 miles an hour right now, so not very much, and it's coming from the south, so that's kind of weird, because that's a different direction even than yesterday. There we go, Rory McIlroy, the flat carry number 239, probably his 4-iron.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's his 4-iron. I can't get my head around that. It's just, it's...
Yeah. It is a beautiful action, though.
Yeah,
it's
wonderful,
so classic. I mean, the way it all, the speed all comes to stops at the same time.
Absolutely,
amazing.
It's the connection, isn't it? It's the connection and the flow of it. And I actually like the fact that he practices the twizzle of the club on the range. Do you see that last shot?
Yeah.
He struck it nicely, little twizzle. It was beautiful. So you think 4-iron, which is about right. Look at the length of the shaft. I'm guessing you're spot on, right? So that 4-iron,
Oh,
he
see
hit
if we
that
can
harder.
zoom in.
Yes, he hit that harder.
Yeah, and not well. So
did he shank it?
No, Sir Heath did shank it earlier. So he was disappointed. He was disappointed that we were recording that. So McIlroy, in his own world. Mike Bannon observing.
Isn't that lovely? I mean, Michael Bannon has coached him his whole life, and there he is still there. I think that's amazing. Rory's a good guy. You know, he ever since he came on the golfing scene as a youngster, he's always, for me, spoke truth, spoke honesty, spoke clearly, spoke from the heart, and I think he plays that way. He plays with his heart on his sleeve. That, for me, is the way I want to watch a golfer. We go through all the ups and downs with him. We've all had our head in our hands plenty of times. We've all cried tears at Augusta this year when he finally got the Grand Slam, when he finally... I mean, when he hit that wedge into the 72nd hole, I actually was on the floor. I was on my hands and knees with my... no, not at this point do you hit another poor wedge shot, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And then, of course, well, when he actually came up with the brilliant wedge shot in the playoff and knocked it in, it was joyous. It was a great moment in history. That's historic when you do that. The Grand Slam, all of the majors.
It was amazing, that gap, though, wasn't it? The gap of 10+ years.
Yeah, it was more. It was 14 years, whatever it was. But, you know, that's the other thing that every single youngster can admire about Rory McIlroy. Every pro, everybody in the game can admire is that resilience, that belief, that never say I'm not going to do it attitude. I mean, we all think he should have won 15 majors by now. We know how good he is. We know the talent level. We know what we see.
You think the Masters victory opens the flood doors to more majors, Rowie?
Yes, I thought there would be a big come-down period after that, to be honest with you, where he would actually start to, you know, just question motivations and where he wanted to play and what he wanted to do. And I think he's probably, well, this could be the watershed of being through that, Simon, to be honest with you. This could be this championship here, should he go on to have a good day today, contend and end up winning this. I mean, all that can matter to him in his life is major championships. Yeah, I do
and
think.
an away victory in the Ryder Cup.
Well,
That's what he said.
Yeah, of course, that's hugely important. But I'll ask you a question. When he does eventually retire, how many majors do you think he'll have?
Double figures.
Yeah, I would have said I would go for 10. I was going to go for 10. I think that's doable for him. You know, injury, obviously, that anything in the way of that's not controllable. You can't control, like Tiger, when Tiger started to get more and more injured, you know.
There is sometimes too much of a loop where that club goes too much outside in the backswing, and then when he reroutes it, the reroute is too big and it kind of tilts him out of angle. But this looks pretty good to me, like kind of more. It's a tiny bit steep to shallow, which is what you want.
Well, he talked a lot, didn't he, about the fact that he was working on pretty simple things, and he was working on width in the takeaway, and he was very aware of trying to get the club in the right place in the first sort of 18, 24 inches of the takeaway. And that pretty much ties in with what you're saying, doesn't it? Because if he gets that width, he's less likely.
Yeah. Yeah, for me, he's one of those guys. Some guys need to set it later. Some guys need to risk set it later. He's one of those guys here. I think he's one of those guys who needs to set it earlier, so he doesn't get too much reroute in that change of direction, which is amazing. So if we look at the sort of the Rory McIlroy superpower, kind of look at those hips. See that rivet on his belt buckle there? It's going to drop and rise. So it's the sinking in transition of the pelvis and then the explosion up through impact.
So this will be now a driving iron, isn't it? What we now gone back to. We used to carry 1 irons, didn't we? That was our driving iron in the old days, but now it's got a 2 on it, or even a 3. But it can have anything up to 16 degrees or down to 16 degrees of loft on it. I mean, that's incredible to me. I mean, it's an iron in essence.
The game has changed, Mark. It's amazing.
He's gone to the 3-wood now.
I mean, I was speaking to John Cook. He said, you know, probably like stock 7-iron was like a 150 shot, you know, when he was in his pomp, and Rory's 7-iron's 200 yards.
Yeah, you'd have to say that would be in his pomp. Yeah, I mean, that's quite short for a 7-iron, you know.
But that's 1990.
Yeah, I was playing in the 90s. Yeah. So not particularly well. No, I was playing okay in the 90s. Yeah, I was doing all right then. I still never forget my golf lesson I got off you.
Yes.
I still tell everybody. There I am on the range at the Lancome Trophy in Sam Nom-Le-Bretèche. We had a French Openers this year. Down the range walks Simon Holmes, just stands behind me for 5 minutes. How are you, Rory? I said, well, it's not really feeling very good this morning. And you went, you know, you're just a bit disconnected, mate. Just try and slow your bottom half down. I said, well, how do you want me to do that? And you said to me, just imagine there's a beach ball and just try to squeeze a beach ball between your knees, and that might just slow you. And I thought, well, it's interesting. I've never heard that before. So I tried it. And I tried it, and I thought, that's better, that's better. So I went out on the golf course, and I thought about that the whole week, and I picked up the trophy at the end of the week. I won the Lancome Trophy that week, and I promise you, I had that tip in my head the whole week. Isn't it an amazing game? It's a crazy game. 5 minutes, the most simple tip, and you helped me win that. You helped me win that championship.
Yeah, it's a mad game. Or maybe it's just played by lunatics, Rory. Anyway.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
Let's have a look. McIlroy, 3-wood. I think this is off the tee, so he's obviously thinking, you know, when he's going to... I mean, he played a lot of tee shots yesterday with his driver. He didn't drive the ball well yesterday, Rory.
Which is unusual for him, isn't it?
Yeah.
Unusual for him. But, you know, he can get around this golf course. He can get around this golf course with a 3-wood and a driving iron.
So first hole.
Yeah, but he's not going to be hitting that club, is he, ever, off this tee? That's the thing. It's you can make that comparison, but it's not relevant. I mean, we've seen Aaron Rai, who's the straightest driver on the PGA Tour, hit a driver off the first tee. But Rory's hitting an iron, and I tell you what, he's hitting an iron and he's struggling to hit the fairway down there. So that's psychological.
Yeah,
he's got that holes in his head.
It's not a friendly start, is it? OB right, OB left. Let's have a look. Now, driver for McIlroy. That is his superpower.
Do you know what? We talk about his driver being his superpower, but his short game is
much better. Much
I'm going to say it's really good now. I mean, he's a great bunker player, and he's got a lot of variety in his short game.
Oh, he would take that. What's his carry? 315.
Oh, look at that.
330. 330. That's quite good.
340. I thought I saw 340.
340 total.
Oh, 340 total.
Yeah, only 340 total. It's just. I think that's his opening tee shot there. Let's have a look. Look at this. Amazing. Everyone's looking at the number. Let's go 345. 330 again. Very consistent. 191. And everyone going, he did what? The thing about it is, though, you can't see the ball. Unless you've got amazing and you pick it up early, you cannot see the ball.
You say that because of the launch angle as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
140 feet high.
Yeah, that's what I love about it. I mean, you all know this because you know everything, but he's got to be in the top 10 sort of apex hitters in the game.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
133 apex. So that's his kind of PGA Tour apex. I think probably Matsuyama hits it higher than him. Bryson. But I mean, Rory can have a couple of 160s if it's the weather's correct. I mean, it's like sending a ball up into the atmosphere. So Rory McIlroy's best results at the Open. Amazing he was at Royal Liverpool.
Incredible.
And then look at the consistency, the heartaches, especially
St Andrews as well.
2022 St Andrews.
Yeah.
That
Cam
was
Smith
really
putted the trophy out of his hands on the back nine, really.
Well, that putt on 17. The two putt from around the bunker on 17, Cam Smith. He hasn't done so well since then, really, Cam Smith. So I used to love watching him play, I've got to say. He was amazing. So McIlroy also looking at the numbers that you were just looking at. Victor Hovland grinding as he does. The fans, old and young. Lots of young faces we have seen at this Open Championship. Have a look at this. Magnificent balance.
Is he the best driver of the golf ball in your mind when you look at a combination of accuracy and length in the game?
I think no doubt. And I mean, when he's won golf tournaments, very, very often it is because he can bully the golf course to death with his tee shots. Right? So let's have a look. Great line here. Mike Bannon in behind. It's like a controlled explosion, isn't it? It's like a ground-to-ground missile.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. With 330, it's just turning up the power very slightly now. 190 ball speed.
144 apex.
Yeah, the numbers are incredible.
Curve a foot.
No, stop it.
The frozen rope.
Stop it. 338 with a foot of curve. That's superhuman.
Do you know what frozen rope is in French?
Do you know what? This will be probably the most exciting thing that will happen to me today hearing this.
La corde gelée.
Super, thank you.
I don't know if that's going to be of any use to you at all, but there it is.
Oh, it's already in my subconscious for when I see one of the French players hit it straight.
Here we go. So fascinating to see, and some great golf coming your way. If you're out here, you can feast your eyes. Next out, McIntyre, Bryson DeChambeau and Rose, Spieth, Ludwig, Åberg and Yeah, but Rory's looking over at that because there's up there, and he's just going to leave that little message up there. So, lads, follow that.
Yeah, and I think that will stay there until Aldrich Pot Heater comes on the range.
Boy.
And then that will go from 340 to 370. You can't believe that, can you?
370 carry.
Yep, yep.
Fascinating to see.
Do you know, looking at Rasmus there, Rasmus has got power on board. Nikolai's
big time
got power on board.
Those two guys are flushers.
Yeah, I think they're in the Ryder Cup. Do you think they're in the Ryder Cup?
They've got to be in the Ryder Cup.
They are. Team Højgaard is definitely in this Ryder Cup, surely. Nikolai's doing everything now. He's coming into form. Rasmus has been playing nicely, surely. Anyway, let's have another joyous look at that action. It is speed, power, balance, connection.
it's in. Oh. It's in.
Into the rain, the wind.
Here she comes. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
That's just extraordinary.
It's the afternoon session, day 2 of the 153rd Open Championship here at Royal Portrush, and that is the stage for the golfers. It's absolutely stunning. First Open here in 1951, second stage in 2019, Shane Lowry victorious, of course, and there's been a lot of movement on the golf course. Many birdies being made. There are scores available out there today, and the sun is shining, which we're absolutely delighted about. Gorgeous coastline here. So many visitors. They've come from all parts of the world to see the best golfers in the world for golf's greatest and oldest championship. Who's going to lift the claret jug on Sunday? We're live at the range here with Trey Niven. And Trey, really good to see you. I know you've had a busy week. You've had a really busy week. I know you're also very impressed with the golf today. And Rory McIlroy is out on the course. We can't stop talking about him because all the fans in the grandstand want to talk about him. Everyone does around the course. -1 at the moment. But we were just talking before we came on air. What did you see from Rory yesterday?
Well, firstly, we came on, didn't we? And we watched him on the range in his warm-up, and it was a little bit late actually for him. I think he usually gives himself
waited a while.
an hour and a half. We waited and waited. We finally got him, and he was looking at his phone, wasn't he? He was looking, when is his tee time? How long's he got? And he went out on the golf course, and he drove it pretty poorly. He was struggling a little bit with the lefts off the tee yesterday, but what really impressed me is how resilient he was actually on the course. His approach play was awesome, but he's ranked like 130th yesterday, strokes gained off the tee, which he's one of the best drivers in the world. And for him, the most impressive part was how he stuck in there. He didn't get ahead of himself. Whenever he was out of position, he played it back, relied on his short game and pitching, and he strung together a very nice round of golf.
Gosh, 130th in strokes gained. He'll be looking at that with, disappointments. I saw him nearly chip in on 13.
Yeah.
I saw his touch around the greens for a few holes, and absolutely had to rely on that. But today, -1, so he's level par for the day. But many players making a lot of birdies. One is Brian Harman. He's moved up the leaderboard. You've got the likes of Justin Rose there as well. Has spotted anyone else making birdies? Can have a quick look at the leaderboard now, actually, I think.
Tyrrell's up there. He's got 5 under for the day, hasn't he? He's 2 under.
Brilliant.
2 under for the day, 5 under total, and he is in some unbelievable run of form in major championships this year.
Yeah, he also had a top 10 here in 2019, the last staging of the event. There is Justin Rose. So much support for Rosie. Burst onto the scene at Royal Birkdale, didn't he, as a 17-year-old, 1998. Bob McIntyre, -3 for the day. Oh, Bob could do it.
Yeah, he can. He's had a decent week actually this week. He had a few hot mics yesterday, which was entertaining. I always love a hot mic, and he was a little bit he puts a lot of pressure on himself, doesn't he? He slams a few clubs, but I mean, he's clawing them back today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was actually just taking a look over our shoulder there to all the fans out there watching Rory.
Tommy Fleetwood in Rory's group, -4 through 7. Tommy fans, he finished second in 2019. They'll be absolutely delighted with that.
Yeah, Tommy, I actually said at the start of the week, it's a golf course that... Yeah, he was actually. Him and Tyrrell, golf course that suits Tommy. I think a lot of approach play reliant on this week, pockets on the greens. And Hovland as well, clawing it back 3 under through 8 holes. Maybe today is the day where we're going to see a few of the low ones out there.
Our papers are blowing. What is the wind going to be doing this afternoon? Because it's all about the wind on this golf course.
Yeah, I mean, it's already in the last half an hour, it's picked up a little bit, but I'm super surprised at the weather right now, to be honest. I was looking at the BBC weather app last night, and all it said was rain, thunderstorms, and we're out here. I'm in a T-shirt. You got your T-shirt on as well, Di?
Yep, I have.
And it's perfect. I mean, water overnight on the golf course did soften the greens up a little bit, but sometimes it just makes them a little bit more skiddy, so it doesn't actually soften them up a little bit.
I'm going to keep my eye on Brian Harman. Pete Finch tipped him 2 years ago.
I remember that.
And said he was going to win the Open Championship 2023, and he did. And he was on the range earlier this week. We spoke to him a couple of times. He was in really good spirits. Doesn't like any lights in his bedroom. He's brought electric tape. I think it was electric tape, he said, to cover up all the lights likes. And if there's a bit of light at the bottom of your door, he puts a towel down there.
Wow, he's picky, isn't he?
Well, exactly. But he's obviously...
It works.
He's slept really well this week, so he's playing really well. Rasmus Højgaard is -6 through 13. Tell us a little bit about Rasmus and his game.
Rasmus is one of them players. He's actually got an unbelievable short game. If you look at the stats, I can never pick him and his brother apart. If they both had a haircut, I can't pick them apart. Usually Rasmus has got the longer hair, but he's a golfer. You see his backswing, bowed leader. It's like a modern day golf swing. He's a joy to watch, Rasmus.
Really lovely.
Sorry,
also
Nikolai.
Yes, Rasmus Nikolai.
Confused now.
So easy to get confused. I like chatting to his dad as well. He's such a humble chap. Just saying, what great sons that you've produced, and he's always... His demeanour is very sort of...
he's chill, isn't he?
He's very chilled, and he's not invasive in any way. I really, really enjoy his company. I'm just wondering about these afternoon starters and who you've got your eye on. I mean, I'm looking at Matt Fitzpatrick at -4, really well placed, sort of bursting into form at exactly the right time.
He is, yeah. He's actually he mentioned yesterday post-round that he kind of found something in his game with coach Mark Blackburn. He was struggling a little bit and just didn't really have anything, but he's worked with his coach Mark Blackburn, who's an unbelievable golf coach, and looks like he's found some form this week. He's put on, what surprised me most about Matt is he's put on all this length off the tee, but he's actually got more accurate, which is why we're seeing him do well around a golf course like this, and he hits it super low. He's a classic links player, won loads of amateur golf events, which are all typically on links golf courses, so it's no shock to see him doing well this week.
No, brilliant stuff. Looking forward to his tee time, and I'm looking at Scotty Scheffler's tee time, which was Rory's tee time yesterday, 3:10 p.m. It's a special timing with Colin Morikawa and Shane Lowry. What a group. Your thoughts on Scotty Scheffler and his play yesterday, -3?
Well, when I got in and I checked the scoreboard, I see Scotty there at, what was he, -3?
Yeah.
-3, and to my surprise, I thought he was level par or 1 over. He was just plodding along, and Scotty does what he does. That's what he does best. He just stays in there. There's no fireworks. He's just in there hitting good golf shots, and I don't know, he's just one of those sneaky golfers that he just finds himself
wins all the time.
Yeah, sneaky
Just
finds himself in the top 10 all the time, which is great.
We've loved Scotty's press conferences this week, haven't we? Talking about how he loves practice, loves the challenge. Does it fulfill him? Absolutely not, he said, in terms of fulfilling his heart. But he loves being out here and competing. Whether the celebration lasts for 2 minutes or 5 minutes, then you're on to the next tournament. We could speak for 3 hours on that. Really interesting, fascinating insight from Scotty Scheffler this week in the press conferences. He's -3. He's 3 off the lead at the moment. Top of the leaderboard is 6 under par. The story is there. It's all going to unfold. Overlooking this driving range, delighted to say for the first time we've got Claude Harmon III in the box, and he's with Simon Holmes. Holmesy, over to you.
Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah, very excited to have Claude Harmon III join us in comms. Claude, welcome, mate.
Good to be here.
What have you been up to? You've just had DJ out on the golf course?
Yeah, just on the range with DJ, did the warm-up, and ready to see some good golf this afternoon. I think it's going to be exciting. The weather's good, and 4 seasons in 1 day. That's what you get here at the Open Championship.
Can you imagine trying to be the weatherman in Portrush? So when you're getting your man ready, like pre a round, like an hour to go, whatever, what's the kind of form? Does DJ say, hey, listen, am I getting closer to this? Or does he talk to you? How does it work?
He doesn't really say much. Some guys are talkers. Some guys like to talk, Simon. You know that. I mean, I always say tour players are like dogs. They kind of communicate with you non-verbally. So when they walk up, I mean, I've been around DJ. I've been working with DJ since 2012. You can kind of tell if he's in a good mood, if he slept well, if he wants to talk, if he doesn't talk. My dad told me early on, and he said, if you're going to work with tour players, here's the most important thing. Sometimes it's what you don't say that is the most important. He just doesn't like to talk a lot, and I kind of wait for him to kind of say if he wants to say something, and if I see something, I'll jump in, but hopefully you don't have to say anything during the warm-up, and you can just let them do what they do.
And is he in good form?
He double bogeyed the last hole yesterday after birding 16 and 17, so played well. Shot 64 at Valderrama on the weekend on Live. 7 under around there, no bogeys.
No, that's amazing.
You're playing good.
Yeah, no, fantastic. So, the 16th tee, 236 yards of total misery. There it is. What do you think of the golf course? Were you here in 2019?
I was in 19. I was working with Brooks Koepka at the time. He finished, I think, 4th that week. So
and was right there.
Yeah, there were a lot of guys after that week that said this was one of their favorite venues. They liked it. I think it's fair. I think there's a good mix of shots, and I think it demands a good mix of your total game. So, yeah, it's a really good venue.
It is a really good venue. What about that little right wrist angle? Is that good for our viewers at home?
Absolutely.
Help
I mean,
a little lag.
That's something that was kind of invented by Dave Wood and Sean Foley. It's called the Pro Sender, and basically it helps kind of set your wrist in that angle. But what I like, Simon, for players to use, and a lot of times, is to have them kind of keep it in that cradle through impact, because so many players are just throwing it at impact and they struggle with contact.
Yeah, contact and compression. Patrick Cantlay, I guess that's Jamie Mulligan and Joey LaCava.
Yeah, Tiger's former caddy.
Yeah, two pretty strong team members there. Have you seen Cantlay hit it lately? Any opinions on him?
Patrick Cantlay has a very, very simple golf swing. You know, I think sometimes when he doesn't really get that off with his ball striking. I think that's one of his strengths. Sometimes the putter can go a little bit on the cold side, but from a technique standpoint, I mean, he does a lot of really, really good things in the golf swing. He's got a very good setup.
Yeah, it looks simple, doesn't it? It looks really simple, looks repetitive, kind of a rhythm swing. It's a swing, not a hit.
Well, part of that was by design. He had a pretty significant back injury that basically derailed him. And Dr. Greg Rose and Dave Phillips, the co-founders of the Titleist Performance Institute, he went out and saw them. It was, does he have surgery? Does he not have surgery? And they said, listen, you can hold off having back surgery, but you basically have to shut everything down for at least a year. And early on in his career, he just shut everything down, didn't play any golf, let the back heal. And I think that's the problem when you've got a back injury. I had back surgery in 2011. We always say to our golfers, our juniors that get injured, no athlete has ever waited too long to come back from an injury. Everybody comes back early. But Patrick really did take the advice of the medical guys and just basically let his body heal.
So the opposite of Tiger Woods, who never listens to his medical team. You know, fair or not fair?
I just think Tiger's he's put his body through a lot, and sooner or later your body is going to say, there's only so much Bondo we can put on it to make it work.
Yeah, well, the Masters was kind of a ho-hum finish around a golf course you would think would suit him. Ball striker, great chipper. Quail Hollow, you would have thought again for a Cantlay game. And maybe US Open, you know. Those are kind of surprising misses. Nothing really firing for the Cantlay camp. You know, when you look at the package that Cantlay brings to the first tee, you know, we're kind of expecting a few more wins from him. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Simon, professional golf is hard. And I think the guys at the top, Rory, Scotty Scheffler, they can make it look so easy. We're obviously not used to seeing this from Patrick, you know, T36, and then to miss 2 cuts in the majors. He's one of those players that I think everybody expects not only to make all the cuts in the majors, but expect to have chances to win. Ryder Cup year, not the form that he would want, but he's a very methodical, I think that's a nice way of saying at times he can borderline on a little bit slow.
Yeah.
But really good look at his grip.
Yeah, kind of pretty neutral, both hands there. Maybe right a little stronger than left, but what would you say? Like, I mean, in the Cantlay swing, it's not the ball striking, is it? It's not like foul balls off the tee. Just maybe the putting a hair or a little slower on the putting greens.
Listen, it's hard to continue at an elite level for a very, very long time. And again, I said this just now. The good ones just make it easy, and you forget that week in, week out, over the course of 300 and days you're going to be playing, you've got to bring your good stuff. And so I have every confidence that he's going to be on the Ryder Cup team. I can't imagine them going to Bethpage without him.
No.
He's great in the team room, but just golf is hard, even at this level.
Yeah. And what do you think? Keegan Bradley is definitely in the top 12 players on the American players.
I think Keegan Bradley is probably, easily, at the moment, from a play standpoint, probably playing as good as anybody on the American team. I talked to his caddy the other night. He came over to the house, Scotty Vale. I said, is he going to play? And he said, you know, he's in between. Obviously, if Keegan were to play well this week, I think he could make a case for that. But I think it's very, very interesting. And I don't think we've had this. I mean, can you remember a time in history where we've had a captain
such a young pick, to pick a player who's actually, I mean, Keegan Bradley, I think, could have been on the team in Rome.
Yeah,
right?
For sure.
Right?
Well, and we all saw that with the Full Swing documentary.
Okay, right? And then you pick him to be Ryder Cup, kind of not in the peak of his career, but certainly in major game time of his career. It's a strange choice. You know, we have typically played, I would say, players who have retired, who are definitely not even close to competition standard. And America has kind of done that too. You know, Zach Johnson was never going to be on the Ryder Cup team. So to pick Bradley, or at least, and what it's done to Bradley's game, be very, very interesting. I just think it's such a hectic week. Like, imagine Keegan Bradley's on 15 and the pairings have got to go out, and then you've got to go and disturb his match and ask him to write down, hey, listen, do you want to change anything?
I do think that if Keegan does attempt to play however many matches he would play, he will rely heavily on his backroom staff, the co-captains, and so they will have gotten all of that figured out. But I do think the U.S. is trying to take, Simon, a little bit of a page from the Euros book, in that when Paul McGinley was captain at Glen Eagles, he was still playing. He was still in touch with all the players. I think for a while, when the Euros were just beating the Americans, you know, left, right, and center, we were picking old school veterans, the Hal Suttons of the world, who, the further you are away from the modern game, whether you like this or not, whether it's right or it's wrong, you're out of touch with the players. I think Tom Watson at Glen Eagles, in a lot of ways, was a little bit out of touch with the modern game. He didn't want the players really to bring their coaches. He didn't want them to bring their physios. He didn't want them to bring their trainers, because in his day, that didn't happen. I think if you are going to be a Ryder Cup captain, you have to captain and understand the group of players you've got, understand how the game is played today. And I think the Europeans have done a better job at that. I think in Rome, last time, bringing in Nicholas Colsaerts, bringing in Eduardo Molinari, guys that are still playing, that the players know, that the players trust, that the players know, hey, they know how I'm playing. They know what my game is all about. And I think that's really important.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating to see Ryder Cup not far away.
But a very simple golf swing, you know, just basically sets. I like the way Patrick sets the golf club at the top. There doesn't look like there's a lot of excess motion.
Yeah.
The only thing that I see at times is his body, his rotation through impact when he does get off, can just get a little bit on the slow side. Yeah. And because he doesn't have a very long backswing, it looks to me like he and Jamie sometimes work on making sure that he completes the turn that he's got. For everybody watching, whatever turn you've got in your backswing, however much you can turn, if that's all you can do physically, you have to get there every time.
Yeah.
Even if it looks a little bit short, you've got to make sure that you get there.
Yeah.
There's times where Jamie will kind of hold the shaft on his right hip, and to make sure that he gets that hip turn, gets into that right side.
Yeah. I think that came from his back injury, like he's a little bit self-conscious or a little bit stiffer.
Yeah, I mean, I think golfers work around the injuries they've got. And, you know, Jamie Mulligan is an incredible instructor. He works full-time with Nelly Korda, who's the best in the women's game, and he couldn't have a better team in Joe LaCava, not only caddying for Tiger Woods' last major, but also the longtime caddy for Freddie Couples. He couldn't pick a better caddy to have.
I was chatting to Joey, who I've known for years, and alarmingly, we decided that I actually met him first in playing at when he was playing at Disney. caddying for Ken Green.
Ken Green.
Which we decided that was in 1988. That's not good, is it?
Well, it just goes to show how old we are, Simon.
Anyway, Patrick Cantlay just working through, looking pretty solid. Also looking very solid. Let's find Henny in the open zone.
The Championship Committee at the R&A deliberate long and hard about the pin positions at an Open Championship day in and day out. So with that said, let's take a look at what the pin positions are for round 2, what the players and caddies have to face. On the front 9, well, you've got that first. So it's such a tough start. That tee shot is brutal. And once you find the fairway, you don't get much respite from that pin that's tucked long left. Rory McIlroy made birdie there. But we'll see a lot of players come unstuck on that position on the first. And then on the 6th, if we look down here, 9 on 4 from the right. That is a brand new pin. That is one that they didn't use back in 2019. In fact, the closest that they went to the front of that green was 12 on, and that was in the final round on a Sunday pin. So just 9 yards on. That is tough on 6. Now, if we take a look at the back 9, because the rest on the front 9, they're fairly friendly, they're doable. There's quite a few difficult ones on the back 9, starting off with 10, which is another new pin that we didn't see in 2019. 15 on, 4 from the right-hand side. 14 is brutal. That is just 5 off the right. And now players and caddies consider the right side of 14 green still as part of the green. That is a big dell and a swale there that you would miss in with any other pin other than that one, because you can't get up and down from that dell. So it just makes that already narrow green even more narrow, because you must hit the left side of it in order to get access to that pin. 18 is also a new pin, 14 on, 7 from the right-hand side. That's all the difficult ones. However, players will be very happy to hear that on 11, that is the easiest pin that you can have on that hole. 25 yards on, 5 yards from the left-hand side. I'm looking at all of these pins with this current wind that's going to be facing the players throughout the morning and the afternoon, but as we get later on, the course could change, and some of those friendly pins might be baring their teeth a little bit.
Winning the Open changes a life.
A hero at 22 and the first Spaniard ever to win the title.
A name remembered, a legacy secured. But look beyond the champion and you'll see that maybe there's a little more to it. From first swings to final putts. From the back streets to the big stage. From the inner cities to the outer reaches. The Open's impact stretches far beyond the fairways. Every ticket, every fan, every roar drives our mission to shape the future of golf. Removing barriers, protecting the land, honoring the past, leading for tomorrow. So yes, the Open is life-changing, but what begins as a moment for one creates a game for us all.
My business has taken me all over the world, and one day, my son will take over.
The family business just wasn't for me. I wanted to build something of my own. And when my father saw how passionate I was, he did everything to support me. Now I have a daughter. All I want is for her to be
7,000 miles from home, but this is exactly where I need to be, and no one understands that better than my dad.
Wherever life or business takes you, HSBC can help.
On the range, it's amazing who you bump into. Anna Nordqvist, 3-time major champion and Solheim Cup captain. Really good to see you, Anna.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, it's great. You're here at Royal Portrush. Have you had a look round? What have you seen so far?
Yeah, so over all these years, I've never had the opportunity to go to a men's open. So me and a couple of friends are in town for a few days. We're going to watch today, and then we're going to go into Belfast tomorrow. So I love this event. I mean, I don't watch a lot of golf, but this is the one that I make sure I watch on the guys. Just the atmosphere. I mean, seeing Ludwig, Victor, Rory, Justin, all those guys tee off this morning was pretty cool. So we're going to go watch a little bit more later on. But yeah, this is golf at its best. So we got a really nice day for it. So excited to be here.
Oh, brilliant. That atmosphere on the first tee, just describe what it's like to our viewers.
Yeah, like I'm sure the support here for Rory. It's
quite overwhelming, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think it's almost like you kind of see it on TV, but you got to be here to experience it. And as a player, like it's such an honor, like playing these events, and it's just so much history to it. And being back in like a fantastic venue, looking forward to come back here and hopefully playing one day. It just looks so cool and tough.
You get a women's open here at some point.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, with the AIG Women's Open, I mean, we've gotten some fantastic venues over the last couple of years, and we got a lot of good ones coming up. So it's very exciting to see that event grow as well. And in 2 weeks, coming to Wales for the first time. So I'm excited.
Yeah, that'll be absolutely great, Royal Porthcawl. Tell us about your schedule. Next week, you're playing, aren't you?
Yeah, so next week the LPGA and the LET is playing the Scottish Open at Dundonald Links outside Glasgow. So I'll be heading there at the end of the week and then gearing up for the British. So yeah, it's a nice little European swing here and getting to go home a little bit after that. So I'm excited.
Oh, great stuff. And obviously you've got the Solheim Cup, which is next year. We're sort of a year and a bit out. Are you sort of really busy behind the scenes doing lots of hard work and lots of meetings? You've just been over in the Netherlands, haven't you?
Yeah, so I mean, it's such a cool role to be kind of still playing on tour and doing the captaincy. It's a lot more work than probably people expect, and the players probably won't see a lot of the work until next year. But I was just over there in the Netherlands for 4 days doing a little bit of site visit. I had Caro Headwell, one of my vice captains, with me. So we played the golf course Monday, Tuesday, Bernardes, and then kind of looked at the hotel, the team rooms, and a few things here and there that where you as a European captain has a little bit of a say. So it's a really cool opportunity, and I'm very excited to be there. And I don't think it'll hit me that I'm the captain until I stand on that first tee next September, but very honoured to be in that role.
Yeah, that goosebumps, my goodness. You've got to keep abreast of what all the girls are doing and how they're playing. And also team outfits are very important. So you're thinking about colours and design and...
Yeah, Caro is now the most fashion person, so she assigned me and Mel Reid, who's also...
I thought that would be the case.
Yeah, so we're trying to make it getting out of the box a little bit, so... we're gonna see some cool. I'm encouraging everyone to wear yellow because it just pops so well. So you'll see a lot of yellow in our outfits, but that's also been a cool being part of the design process and being able to have a little bit of say in what we're gonna wear. And yeah,
it's absolutely fantastic. I love what you wear at Solheim Cups, and that first tee at the Solheim. I mean, if you've never been, it's pretty indescribable. It's similar to a major championship, or the same as a Ryder Cup. As a player, what is it like when you walk onto that tee and hear the roars and the cheers?
Yeah, I think those are the moments you live for as a golfer. At least I did. I mean, we know over the years some people hate it or think it's really hard because it's just so much pressure. But anytime I don't feel motivated or having, it's rain outside or something, like those are the moments I live for, because it's ultimately, our sport at its best. And it's going to be hard not teeing it up there on the first tee next year, but I've had the opportunity to do it in nine previous times. So yes, I love the passion, I love the atmosphere, and I love all about it. And I think those really are the moments that we're going to look back at when we're not playing anymore and really embrace and be special that we could be a part of.
I mean, you say it quite flippantly, just the 9 previous times, but when we think about it, my goodness, it's such a huge achievement to be part of 9 teams. Is there one in particular that stands out?
I think every opportunity has been so special, and it's going to come to an end where you're not going to be playing. So I felt like I embraced every single time. I knew I'd put my name in for captaincy before I played last year. So I knew it might not be any more times. My family loves it. It's a family affair, and just getting to share those opportunities with your friends and your family, your fans, your teammates. there's just nothing better. So I'm very grateful for having had the chance to play in so many. And when my career is over one day, those are the moments that really gonna probably feel even more special.
Yeah. Oh, amazing. You've had so many brilliant moments. And a final question, Anna. Who's going to win the Open Championship?
Well, I think probably all of us are cheering for Rory, and
Yes.
and I hope we're going to see him there on Sunday.
Great stuff. Thanks for your time and enjoy the rest of your day, and also going into Belfast.
Thank
Got to
you.
go and see where Titanic was built.
Yes.
That was my top tip. Thanks, Anna. Cheers.
Thank you.
Fantastic Solheim Cup captain, LET LPGA legend Anna Nordqvist. Wish her well next year at the Solheim. And Solheim has grown and grown and grown, Claude.
It really has. I mean, if you look at the crowds and you look at the caliber of play and you look at how much every player around the world that plays ladies professional golf, you know, wants to be on that team. Anna will be a great captain. She was a great player, major champion, and great to see her here and be interested to see how she, I mean, she's Swedish. I mean, Simon, you kind of, you were kind of the Swedish tour guru legend back in the day with Heggie the Hegman.
Oh, man.
All the Swedes.
Yeah, all the Swedes. Yeah.
I still remember being at the Ryder Cup in '93 and watching Joachim Hegman basically go undefeated up until the singles. He didn't miss a shot for...
No, beat John Cook. He beat John Cook on the last hole.
Oh,
it was
the
close.
big fist pump.
He did, yeah. No, those were the days. Claude, when we were young. Here we go. This is Minion Cam. This is my favorite camera on the whole of the golf course, stuck in the middle of the driving range. And
one of my favorite swings in professional golf there in the white, Torbjorn Olesen, a.k.a. Thunder Bear.
I know. Love that.
An absolute flusher. One of the best ball strikers I've ever seen. I mean, Soren Hansen was a great ball striker, but Torbjorn, I mean, just what a beautiful golf swing.
See if you can spot Pete Cowan. He's normally in camo, in the black.
He's normally standing behind somebody, that's for sure.
He's standing behind Henrik Stenson. Let's have a look. Yeah, Torbjorn Olesen in the white pants with the white arm sleeves. Look at that angle that he's holding there.
Just such a simple golf swing, right? Sets it in a beautiful position. Lots of rotation through impact. Really good balanced. I'll be honest with you, Simon. I'm surprised that Torbjorn doesn't win more.
Yeah.
Because the technique
is clean.
He is the type of player where if he is hitting golf balls on the driving range and I'm walking and I've got time, I will go stand behind him, because to me it's as money as it gets.
Yeah.
Good shoulder turn, no real wasted motion at the top, and then just such a great move through him. It clears that lower body, covers with the chest.
Yeah, great sequence. Kind of that long right arm punch through there. Yeah, great compression from him. He's 1 over par. He's going to go off at 13.37. That's match 38 with Matthew Jordan and Philip Jakubczyk.
I'm glad you chose that name or not.
Under. Now, I'd say that was a Czech name, but here we go.
But one of the things, Simon, when we're looking at a lot of these players and we're seeing the grip being close up, one of the changes, I think, of the modern game in the last 20 years is the grips have gotten much, much stronger. And we just don't see players anymore at the junior or the college level, but certainly on tour, you rarely see a player with a weak grip anymore. That helps them get the face in a much stronger position because equipment has changed so much and because the technology we have to measure what the club is doing, launch monitors, 3D. You know, my dad, when he worked with Dustin Johnson, the club face was very, very shut. Everybody said, hey, you're going to have to change that. But these players have so much speed now, so much ability to rotate their body that back in the day, you used to feel like you had to hold that off. Now, you can really see these players getting that club in that really strong left wrist position at the top, rotating out of the way, and really just not really doing too much with the hands through impact.
No. Well, it's almost like take your impact position you want, which is kind of that right wrist still the angle, turn it to the top, and you're presetting your impact, and then you just turn and burn it.
Well, one of the things that I always do to players is I have them set up and say, okay, take a setup and show me where impact is without a backswing.
Yeah.
And I've yet to see a player that head goes back, hands go back, left wrist cup. So you could see Torbjorn kind of rehearsing that move you talked about, but look at where that logo is at the top of the backswing. That logo is kind of pointing a little bit more skyward than it is more groundward. And then, like you said, from there, he basically just tries to keep that left wrist in that position, not doing that move that he's doing with his right arm there. That's the impact.
Yeah.
And that's what you were talking about, trying to have that right arm, that straight right arm through impact.
Yeah.
It's a great thing for everyone watching.
Yeah.
Try and keep the cup in your right wrist through impact, and then let your body rotate through impact.
And that kind of straightening of that right arm keeps the shaft down, stops it kicking up with the centrifugal force. Yeah. Torbjorn Olesen looks simple. So simple. Looks like he had so much time and space.
And then the other thing about all great ball strikers is Torbjorn is one of those with his irons where the sound is different.
Yeah.
He really does compress the golf ball. And when he's playing his best, he's got great balance. I think sometimes the only negative that Torbjorn has is sometimes he can get a little bit down on himself and his temper can get the better of him. But I asked Soren Hansen, he came to Soren brought him to our academy in Dubai in like 2008 just to practice, and I was watching him hit golf balls, and I'm thinking, this sounds like Rory McIlroy hitting golf balls. And I said, what does Torbjorn stand for? He says, well, it stands for Thunder Bear. So to this day, I saw him early this morning. I call him Thunder.
100%.
But again, he's going to set this in a really good position. Watch the footwork through here. He's going to get that weight into that left heel through impact. Really quiet with the footwork. Ground force is something that we talk about right now. But the easiest way for the average golfer to not get into the trees of ground force is at impact. I think for the majority of golfers that are listening right now, if you've got more weight in your left heel at impact, and if you have more weight on your lead foot as a right-handed golfer, your left foot, the average golfer tends to have more weight on their back foot. They tend to get their weight on their toe. But watch, he's going to rotate on the downswing into this left heel, really quiet with the right foot as well. And that's if you want to improve your ball striking, work on footwork.
Just copy
like that.
Finish in balance, left leg straight, weight in your left heel. There, you heard it.
And from this angle, we're going to see how the belt buckle starts the downswing.
Yeah.
The downswing, my dad used to say to Tiger Woods, the downswing starts from the ground up. So he's going to unwind the belt buckle first, then the chest, then the arms, and then the club face. There goes the hips. You see the belt buckle facing the target. If you're fighting the snap hook, your lower body is probably going to be too square. Your upper body's trying to be too square. So from this angle, you can see here, watch this move. You see that left pocket getting out of the way. You can see he's holding that angle. He's got that shaft lean. Love that post-impact position there.
A lot of rehearsals.
Yeah.
Just drilling it in.
I'm telling you, man, he's got one of the best swings in the game.
Yeah. Great mid-iron striker.
Putter maybe lets him down a little bit.
Yeah, I would say what you said. I just think it's like his dissatisfaction with his own mistakes. He's so bad at forgiving an error, right? And then he carries the mistake, and the Thunder Bear turns into the Volcanic Bear, and that's not a good combo.
No. One of my favorite guys on tour.
He's a sweet guy.
He is. And when you talk to him, you can't believe he could get that mad.
I know.
Because he doesn't have that type of personality.
Well, Thomas Bjorn was like that. Thomas Bjorn, the Danes.
The Dane.
Nikolai is like that. Rasmus, not so much.
Well, maybe they all learned from Thomas being the Danish OG of golf.
Oh,
Thomas could get the head off faster than any human being on the planet.
Yeah.
And they learned that you had to have Thomas's temper.
Yeah. Thomas was like coal, right? You think it's out, tiny little breeze on it, and it all fires up again. So the great Thomas Bjorn, he could have had his hands on that claret jug, Royal St George's. Anyway, let's not talk about that. Well, Torbjorn, we wish you well, mate. We think the cut's 2 under par. He's a 2 over par.
2 over.
Yeah, 2 over par. He's out with Matt Jordan, who's a links specialist. Tied 10th in his last 2 opens. This is his third.
Now he has a wood in his hand. If you notice, no overswing in the backswing as well. Really efficient. Probably hitting a 3 wood here, so right around that kind of, or maybe a 4 wood. A lot of the players this week, Simon, have been looking at their launch monitor data and saying that the ball is going much shorter than they're used to. I think a lot of that is we're so close to the water, there's a tremendous amount of moisture in the air, and that's that heavy wind that they talk about at the Open Championships.
Yep. Thank goodness, because Aldrich Pogita only carried it 373.
He works with one of my best friends and one of my former instructors, Justin Parsons, who I think is one of the best instructors on the planet. And I've seen and watched the transformation that JP's trying to get Aldrich to go through. But if we look at these numbers, launching at around 10, the holy grail with once we get up to the longer clubs for everybody watching, high launch, low spin.
Yeah, fascinating to watch. There's the
That's
top tracer technology, yeah. Super. Well, we will leave the range for a few minutes and find out what chaos George Harper Jr. is creating now.
Well, the skies are starting to clear here at the Open Championship, and that's not just the weather we're talking about because of this specimen. What a beautiful bird. Dave, how are you, mate? Can you tell us a little bit about Pilgrim here, who's out to help?
Yeah, certainly. So Pilgrim here is a 24-year-old male bald eagle, and he's here to do a bit of pest control, keeping the gulls clear of the food areas while the public are eating their fish and chips.
Mate, this is a serious-looking eagle. There's a few eagles out on course, but this is surely the best one. How old, how long's this guy been around for?
So he's 24 years of age.
24?
Yeah, he's 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
he's a bit of experience behind him, which is good for an area like this with so many public around. A bird that is very used to service and experiences and things like that in the public eye. He's very cool, calm and collected.
How long have you been working with Pilgrim for?
2 years. He was actually the first bird, however, that I handled when I was 18. Don't want to say a number, but that's 22 years ago now.
Yeah.
Was the first that I met Pilgrim here, and for the last 2 years we've been working with him on our own experiences and pest control as well.
Nice. And will Pilgrim get up in the air at all today, or is he going to be nestled on your arm? I'm sure that's getting a bit tired.
Pilgrim is going to be strapped to the arm for now. He's a bit too big to be flying in around the areas. We do have the smaller species, the Harris's hawks, that are on course as well. We have 4 of them servicing all the food areas, and they're a wee bit smaller and easier handled.
Wow, it's pretty amazing. How cool is it to, I guess, spend time with birds like this? Because, you know, we see them in emojis all the time, but this is the real deal. He looks amazing.
It's an absolute honour. Every day you wake up and you don't mind the office, especially if it's one like this at the Open in Portrush, and you know, you never get sick of it.
Do you like your golf?
I do. I like watching it. I don't like playing it. Normally people that say they don't like playing it is because they're not very good at it.
I think there's 250,000 fans that are probably on a similar wavelength. Yeah. Very good. So do you just coast around, cruise around this sort of area, or do you get out close to the course as well?
We do get up closer to the food villages, just around the course, so we're getting to see a wee bit of golf to and fro. The public perception of what we're doing is amazing. Everybody's so welcoming and so, you know, just dying to hear what we're doing, why we're there, and what the bird is. But the idea of what it is it's a predatory bird. It's there to do a job, which is to show the gulls in the air that want to come down for the food that there's a danger there.
So he will stay in his lead, which means that the birds can see him from a mile off, so he doesn't even have to get in the air.
Just the presence.
Just his presence.
He has, yeah, just that presence is enough to keep them away.
Wow, okay. Well, it's probably presence enough to keep me away too, so I might leave Pilgrim to it, but thank you very much for your time, mate. It's great to have you and Pilgrim here.
Lovely to see you. Thank you very much.
You can stop looking at me now. Okay. Cool. Leave you guys to it. Well, there we go. Okay. That is absolutely stunning.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more.
Just swing. Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever, however,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Yeah, fascinating. We are just past 1 o'clock on day 2 of the 153rd Open from Royal Portrush, and we are live at the range in here with Claude Harmon III, just chatting some golf swings, Claude. It's been a very busy place, that grandstand. When Rory arrived, you would have thought the Pied Piper was coming in here, dragged everyone in with him, and then when he left, everybody left too.
Well, he is such a popular player, and in this part of the world, he's pretty special.
He is special. He's pretty global. So, the Frenchman Gouviat, the superb ball striker, already picked up a win. Just a young man. What's the common routine, would you say? Is it just like, you know, like how did DJ warm up? Did he train first this morning? Was he physically warm? How are his timings?
He'll go through a warm up with his physio. He'll get stretched, maybe get in the gym a little bit. DJ likes a long warm up, so we're about an hour and a half, where some guys like Ricky and Brooks are maybe 30 minutes, but DJ always likes to start on the putting green. Then he goes to short game, and then he'll do full swing, and then he'll go back and finish on putting.
Yeah, fantastic.
The Swede.
The Swede, the tall Swede. Henrik Stenson shot 4 over par yesterday. Has drawn Fanny Sunesson, the famous caddy. They're just, if we keep going around there, that's it, just to the left of Pete. Hand on the bag. Fanny Sunesson,
she was on
pioneer.
She was on the bag last week in Valderrama.
Okay. Got to be very good friends to Fanny to get her to come and caddy for you. A great mind. She was incredible. She was so professional in the way that she caddied. She gave a lot of support to Nick Faldo. A lot of emotional support when he needed it.
I don't think she gets the credit she deserves for the caddy job she did caddying for Nick all those years. Obviously, the player hits it, right? The player is the player, the caddy is the caddy, the coach is the coach. But I think she played a huge role. I think caddies play a huge role. My dad always says the same thing about instructors and caddies. They get too much credit when the player is playing well, and they get too much of the blame when the player is playing poorly. So I think they were a great team, and Henrik, such a great player for a very long time. And I think people forget, and you were around on tour back in the day, Simon, in the early 2000s. Remember that year at the Belfry where he was hitting it out of bounds on holes where you have to hit it off the property.
Yeah.
To do what Henrik did and to come back from the doldrums that he was in to where he could not find the planet at a time. And I think Pete Cowan has played a huge role in Henrik's career, the golf swing that he helped him build, to be a major champion, to be on all the Ryder Cup teams that he did. I mean, won the FedEx. I mean, Henrik's
big time golf. Won TPC Sawgrass. What were your thoughts on that Stenson-Mickelson battle? You know Phil Mickelson very well.
I mean, it was the modern version of the duel in the sun, right? They were both playing great. His caddy at the time, Gareth Lord, Lordy's going to be on the bag for DJ next week.
Come on.
DJ's brother AJ is having his second baby, a son, so he's leaving Monday. So Gareth Lord on the bag for DJ next week.
Oh, what a combo.
I've talked to Lordy about that day, and to be a part of that, just to be a part of that. It was a 2-horse race. They kind of separated themselves, and it was very much like a heavyweight title fight, to where they were taking swings at each other, and both of them were just standing.
Yeah, I was speaking to Steve Stricker, and he was talking about that. He finished 3rd, and he said, I never ever felt at all on the weekend that I was in the competition.
One of the things you just saw Pete Cowan, he's talking about there, Pete is a very big fan of trying to put pressure on the golf club through impact. And that's one of the things that I really like about it. So he's trying to have him now feel like the pressure gets down, and then he delivers the club through impact. Pete feels like a lot of times players' body gets out of the way. And so I like the work that he does, that thought of pressure. It's something that I've taken from what Pete talks to players about, and said, listen, Pete Cowan loves to have his players talk about getting pressure on the golf club through impact, because the hands want to be active in the golf swing, right? And it's that marriage of trying to get the body rotation to match what the arms and the golf club are doing. I've always thought, Simon, that the golf swing can kind of be divided into 4 parts. You've got your lower body. So if you think about Henrik, the lower body in dark blue, the upper body in light blue, excluding his arms. Then he's got his triangle, left arm, left hand, right hand, and then the golf club. And the best players in the world match all of those up. They match the body, the lower body, the upper body, the arms, and the golf club.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've coached Henrik from time to time, mostly in emergency situations of, Simon, I can't hit the ball, just have a quick look. And he's such a left-handed player.
Very much.
Right? He's such a left-handed player. He's left-handed naturally, playing right-handed. His left hand's quite weak. And I always felt like, you know, when he pulls, it's very lateral. And then he goes too lateral, and then to come back onto it, he has to bounce it up, and those hands get high.
The spine backs up.
Yeah, backs up and flips on him. So.
Well, I also think that's one of the reasons why, if you look at the way Henrik's body is designed, there are players that look like they were born with a driver in their hand. Rory, Adam Scott, whereas Henrik's strength has always been iron play. He puts a heavy hit on it. He really compresses the golf ball, but he's never been really an elite driver of the golf ball. For years, the 3-wood, he never really even used the driver.
Yeah, well, it's just there was no loft left, you know. I don't know what the angle of attack was, but it was heavily down, right?
Alex Noren,
heavily down.
Heavily down.
Yeah. What's Brooks at impact? Is he
Brooks was one of those that was down as well. You know, Brooks kind of hangs out in that kind of, well, the years that I worked with Brooks.
-1 or something?
No, he was kind of 1 to 1.5 down on it. But you can't do that if you don't have the strength and the speed of someone like a Brooks or someone like a Henrik. When you're around Henrik, the first thing you're surprised at is just how big of a human being he is. He's tall, big shoulders, he's incredibly strong, and his game, his iron game was always a little bit better. Henrik's iron game was so good. He was such a good iron player that the weeks that he drove it well, he would win or he would be in contention. A little bit like Brad Faxon. Brad Faxon was such a great putter, never really a great driver of the golf ball, but the weeks he drove it well, he had a chance to win because he was such a great putter. And I think Henrik is a great example, Simon. to be great at this elite tour level, because once everyone gets here, everybody's good on tour. But you have to put yourself in that major championship category. You have to be great at something.
No,
he was a great iron player.
Yeah, he is. Well, I remember chatting to Tiger years ago in a rain delay, and he said as soon as someone told him when TrackMans came out that he had it up on his drivers, he became a much worse driver. Tiger always hit down on his tee shots. No, it is fascinating. So, Henrik needs to have a good day. Oh, Matt Fitzpatrick and Mark Blackburn, new relationship.
Yeah, Matt's longtime coach, Mike Walker, not out here, and we miss him. I think Mike's one of the best in the game, and going through some stuff off the golf course, taking some time away from golf. I was messaging him the other night, and Mark's kind of come in and been a little bit of a fill-in for Mike. I know they're kind of tag teaming him.
No, fascinating. So,
but Mark Blackburn, PGA Teacher of the Year, works with Justin Rose, doing some work with Matthew Pavone, Adam Hadwin. I think he's one of the best. I spend a lot of time with Mark. I ask Mark a lot of questions. If I've got a player, I'll bounce ideas off of Mark, and he's a confidant, he's a friend, and if there's a better instructor in the game, I don't know who it is.
Yeah, no, I think that's one of the things. There is a solidarity amongst golfers and amongst golf coaches. It's like the game just keeps pacing on, right? And there is really, you do find time to time confidants. A coach also needs to chat coach. No, it's interesting. We've got some fantastic golfers going out during the afternoon session. So,
You think Fitzpatrick gets on the Ryder Cup?
I mean, I think mentally he's in our top 12 players, and I think if you go to the United States, you would prefer to have someone who's been blooded before than take a rookie perhaps into that cauldron. So I would think, I mean, what would be great is if some of those fringe players actually qualify to allow Luke Donald more picks. And I think if you're picking your top 12, it's like, once you could be swinging lovely on the DP World Tour, get to the Ryder Cup, you might even be able to hit the ball. You need someone who can play their game under that cauldron of pressure.
So there are players that want a lot of information. There are players that don't want a lot of information. Brooks and DJ, players that I've worked with in the past, they don't want a lot of information. I worked with Trevor Immelman. I couldn't give Trevor enough information. Fitzy's in the category of he wants as much information as possible, but his brain works like that. And I think the balance from the coach-player relationship is if you're a very analytical coach and very data-driven, and you get a player that isn't like that, you can overload them. Fitzy, I would struggle to work with someone like Matt, because he would be asking me questions
on every shot
maybe I didn't have the answer to, because my brain just doesn't work like that. So I think the coach-caddy relationship, or the coach-player relationship is very similar to the caddy-player relationship. You have to get that personality right. You have to do it. And I think Mark Blackburn is very much in the vein of someone who can do both. He can give a lot of information. Big TPI guy, the Titleist Performance Institute. Mark has taught a ton of their level 1s and level 2s. So I think in the stand-in for Mike Walker, having someone like Mark who can somewhat answer all the questions. But I would struggle to work with Matt, because I wouldn't be able to give him enough of the data that he needs.
Yeah, it's interesting. So, like when I haven't never coached Matt, watched him play, but very, very strong grip. Very long arms, like huge wingspan. It always looks to me like his arms are too long for his body. Shoulders back, that's just like a little posture drill there, reminder, trying to make it improve the angles.
And he always chokes down on the club too. Pretty much
I think that's because his arms are so long.
Yeah.
So it's interesting, the work that he's done with Sasha McKenzie and stuff on trying to generally increase the pace of everything. Maybe you can tell us a little bit, like, an amateur thinks, well, I've got to have maximum speed maybe in transition. That's the wrong place. For Fitzy, he found like maximum speed in the takeaway.
There are a lot of different, I mean, the long drive guys, that's where they do it. That's one of the things I think Bryson kind of keyed in on when he was chasing his distance. There are a lot of different ways to create more club head speed. But I remember talking to Dr. Greg Rose and Dave Phillips out at the Titleist Performance Institute, and I think it was Cameron Tringali that came out 4 or 5 years ago, and Cam increased his distance a lot. He said, listen, I want to come out, I want to hit the golf ball further, get in the gym and do all of these things. And Greg Rose said to him, well, have you ever thought about just swinging the golf club faster? So I think that's what you said. Fitzy did that. The long drive guys, they have that move off the golf ball where it is a tremendous amount of speed. And Fitzy, I mean, for a guy of his stature to put on the speed in the last 5 years that he has, it has been a conscious effort to do it. And the takeaway does get quick and does get fast.
Yeah, it is interesting. I played, Claude, last summer in St. in Switzerland in a Ryder Cup style competition with Martin Borgermeier.
Oh yeah, that guy moves it.
Martin Borgermeier and I, first of all, we are undefeated. And Martin on the 18th hole, I know we're up in the mountains, hit it 419 yards on the carry. That's longer than me.
I did an outing recently for Cobra Puma with Kyle Berkshire, and we actually played golf, and it was interesting to watch. For as far as he hits it, the issue is he's got massive gaps in that he'll have a distance where he doesn't have a shot, right? And I do think chasing distance, the thing that I find really interesting about Matt Spivak, one, after Fitzy won the Open, I saw him at the U.S. Open. I saw him a couple of weeks later here, about a month later, and I said to him, and I meant this, I haven't seen a professional golfer work as hard as this kid does. There is no stone unturned, right? The way that if you watch him on the golf course, he'll hit a shot on the golf course, he'll write down every single shot he hits, he writes the number of the shot down in his yardage book. So again, he's a very, very meticulous player, and his attention to detail is very, very important. There's that strong grip. I mean, that's very close to kind of a David Duval four knuckles and an elbow style grip, to where that left hand is very much on top.
Yeah.
What do you like about his swing?
I mean, I would say that, you know, first of all, I would say the matchups are very good. Like for me, when he loses backswing, those arms get so long past his chest turn that I think maybe that the arm swing being so free to go there's a strength and weakness there, where he lets it be so armsy. The set is quite late, and then when he goes to kick, the club isn't there. It's still back on the top. Yeah. I definitely see that's his weakness, and then he loses angles up and through it. But you know, if he can control that sequence and get the chest and arms to be more matched up, which he uses the little ball, then I like the move. But the mistake, at least maybe when he was learning it, was so free with the arms, they disconnected completely, and then when they came down, nothing was in the right order. He was like super grip first, and with a strong grip, that's a catastrophe.
Yeah, and if you look at, I mean, he's probably got a wedge. It looks like he's got a wedge in his hand here, maybe a pitching wedge or maybe a 50. Look at the length of the backswing for everyone that's watching. I mean, if you want to improve your ball striking, I think most golfers tend to overswing.
Yeah.
The body gets out of position, and then they struggle to deliver the golf club to the golf ball. So very much like we were talking about with Torbjorn Olofsson, I like how he sets the golf club. I like his arm structure with his short irons. I think he does a really good job at keeping that arm structure in a good position. But again, the shoulders back is very much a posture-driven thing, because at times Fitzy can get a little bent over, and being shorter on kind of more of in the vein of kind of an Ian Woosnam type, when his shoulders get slumped, the backswing can get really, really out of sync.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Very much a process-driven guy, isn't it? It's almost like if you watch one shot, you've seen them all.
He's not an artist,
of variation.
Right? No, he is a
scientist,
and I don't mean this in a negative way. He is a paint by numbers type player, and that is his biggest strength. His process. Yeah. And if you look at on the range there, he's on a pitch count here, right? There's only a certain amount of golf balls that he's hitting. He's not pouring an entire bucket of golf balls out there. So the warm-up, you were talking about players having different types of warm-ups. The balls, he's got a specific amount of golf balls that he is going to hit for this warm-up.
Yeah.
So again, that is very, very process-driven.
Yeah.
His coach at Northwestern, Pat Goss, who was the longtime coach for Luke Donald, talked. He didn't stay there very long, but he said he was very, very organized. That's another term I would use for Matt as a player. He is incredibly organized as a golfer.
Yeah. So, kind of throwing darts there. Technology has changed a long time since changed much since your dad was on tour. Use the ball. This is ball data. This is top tracer technology. And I mean, you know, when I was coaching players, you know, the guy would hit the ball, see if he hit it in the right window, see the flight, look at the spin, and then kind of know the number. Now the guys don't even look at the ball; they just look down on the machine.
You know, as an instructor, Simon, you know, I just turned 56, so when I
you
came
look
out,
amazing. Can I just say, you guys aren't with Claude. He really does look very.
I appreciate that.
Very refreshing.
You do not look amazing, but that's another story. So, but no, Simon, I'm glad when I came out on tour and on the European tour. I think my first year out was 2012. I had a Dell Daylight readable laptop and a computer. We didn't have launch monitors, we didn't have 3D, we didn't have force plates, we didn't have any of that. And as an instructor, I'm actually glad that I grew up in that era because I think I learned how to coach and I learned how to teach. And my only criticism from our end of this table on this side of the aisle from an instructor standpoint is I think it's important as for the instructors listening, don't become a data collector.
Yeah.
Just don't be someone that just is constantly looking at data, because what's really happening before your eyes is what the golf ball's doing.
Yeah.
Right? The launch monitors have algorithms in them. They're trying to tell you they're radar driven. But what's really happening is what is in front of you and what your eyes can kind of see.
No, it is very interesting. Yeah, you've got to be able to diagnose it. This is just all data capture. So there's just a ton of numbers. You still need the doctor to say, okay, listen, this is what you should do. Here's your upgrade. This is the next thing you should work on. If you hit a bad shot, it's because of this. You need that diagnostic toolkit to take out on the golf course and go, okay, I hit it left. I know exactly what that is. The worst thing you can have is a surprise from your golf swing. If your technique is like suddenly gives you a pull out of nowhere, that's not what you want to hear.
And I always say in the seminars that I do, and I think Mark Blackburn is in the same camp, we use technology to draw the picture and tell the story for the student.
Yeah.
But I always say to young instructors, if you need a launch monitor, if you need force plates, and you need 3D to tell you what's happening with the ball and the body, you need to get a new job.
Yeah.
Because the technology should be able to help you just tell the player, this is what you're doing.
Yeah.
So that the player can get it. So then you as the instructor says, you can say, mate, it's not my guess that you're too much into out.
Yeah.
We've got a launch monitor for 30 grand that's telling you you're too much more into out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just feedback. It just helps create an easier level of understanding. So always fascinating to see, you know, here we are, Matt Fitzpatrick in great shape as he heads out. He's got Hideki Matsuyama and Ryan Fox, who both were not amazing. Hideki has got a left shoulder injury. He was saying that came something like just slept funny, just came from Japan. Ryan Fox, I thought he would fancy it around here, but you know what? He's kind of a streaky player, isn't he?
But he's had an incredible year.
An incredible year. 2 wins. Well, Matt Fitzpatrick in great shape, 4 under par. We will leave him and wish him well at 2:26 and join Trey Niven down on the driving range.
So we're down here on the range. I'm joined by Oscar, who is head of product at Top Tracer, and there's some interesting new technology here on the range this week, isn't there, Oscar?
There is indeed. Yeah, we're proud to be an official technology supplier of the Open, and as part of that, we try to always every year enhance the fan and player experience. And when it comes to the fan experience this year, this is what I'm probably most excited about myself.
It is awesome.
So, I mean, what we can do is, when you walk up to the grandstand, you scan a QR code, and instantly you're getting data from shots. So here we have the shot that Sebastian Soderberg just struck over there. So it was a drive, 177 mile/hour ball speed, 266 meter carry.
And that is instant, isn't it?
Yeah, literally as soon as he strikes the ball. Like obviously our...
How does it actually work? How do the cameras pick up the ball flight? So they're at the top and on the sides, aren't they?
Exactly. So our cameras are positioned behind the tee line, and they can basically observe every shot that every player hits. So it follows the full ball flight, and then it relays it in real time. So you see it in the app and on the big LED screen behind us.
It's really, really impressive. And what sort of numbers does it pick up? Does it pick up everything from ball flight? I see apex, ball speed, all the hot numbers that we see on the TV is on there, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Like what we put up there, like what most people are probably interested in is how far they're hitting their shots. But I think a week like this, especially at an Open Championship on a links course with windy conditions like we've had this week, you have a lot of players practicing flighted shots, so it's quite fun to go in there and see like how low they're keeping those shots, being like particularly on number 1 this week, trying to hit those really like low stinger 4 irons, 2 irons and stuff like that. I think that's a really cool shot to see. You'll see like launch angles of down to like 2, 3, 4 degrees. So yeah, I mean for the golf nerds, they can really dive into the more like geeky numbers, and for everyone else, you'll get the distances.
It is super, super interesting. So if you are down here at the Open at Portrush, head up to the grandstands, find the QR codes which are in the seats and in and around, and you can pick up live data of the players that you're seeing hitting on the golf range.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
However,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
Just swing.
Head over to golf.golf
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, welcome back. We are live on the range. The next group to go is the 1348. Henrik Stenson, Stefan Jaeger, Sebastian Soderberg. We have been just looking at some of the players' warm-ups. That's a proper-looking hat, Claude Harmon.
Yeah, I mean,
the bucket hat.
It'd look good on you.
I have a hat. I have hats like that.
I'm not surprised.
You think that's too grandpa? Really? Oh, that's
I think it's a perfect.
It suits
look
me
for
though,
you.
right?
Absolutely.
You know what? I'm going to take that as a. I'm going to just say as a hidden compliment. Now, a swing you know very well. Brooks Koepka. Be extremely disappointed, I would have said, with his 4 over par. He was out with Sam Burns, Aldrich, Potgieter and Brooks. 4 over for Brooks. Far below his expectation, Claude.
Well, I think Brooks, I've had 2 stints with Brooks, 2012 to 2020, and then got fired and then got asked to come back in 22 and got fired in January of this year. So I've had 2 stints with Brooks, and yeah, the majors, I think, for Brooks are everything, right? He's working with Pete Cowan now and his putting instructor, Jeff Pierce. And so, yeah, the majors are what Brooks kind of gauges his career off of, right? He's got 5 of them. He's the type of player that if he looks at you and you don't have as many majors as he does, in his mind, he thinks he's better. And he always, from the first day I met Brooks, he only talked about majors. The first day I ever met Brooks Koepka, 2012, I think he was still on the Challenge Tour then, and I watched him hit some golf balls. I was working with Ernie Els at the time. Ernie had just won his 4th major at Lytham. I was working with DJ, and I said to Brooks, what are your goals? This is 2012. He's on the Challenge Tour, and he said, well, I think I'm good enough to be #1 in the world, and I think I'm good enough to win multiple major championships. And I said to him, you know, Ernie Els is 44, 45. He's just won his 4th. And he said, I feel like I'm that good. He didn't say it in an arrogant way. He just said it in a way that he said, I just need someone to try and point me in the right direction. So Brooks looks at that, and if you don't have 5 majors, the way his brain works is, I'm a better golfer than you are. Because he believes that professional golf, at the end of your career, you are judged not by how many tournaments you've won, not by how many Ryder Cups you're on, not by how many FedEx Cups. You are judged by the majors you won. So what he's doing here is he struggles with his alignment at times. So he's got his longtime caddy, Ricky Elliott, who's a Portrush native, still has a home here. He's making sure that his alignment is good. So for everybody watching, these players have so much speed that if the alignment gets off, if the car's pointed in the wrong direction, they can start hitting the golf ball a long way offline just due to the alignment. And I think you'd agree with this, Simon. How many times you worked with a player that the golf ball's going in a direction they don't like, but it's something they're doing before they even hit the golf ball? And there's Ricky Elliott, who I just think he's one of, if not the best caddies in the game. And the first week he caddied for Brooks Koepka was at the PGA at Oak Hill. And my dad came out, and he didn't know Ricky, and I was kind of the catalyst to get those 2 together. He's best friends. He grew up with Graham McDowell, and he said, hey, your boy looks like he's a good player. We need to get him a real caddy. I said, we do have him a real caddy. He goes, no, we need to get him a veteran, like a Tony Navarro caddy for guys. I said, no. Ricky Elliott is the absolute perfect caddy for Brooks Koepka. They are basically like brothers. Ricky Elliott, a lot of people don't realize this about Ricky Elliott. He played college golf at Kent State University. We were at Hazeltine for the Ryder Cup. He played in the amateur there. So I think Ricky Elliott doesn't get nearly the credit that he deserves for the role that he has played in Brooks Koepka's career. I don't fundamentally believe that Brooks has the career that he has without having Ricky Elliott on the back. Yes, Brooks's talent could lead him to where he is today, but Ricky Elliott, to me, you give me the top 5 caddies in the game right now for the last 10 years, to me, he's 1 or 1A.
Yeah.
Now, I'm biased because I spent a lot of time with him, and in the background there, that's his, to the right there, that's his putting instructor, Jeff Pierce. And that's the team of guys he has around him.
No, it is fascinating. Ricky Elliott is an extremely good chap, isn't he? So it's a lot down to fundamentals, and the fundamentals of golf of it, you know, imagine you're trying to aim at something 180 yards away, you know, and you only have like a 7 yards tolerance right or left. I mean, and it's not a straight lie, and the wind's off the left, and you're in between clubs. It's not that easy to just get those fundamentals right. And we've seen so many of the best players in the world this week with aiming clubs down, with ball position clubs down, trying to find those straight lines and it's not that easy. I don't even think you ever get good enough at it.
Well, my grandfather used to say, if you aim at nothing every time, you'll hit it every time.
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that for everybody watching, make sure when you're on the driving range that you pick out a target. Make sure that you're moving your target around. Just don't get wrapped up into that one target.
So, Team Koepka.
Yeah. Listen,
with work to do.
I've been so incredibly lucky to work with Brooks over the years, and the things that he's done for me and my career and my family. I'll forever be in his debt. You know, Simon, as I know, players come, players go. It's the nature of our business, but I've been around a lot of great golfers. I've been lucky enough to see some of the greatest players in the game, and Brooks is easily one of the best golfers I've ever seen, and he does it in a different way. He has his own unique kind of style.
What were the things you worked on? Like
we
as
always
we're
worked
watching
on
him. Take us through his swing.
We always tried to work on trying to get Brooks to hit fades. It looks to me over the last 3 or 4 months that he and Pete are working on maybe a little bit. I see him hitting more draws than I saw him hit the years that I worked with him. I'm shape agnostic. I don't care which direction players hit it. But listen, it's hard to maintain the level that Brooks maintained. And you know, there was a 3-year period where everybody in the game, Simon, thought he had something figured out to win major championships that they didn't. They felt like he had something they didn't. I remember a couple of years ago, Rory McIlroy said he was trying to be more like Brooks in a certain way. So he's got a great team of people around him, and Pete Cowan and Jeff Pierce. And then one of the unsung heroes that Brooks has behind the scenes, Blake Smith, who is also the manager and agent for Scotty Scheffler, whose father is Randy Smith, who is Scotty Scheffler's coach. Yeah. So Brooks has a great team of people around him. Brooks can be really hard on himself at times. I remember him making a cut, I think we were at Memorial, that he didn't play great Thursday. He kind of had to fight on the back 9, and he made the cut. And I came into the locker room and I said, hey, good job making the cut. And he said, if you think that's a good job, then we've got a problem, because making cuts should be normal for me. So don't ever praise me for making cuts. That's kind of the way he thinks.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why, I mean, Brooks is not a golfer. He doesn't watch golf. He doesn't really follow golf. And Brooks is a killer. He wants to step on your neck. And I think you can't, all of the great players that have gotten to #1 in the world have a mean streak in them, and again, here we go. He's having Pete step into where his stance is, because he wants to take a look at where his feet are aiming. At times, Brooks can get a little bit, maybe aiming a little bit too far to the right. So they're checking the alignment, because the alignment is going, so he puts a club down, making sure that right foot gets in there. That's where the left foot is, and then he's going to try and take a look at where he's aiming.
What are his swing thoughts? Like, what swing thought do you think he's taken out? What were the swing thoughts that were the most successful?
The swing thoughts that we used were to hit the fade, were to keep the club in front of him on the backswing, keep the club back in front of him on the downswing, and then turn left, swing left. Brooks at times can get the handle to rise up. He's got a very strong grip, and then the handle can get high, and then he can get a little bit kind of hung back, or the modern term for that is side bend. I always wanted Brooks to feel like he rotated as hard as he could to the left, and Brooks asked me when we first started to work together, what's the goal? I said, the goal is to turn you into the best one-dimensional golfer on the planet Earth. You hit a fade pretty much 90 to 95% of the time. He did that. Now, Brooks, unlike DJ doesn't really hit a lot of draws. He'll maybe draw a short iron. Brooks can draw it, and as I said, it just my observation, I don't know what they're working on because I'm not in that camp anymore, but it looks to me like he's hitting more draws than I used to see him hit. But Pete Cowan's one of the best golf instructors in the world, and he knows what he's doing.
It'll be interesting to see. You know, it's quite a big change, though. I mean, where is the draw going to come from? Changing the path?
I don't know if that's what they're working on.
No.
I just, when I watch it, I just see him hitting more draws than he did in the past.
Yeah, he's quite steep onto it, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's a steep angle
It's always been, you know, Brooks kind of lives in the years that I worked when we were looking at launch monitor data. His stock shot was kind of, he liked to kind of hang out in that kind of path range of kind of being kind of 3 to 3.5 to the left, and then the face would kind of be 1 to 1.5 to the left. The bad one for Brooks when he was trying to hit fades would be when the path would get left and the face would get to the right, because then the ball would start online. I distinctly remember for the 5 majors that Brooks won when I was working with him, the misses for those weeks were straight balls that started left and didn't move. And we always knew that Brooks, for what we were trying to do at that time in Brooks's career and with his golf swing, that if the miss was a ball that started left and just stayed there, basically just like a straight pull, we always knew his golf swing was kind of in a good spot. If he was missing it to the right, that was the bad miss for him, because that always meant the club was getting a little bit behind him. And with his grip and his speed, when he was trying to hit a fade, that was the death move. But if you go down the list of players that have played this sport that have 5 major championships, that's the death zone on Everest. There aren't a lot of people up there.
No.
And there aren't a lot of people that have stood on the top of Mount Everest as well. So for me, if you've got 5 major championships, you are in a class above everybody else. And up until the Masters, I know for a fact that Brooks looked at Rory McIlroy and thought, I'm better than you because I've won more majors than you. You see with his arms folded there and the glasses, that's Blake Smith, and his father is the long time coach of Randy Smith, and he manages Brooks and Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, interesting. Most majors won since 2010.
I mean, look at the names behind him.
Yeah, behind him. Yeah, 100%.
So I think he was so dominant because he just thought the majors were everything, right? For him, winning majors, he could win 5 times in a year, and if he didn't win a major, he would think that was a bad year. That's the way he doesn't look, you know, the knock against Brooks is majors versus how many PGA Tour events. He doesn't care. He looks at the majors and says, hey, how many majors do you have? Yeah, maybe you've won 10 times on tour. Maybe you've won 20 times on tour. You got any majors in your bag? Because I've got 5 of them.
Yeah.
And so he just was a guy. Obviously, not the. I thought he played better at the U.S. Open, had a good first round. But we said this about Patrick Cantlay, guys. It's hard to keep that up. Tiger Woods is, my dad right now, people constantly ask my dad, is Scotty Scheffler doing what Tiger Woods is doing? And my dad always has the same answer. Yes, if he can do it for the next 15 years.
Yeah.
And it is hard to say. Brooks has had some injuries. The body changes. He's had a baby. He's got a young son now. The priorities change. So I think Brooks dominated and beat people up with the driver.
Yeah.
Right? And this is a golf club in his bag. It's a Nike 3-iron. He used to be with Nike, and when they quit making golf clubs, I mean, you can't get that golf club out of his bag. The shaft down by the grip there's a hole in the shaft from where it's rubbed off and butting up against the inside of the bag that always, there's an indentation in the shaft. That's how long he's had that golf club. I think he's probably had that golf club in his bag since, I think he put that in 2015 maybe. So that's been in his bag for 10 years. And you're not going to get that out of his bag, because look at how far this is going.
Yeah.
So, and he can get this up to 275 to 280 if he wants to.
These are his stingers, aren't they?
And he can also hit this thing. Look at the apex of this. I mean, it's not going very high. there's 3 golf clubs in his bag when I worked with Brooks that were never coming out. The putter, he had a TaylorMade M2 3-wood, which is probably 10 years old, and then that iron in his bag.
Well, once they work, they work.
And I can't tell you how busy a guy Ricky Elliott has been. I mean, every player on tour he's been getting them houses, he's getting them nannies, he's getting them restaurant reservations. So Ricky Elliott's a busy man.
The Lord Mayor of Portrush.
Absolutely, man.
Okay, let's have a look at the driver swing. What's the club head speed?
He's probably Brooks kind of cruises in that high 70s to low 80s. I'm guessing this is going to be 77 to 80, somewhere in the ball speed number. Club head speed's probably, yeah, there we go, 180. That's about normal for him. He can crank one up to, he can go get 183 to 186 if he needs it.
And kind of 122 apex is like a PGA Tour apex, isn't it? That's not a crosswind apex. Does he practice a lot away from the course?
Yeah, absolutely. He did the years I worked with him. Yeah, so there we go, 181. Launching it at 11. That's kind of where he lives.
Yeah.
And then he's got one where he tees it down, which he calls his fairway finder, where he hits a little bit more down on it.
Yeah, very interesting, Claude. Fantastic to spend time with you, mate. Great insights. Claude Harmon, ladies and gentlemen. Got to thank him for spending some time with us, giving us an insight into the tour range coaching position.
Been fired by some of the best.
Hey, that's just part of the game. You can't be hired until you've been fired, Claude. You take care, mate.
Great to see you.
See you soon. Let's go and find George Harper Jr. See what carnage he is creating now.
Well, you've seen the team just here on the range throughout this championship, but I'm going to take you next to it to all the trucks. We've got the Titleist truck here, the Nike, Mizuno. So many manufacturers are right here by the range, so they're on call when their players need new clubs and everything to make sure their game is bang in line. Every little detail counts. So let's pop into one and see what we can find. All right. Oh, this looks new. Smells new. How about this? Absolutely beautiful. Alex,
how are you, mate?
How are you, mate?
Good.
Mate, this looks fantastic. You must love working in here.
Yeah, this is brand new. So welcome, and I'm going to give you a quick little tour. I know we haven't got long, mate. So
I know. Let's have a quick tour. What happens? What's the generic process for the players to come in here?
So I'm on here, tech. So I do all the building. Sam and my colleagues bring me a build sheet a little bit like this, so they'll fit the product out on the range.
Looks like a fast food order form.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like the chef in here, right? So these are the orders, and then in these drawers, I've got all the ingredients I need to put these things together, right? I actually worked in the kitchen, so this is like a natural environment.
Oh, wow, brilliant, okay.
So there's a hybrid there for Colin Morikawa, Loft and Lies there for Tommy Fleetwood.
So much detail, so much precision. How nerve-wracking is it to build club for the best in the world?
You know, weeks like this, I thrive on this. This is great. This is what you live for, you know. Building for these guys, it feels quite special. You know, it's great job satisfaction. So being here, we're loving it. We're having a great week. And it's a pleasure to have you guys on.
Brilliant. All right. So we've got all the bits and bobs, gluing the club heads to all the shafts. You've got all
the drawers, all the glue, all the machinery. Wow. It's all calibrated, so no matter where in the world we are, it's going to get built to the same.
Kitty locked as well.
Yeah, we've got the child lock on there. That's
brilliant.
Just for you, mate.
Might take that one, thank you.
Yeah.
This?
I massively geek out on putters, so I'm sure you'll love this section over here. So this is my backup putter section. So every single player has a replica putter this week, and that's just in case, you know, something, touch wood, something happens. So
brilliant. Shane Lowry, Scheffler, McIlroy, Bobby Mack. Oh, there's some good names. Morikawa. Geez, brilliant.
Got all the guys in there. So
that could change everyone's game at home quite drastically, couldn't it?
So if these guys, you know, if something does happen, we can get this putter out to them. It's the same swing weight, it's the same loft, it's the same lie angle. So they can get it in their hands and it's going to be like...
Straight.
Yeah, straight away. No getting used to anything new.
Brilliant.
And that's all pre-built. So it saves me a job. If something does happen, you know, it's there ready to go.
That is super cool.
All in the preparation this week.
Yeah, that is absolutely amazing. So good to have it all on hand.
Absolutely.
And more tools and drills through here.
Yeah. So in here, you know, I've got grips, heads and shafts. So this is our brand new shaft rack. And you can see some pretty cool names in there.
Wow.
So that's a backup set of wedges, putter shafts, wood shafts for every single player of ours, you know.
Is there any unique things that the players do with their equipment? Is there any, I guess every player is different.
Yeah.
Is there any subtleties that trick you sometimes?
There's no standard on here. You know, I play something different to you. And just like these guys, we've got Nelly Corder, we've got Charlie Hull, we've got Tiger Woods. Everyone's totally different. So as you're looking in here, you can see a range of different weights and flexes. And we need to make sure we're fully stocked, because if we're not, I'm getting it, you know.
You'll get in trouble.
Yeah, exactly that.
You know, major championships are on the line, both in here and out there.
That's it.
Very good.
Yeah.
It's absolutely stunning. And then over here we've got their little locker rooms by the looks. And oh, what have we got in here, Hoot? Look at Mo sitting there, eh? That's Tommy Fleetwood's boy. He should be out there watching, but he gets very superstitious, and he's on. Yeah, it's supposed to be secret. We've busted him
Keeping us company.
on a bit of a roll. And what do we got? What do we got in here, eh? Ooh, hello. That would look quite good on my driver. Thanks, Tiger.
We're going to be empty, mate.
Thanks, Alex.
No worries. All good. Thanks.
Very cool tour, and great to see what happens behind the scenes.
Wicked. Thank you.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to find out more. Just swing.
Visit golf.golf to get started.
Why not give golf a go?
Just swing. Swing wild. Swing weird.
Swing wonky.
Whoever,
However,
Wherever.
it doesn't matter.
just swing. Head over to golf.golf.
To start playing.
Find out where you can learn to play at golf.golf.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
Let's take a look at one of the great scoring opportunities at the start of the players' rounds. You're navigating the first, which is incredibly tough. The second, you get a bit of a reprieve, and then players are thinking about the fifth. It is this wonderful par 4, drivable par 4, 382 yards, which, yes, does sound long, but there's a trick. You can take on this corner. Dogleg left to right, down the wind, and the carry on that is between 260 to 290, depending on how brave you want to be. The trouble is this run out. If you get it going long, you can get this pot bunker, which is right here, or the mounding that's waiting, ready to collect your ball. The rough is quite long up here. In that regard, if you do miss it here, the pin position today is exceptionally friendly. 41 yards on, 4 yards from the right-hand side, so you've got loads of green to work with. And this is also the hole where you have that famous Royal Portrush bench. So, all going to plan, make your birdie, take a load off, and enjoy the view.
Fascinating to see all of the insights from Claude Harmon and his knowledge of those two great players. Great insights. Ryan Fox from New Zealand, I think. And I'm very, very pleased to announce George Harper Jr., a fellow countryman. You're from New Zealand, aren't you?
I am indeed, Simon, yes. And it is a pleasure to be here. I've been running around all over the show, so it's nice to sit down.
You've done a great, can I just say, you've brought us some nuggets, George. Really good, mate.
Thank you very much.
Have you caught up with Foxy at all this week? He's kind of a confidence player, just heading off, I would think, to the first tee.
Yeah, had a lot of time with Foxy, especially over the last few weeks. Played around with him before the Scottish Open at North Berwick, so he gave me an absolute hiding, naturally. But yeah, I was super surprised with his round yesterday. 4 over 75. He's been my tip of the week. I just thought it was everything aligned for him, and he looked good, he felt good. So yeah, he'll be absolutely ropeable about yesterday. 5 birdies in the opening 6 holes. You don't expect that from most of these players here. So that was yeah, just it's the game of golf. But yeah, he'll be very, very disappointed. But the great thing is about Foxy is he is the type of guy that could go out and shoot 5 or 6 and potentially get himself back into this championship. But yeah, he's obviously got a long way to go now.
Let's have a look at the cut. Yeah, well, let's think. I mean, that's probably a +2 cut, I would say.
Well, he's got a record at the moment. I think he's 8 or 9, maybe 9 major championship cuts in a row. So that's pretty impressive stuff, and it shows that he can turn the tables when he is required. But yeah, he'll be absolutely heartbroken about yesterday. That everything was, in my eyes, and I think in his team's eyes. I spoke with his coach and his caddy a lot over the last few days, and yeah, everything looked in sync and aligned, and yeah, just quite simply didn't happen.
Yeah, that can be a first round, though. He was out with Hideki Matsuyama, who probably was thinking the same thing. Hideki just carrying a little neck injury on his left neck, slept funny. And Matt Fitzpatrick, who had a really, really good day. And we heard from him, his longtime coach, Mike Walker. Need some love. Mike, we send you love, mate. We miss you. Hope everything's good. Top dog, Mike Walker. Akshay Bhatia. Very interesting style of player, kind of like kick back to the old school. He was on +2. He was out with Sepp Straka and Ben Griffin. They didn't have great momentum. Straka 1 over, Griffin 3 over, and Akshay Bhatia 2 over. So they need a little kickstart. We do see that out on the golf course, though. You catch a group that runs a little warm in the first few holes, and they kind of keep each other going.
Yeah, it's amazing how important your playing partners are, you know, whether they're a slow golfer, a quick golfer, or whether you get on well with them, or if they're on fire. A lot of the time you're like, well, I need to keep up with this guy, so it kind of lifts your energy into positive flow as well. So Akshay's a great character. I think he'll be an awesome ambassador for golf. He's fun, he's always up for a chat. Been lucky enough to know him since 2019 when he came to the Amateur Championship in Port Marnock, just down the road. So that was his first taste of links golf back in the day, and yeah, he is a good fun man, and geez, he hits a golf ball.
He does. Kind of a shot maker.
Very much.
George Gankas is his coach. I mean, if you want to see some of the swing thoughts from George Gankas, really kind of like a genius guy. Check him out, George Gankas.
Yeah, he's a fun guy as well. He's got a great little team around him, and yeah, almost too much shot shaping sometimes for his own good, but it's fun to watch. It is very fun to watch. I remember at the Walker Cup as well, he has just got the most amazing hand-eye. He'd tee the golf ball up as high as humanly possible, and with a 3-wood, he would try and pluck it off the tee and flushes it. The apex is 1,000,000 feet high, and it was the funnest little sort of 10-15 minutes of watching it. It was very, very impressive.
But that's a great thing to do, you know. If you're a dad and you're taking your kids out, or a mum taking your kids out, if you're a child with your mates, throw the balls all over the place and try to figure it out. See how high you can hit one, how low you can hit one, just to build up your repertoire of skills. You know, you just start educating your hands, and you create that movement of, okay, I'm not a robot. I'm not just going to keep slotting it down a straight line. Start to move it around. Those will be the skills. You do need to be able to spin the ball if you're going to come out on this tour and have any kind of success. Akshay Bhatia needs to get his head into the game early. Some good groups coming out following Bhatia at 2:48. Sam Burns, Aldrich Potgieter, and Brooks Koepka. I mean, Koepka and Potgieter must have felt they shot 150 each of them yesterday. Xander Schauffele, defending champion, he ran even. JJ Spawn, he was +2, and John Ram one under, I beg your pardon. They are the 2:59 tee time. Akshay hates it. So, look who's here. Scotty Scheffler, the smiley-faced Scotty Scheffler, world #1. 3 under par he shot. You've hung out with him a bit this week, George. Any insights you can give us into the nature of the guy?
It's alarming how calm he is. Had a good chat to him and walked a couple of holes with him on Wednesday. He is super chill. It's incredible. He just doesn't really look like he's playing in a major. And you almost think he played kind of ho-hum average and still shot 3 under. So, yeah, I think he's a great guy, lovely guy. But it's just insane how just methodical and goes about his business, and nothing really phases the bloke. So he's just dangerous. He's always going to be dangerous. And if you're a Rory McIlroy fan or a Shane Lowry fan from this part of the world, it would be terrifying to see him at 3 under.
Very interesting guy, very creative, very process-driven. Just look how long he takes to get his hands on the club, and the face square in his hands.
It was amazing talking to him about how he just, like, he almost doesn't have goals, right? Like I was mentioning to him about, like, hey, now that Rory's got the Grand Slam, like, surely you're kind of considering that, right? Like, he's at the stage now where he's pretty good at golf. He's ticked off a few majors. So, like, that's a very realistic goal for him in the next 2, 3, 5 years, right?
Yeah.
But no, he's just going about his thing, just doing what he does, and he's not looking any further past this week. It's very alarming, because he's obviously, stats and facts just don't concern him, so he's just going to keep winning. That's his goal.
Left hand goes on the club very precisely. Always checks the face up to the sky. I suppose face is square in his hands. Very good at calibrating his shots, isn't he? Very good at moving the ball around. It's almost like this is actually just to physically warm himself up. There's really no emotional attachment to any of the shots that he hits here. And then once the gun goes, he's the creator. He's just trying to figure out what's the best shot I can hit in the current conditions that I got. Where do I want to be next? It's like that's his whole skill set. It's very appropriate to the task. You don't want to be a fantastic range player. You want to be a master of scoring. He seems to be that style of golfer.
Yeah, and that's what I love, because I feel like a lot of players, they need to be more relaxed, especially at the start of the range session. You are literally there to warm up. And Tiger used to always say, you know, how was the range session if you've hit heaps of shockers? It's like, well, no, my body's warmed up. So that was the job of the range session, was to warm up. So I think as you slowly go along your range session, nearing the back end of it's when you start dialing in and you start aiming for more targets and getting in the zone. But yeah, he is, as you say, he is an artist, and look at that record in majors over the last 4 years. That is simply incredible.
It really is. It really, really is. He is very much on our radar as we look at getting, I mean, Nicklaus's record, I think, is out of sight. Tiger's record, I think, probably also in the modern game.
You reckon?
I think you think a Scotty Scheffler could get to 18 majors?
I think Jack's is a humongous call. I think that's a long, long way away.
I mean, 18 majors. You know. I mean, the first thing is, you know, how long Nicklaus's career was, right? And then how long, really, Tiger's career was. From those two if you bookend those two major victories, that was a long time of playing golf.
I think with
I mean, one a year for 15 years in a row, one a year for.
That's achievable for this guy, but will he be playing for 15 years? So he's 29 years old, which is a little bit older than I thought, to be honest. So let's say he's got prime-time real estate for 10 more years, and that's been on the low side.
Yeah, he was pretty tidy yesterday. 3 under par. Let's take a closer look.
There's definitely going to be a year where he goes bang, bang.
Yeah, yeah, it could be. There's his scorecard. It was tidy, wasn't it? Bogey, they're the 2 tough holes. I think he'd like the kind of the finish there coming off the golf course.
Yeah.
The birdie par finish is going to give him a lot of momentum coming into today. He's got to feel like, okay, you know what? Job done day one.
It's such a big birdie too on 16 against the field, right?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of kicked it off that right rough and knocked it up to 6-8 feet, I think it was.
Yeah, no, not many players are making 2 on that. So
we're hearing some big roars coming off that 16th green. That's always fantastic. I was talking to Adam Scott, actually at the Scottish, and he said...
Adam Scott at the Scottish?
Adam Scott at the Scottish. And he said, there's a different crowd here. The sound is different around the gallery. The sound is different around the golf course. You know, and he goes, I hit a shot. It was a difficult lie to a bad angle. I hit about 30 feet, and everyone applauded me, and I walked up. And he goes, in America, they wouldn't even, you know, I'm not to say, but like, this was Adam Scott's quote, it's a different knowledge here. The sound is different and the knowledge is different. That's nice to hear, isn't it? The open crowd.
Well, it's been known by so many that it is the most knowledgeable. Like talking to the Fleetwood family earlier, like at Oakmont, Tommy hit what he thought was an amazing shot to 20 feet on one of the hardest courses on planet Earth, and no one clapped him.
Yeah.
So yeah, proof's all in the pudding there.
Yeah. So Scotty Scheffler, mesmerized by the process, just working his numbers. It's a beautiful afternoon here. He's looking across to the left there to see our top tracer technology. Ah, there you go.
Hey, nice shot.
She thinks Scotty's outfit and his shot there was epic. That's the age of stardom.
I couldn't agree more about the outfit. He's bringing the sunshine to the course.
I love that. So great to see so many families now spending the day out at the Open Championship. So Scotty working hard on his game. Let's head back down to the driving range and join Di Stewart.
Thanks very much, Simon. It's been brilliant listening to you, observing the range here. We are, of course, live at the range here with Pete, and we've got John Rahm right in the middle of us. had a good result in 2019, tied 11th. He likes the Open.
And he loves this part of the world as well.
Yeah.
He's won the Irish Open twice, enjoys a
Port
links
Stewart.
test. Yeah. And he was my pick pre-tournament. So
You're
I've got a
good with your
vested
picks.
interest. I'm going to give him a quick shoulder rub and tell him it's all going to be okay.
I'm sure he'll appreciate that. I know. I mean, I'm looking at Brian Harman as well at the top of the leaderboard, and you tipped him 2 years ago.
I know. Listen, I'm not saying that I am the Oracle, but I'm, Oracle adjacent.
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
He is the Oracle. Rahm's game, though, yesterday, 1 under par, round of 70 on day one. Very solid.
Yeah, and I think today's probably going to be a truer reflection of where their games are at, because yesterday was so hard, especially when most of the players who were going out this afternoon teed off in the morning when that deluge came in. I think that today, if they're not under par, I think they'll be more aghast than if they were kind of over par yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just going to get my leaderboard out and have a look at who's doing well, because there are birdies out there. There are, but also people are dropping shots on the back nine.
Yeah,
I've seen Justin Rose in a bit of trouble. He's dropped back to 2 under. Well, he started the day, so he's level par on that. But leading right now is Brian Harman at -7. There we go. There is the leaderboard. 7 under par 370. 5 under for the day. If he finishes, that'll be a round of 66.
Yeah, it's a great score. So he just missed a birdie putt on 17 as well. So he's played some really, really good golf. It's a great course for Harman. So he's very accurate. He can control the golf ball, and he's an amazing putter. So it's not a huge surprise to see him up there in that context, but he's not been playing amazing golf recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to actually see him at the top of the leaderboard in that context is a welcome addition, I would say, having a former Open champion at the top.
Yeah, we spoke to him earlier on in the week. He said he felt that his golf was in a great position. It's all about margins, isn't it, at this level of the game. For going further down, there is Rosie, level par for the day. Lucas Glover, former US Open champ, -2. I mean, all these names, they really are in contention. There's 5 shots away from the top of the leaderboard, but anything can happen. That's a couple of holes, isn't it? Rory McIlroy, -2 through 14. What do you make of that score?
Yeah, good. Much, much better. I mean, it has to be said, his scorecard today is a little bit wild. Lots of birdies, lots of bogeys. He's also playing with Tommy Fleetwood, who's having a good game.
There's Ricky Fowler. Great to see Ricky at 1 under. He's got lots of invitations to events of late because of his performances to the big events. Shane Lowry, yeah, so he tees off at 310. Good to see Lee Westwood. He's dropped a shot through 4, goes back to -1. Chris Gosserup, who won the Scottish Open last week, -2 for the day, 1 under for championship. He's through 3 holes. And as if we wander down here, go past John Rahm, we've got to the world number 1, Scotty Scheffler in yellow.
They're looking resplendent today.
Do you like the yellow?
I love a yellow whenever there's an Open involved. It's classy.
3 under on day 1 assessment.
Great score. Like, out of not everyone who played, but certainly when that kind of storm struck, he was the one who looked the steadiest. He looked really calm. He managed to get the birdies. He kept all the big scores off his card. And now he's going out in arguably the best conditions. It just remains to be seen what the weather will come.
And there is Shane Lowry coming onto that's the putting green, walking across the putting green until he's about to come onto the driving range. I'm sure there'll be a big cheer for him. Rory, when he came on the driving range earlier on today, he stayed in bay number 5, which means he doesn't walk the length of the driving range, so he didn't get the massive cheer. There was a bit of a from the crowd. But Lowry, I'll be really interested to see if there is a cheer. I'm sure there will be. 1 under on day 1. It was fine. It was good.
It was fine. Like, for him and for Rory, for all the local favourites, really yesterday was about just trying to settle the nerves and not doing anything too crazy. Like, 1 under par, anything under par yesterday was absolutely fine.
He stays over there, doesn't he? He stays at the end of the driving range, which is near the entrance. Doesn't come far down here. Scotty's in bay number 22, but he'll probably go in bay 3. It looks like bay 3 or 4. But yeah, the crowd's out in force, obviously, with him. He's out at 310 with Colin Morikawa and Scotty Scheffler. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, though. Even if you say, I'm just going to take each round, still feels the weight of a nation, as does Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes nice to share that burden. I mean, it's obviously Rory, I think, is probably the real kind of hometown favourite, you know. Northern Irish people want him to come through and to win, but the whole island of Ireland is rooting for the two of them both. So it's not like all the pressure is on him. So it's always nice to be able to say, you know, you're in this with me. We are in this together.
Yeah, there we go. I knew there'd be a cheer. He's going past bay 16. He's walking down. He's walking towards his playing partner, Scotty. There's a little gap here, bay number 20. Dressed all in blue, just like Rory today. Navy blue seems to be the colour of the day. He's just checking out. Balls are put down. What's he got in his hand? What club?
It looks like he's just going to start with this lob wedge and then work
Same as
his way
usual.
up from there. Yeah. In between Scott Scheffler and John Rahm. Well, it's quite the Tour Pro sandwich that they've got going on there.
They're just having a bit of a chat. Oh, what are they chatting about, John? What are they saying? Can we lip read? Wish we could. Maybe it's a bit about the course. Which hole should I be playing driver on?
Did you go out last night? No, I was good. I stayed in. Really? I was in the Dolphin getting my Southern Fried Chicken.
A couple of giggles there. Who has got the best beard?
I won't want to argue the point with either of them, really.
No, I love it when Shane says he doesn't turn right out of the members' car park because it goes past the mural of him. He always turns left. He doesn't want to look at himself. If you don't know, in Portrush there is a huge mural on one of the sort of walls at the end of a row of terrace houses.
I think at this stage in their career, none of them turn right. They all turn left.
On planes,
yeah,
we're still turning right. But no, it's glorious. It's brilliant. Everyone gets their photo taken. If you come into Portrush, that's where you go. You go to the mural of Shane Lowry. Such history, and that will be there for a very, very long time. Just reminding ourselves that the Open Championship has come back to Northern Ireland, and there was a gap of 68 years. Committee worked really hard to get it back here. Graham McDowell, we heard from the other day. I was chatting to him and Rory, Darren Clark, Podrick Harrington, all combined effort to get it back after, you know, Northern Irish success at major championships in 2010, 2011, and there was a push to get it back here. I know Wilma Erskine as well, the club secretary here at Royal Portrush, she worked incredibly hard, and a lot of money as well, Pete, you know, was spent on the course.
I mean, it costs to host a major championship like this. It does take a huge amount of investment. I know recently there's been a lot of talk about also going to Portmarnock as well. So the amount of investment that will take, for example, to get an Open Championship there. But the island of Ireland is such a wonderful place for golf. It does deserve to have the Open more often than it has. I mean, the fans and the atmosphere, everything surrounding the Open in Ireland is amazing.
Yeah. Well, the countdown is on. The time, I'm looking at Kevin, our cameraman's watch, and it's 2:33 at the moment. So they've got just over half an hour's time until they go to the first tee. We had Denny McCarthy, dashing to the first tee yesterday. We were wondering whether he's going to make his tee time. He left the range with 11 minutes to go, but I'm sure they'll leave more time. This is the group that's out at 3:10. Scotty Scheffler, Shane Lowry, Colin Morikawa, the winner of the Open Championship on his debut in 2021. That was a fantastic achievement. He's got Billy Foster on the bag. Not permanent, but Billy's going to be out there with him for a bit.
Yeah, Colin's kind of searching really at the moment for a permanent caddy. I know there was kind of some conversation about the Open Championship and Colin, and obviously even met that fantastic victory at Royal St George's, but short game a little bit squiffy at the moment, maybe not quite up for the challenge of Portrush this week. We will wait and see. But there's two Open champions there. Scotty Scheffler may be ready to join them this week.
Yeah.
If he plays like he did yesterday, I've no doubts he'll be there or thereabouts come Sunday.
Yeah, -3 on day one. We'll see what the weather does this afternoon, because our weather predictions changed quite dramatically yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Jason Day was utterly confused. But this dynamic of the group in terms of personalities, do you think they all want to play together?
Yeah, I mean...
Feed off each other?
I think so. It's a relatively comfortable group. I think Shane probably actually takes a little bit of pressure off Scotty, you know, with the crowd. So I think they'll be happy to play with Shane. But I don't think they're going to be spending much time talking to each other anyway. They're going to be in their own games. They all are. even if you're playing with your best friend, you'll chat a bit, but you're concentrating on your golf.
And that first tee environment really is absolutely fantastic. So Shane, he was out in 35, par 36 on the front 9, 2 birdies on the 2nd and 6th, dropped a shot on the 9th hole. It's a really tough par 4, dropped a shot on 13 on the back 9 and made that brilliant birdie on 17 and par on 18. So it was a round of 70, 1 under. It is a par 71 here, it's changed. And he is at the moment 6 shots off the lead, the leader being Brian Harman and Hao Tong Lee as well. Did you have any money on him?
No. Hao Tong's a very funny player. He goes through these little streaky periods of great golf, and then he might disappear for a few months and then come back. But
He's just had 3 birdies in 5 holes, so he's doing well. But that's the opportunity out there today with these conditions. OK, Pete, we'll take a bit of a wander. Let's get back to commentary team and see what they're up to.
Yeah, fascinating to hear all of the little nuggets that we discover. Scotty Scheffler, left hand on. Look how precise he is. Up to the face and down. The precision of taking the grip. The world #1, not skipping any of the fundamentals. Aim, ball position, grip, posture. A 3 under par yesterday, George, in questionable decision, in questionable conditions, when we weren't sure what was going on, I thought was the dream start for him.
Simply perfect. Not obviously on the scorecard in all facets, but just anything in the red at the Open on Major Championship Thursday is really, really good. And the fact that he managed a couple of bogeys in there, he kind of flunked his way around the middle of the back 9, and then, as you said earlier, he went bang, bang, 16, 17. So, as the world #1 and always the bookie's favourite, you just don't want to lose the championship, right? You just don't want to get yourself too far out of it. So, to be able to manufacture 2 late birdies and card a 3 under par round is bang on.
Yeah, so let's have a look at the Scotty Scheffler footwork. Now, he's not up into his full irons here, but watch, he goes left, his weight shifts left very, very early. So if you think that you swing an amateur golfer all the way up to the top, and that's all the way to the right, and then back down all the way to the left, that is not how a tour player does it at all. So you can move a little bit into your right side, maybe up until kind of like left arm parallel to the ground, but from there, your weight shift is moving down into that left leg and then through. Now, Scotty Scheffler goes earlier. Maybe Scotty and Tony Finau, the earliest to go left. By the time that club shaft is parallel to the ground, he is already shifting into that left leg. And then that kick is really just, it's almost a landing. So he's pushing up through that left foot, and then it comes down to earth, lands, and then the right foot just hops in behind him to stabilize. So stands close to the ball, very much arms hanging close to his body, underneath his shoulders. That's a fade position. High left arm, that's a fade position. And a shot maker, someone, George, who I think really feels the face incredibly well. Doesn't spend a huge amount of time whacking golf balls, just kind of looking at the numbers a little bit, just physically warming himself up, getting ready for the examination that he needs to pass, which is actually going to be on the golf course, not on the range. This is not where he's trying to win.
He kind of, I get the feeling the golf ball stays on his club face for longer than most. You know, if he's pushing it out to the right, he can just roll the wrists and bring it back. It's just the control is almost in slow motion. Especially once he gets into the short iron range, he just nurses, caresses the ball onto the green.
And there's some good scores out there today. You'd be very pleased to hear, if you're a Bryson DeChambeau fan, that he is 5 under par with 2 holes to play. He's back to 2 over, which is, we think, the cut mark. So just need Bryson to hold it together over those last 2 holes. Not a player that we want to lose on a Friday afternoon.
Yeah, Opening with a 78 and to be 5 under is good stuff from Big Brasson.
Who else? Matteo Manacero. The cut has just gone to 1 over.
Bryson's going to have to go again.
70 players. The cut has now just gone to 2. So, okay, we're kind of on a 2-1 cut. And I think with decent weather, George, we have to probably say with certainty.
It'll go to 1.
Yeah, I would say so. It'll have to be to 1. So, here we go. The whole of the driving range has been lit up by our top tracer technology. We've got fantastic technology, the same technology that the tour players are using to look at their ball and club data. We have the pool data for you. Here we go, Scotty Scheffler. So look for the yellow tracer. Just chipping away a few woods. He's looking at the same numbers you are looking at. Just working some flat little flat little kind of fairway finders, I would say, George.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what you want off the first tee right there.
You were out there a lot, you know, today and during the competition round, practice rounds. You saw a lot of guys kind of experimenting with different clubs off the tee.
Yeah, like in particular, the first hole I was watching for a while, and I was super immersed and quite intrigued as to how many different players use the different option. And on a lot of groups, I saw an iron, a driver, and a 3-wood, all different clubs, which is so rare on tour.
Yeah.
Normally, there's a pretty obvious option.
Yeah.
But it was really nice to see on that first hole, players having to make somewhat of a decision.
Yeah. So the fluid movement of Shane Lowry. He is out at 10 past 3. Just about a half an hour. He has got Morikawa and world #1 Scotty Scheffler for company. Morikawa, a very, very disappointing +4. Shane Lowry, I think, would have come in breathing a sigh of relief. It must have been a round of golf that had been in his mind for a long time. The first time coming back as a local hero to Portrush, George.
Oh, this week has been so huge. I've never seen him in a better mental space, and an almost aggressive mental space. He's been absolutely loving this opportunity. His build-up has been arguably perfect. He's been on the island of Ireland for so long, playing a handful, if not more, of these amazing courses which he loves dearly. So he's played a lot of links golf, and he's obviously put a asterisk next to this track as his major to win, his best chance of winning a major since 2019. So yeah, he's dialed in with his team there. He's got Brian Moran in the back there with the Sunnies on his phone. He's got his coach Neil Manship and caddy Darren Reynolds. So
champion golfer 2019.
He's such a fierce competitor. I remember at St Andrews, he made 2 eagles in the round. I think this was on moving day Saturday. Made 2 eagles in the round, and then just had a couple of blemishes coming home, and boy oh boy was I in the wrong place at the wrong time. He came up to me and just just vented, and it was aggressive, and it was great to see his passion. I loved it, absolutely loved it. I won't repeat what he said, but he was concluding that he'd just butchered the Open, and it was in his hands and it was in his sights, and he just loves this championship and loves the fight. He's like, loves showing that bit of mongrel.
He is a guy you can easily support. He's a proper, he's like a grown-up. So John Rahm has just left the driving range. We wish him well.
Sorry, did you just say he's like a grown-up?
Shane Lowry, he is like a grown-up.
Well, he is a grown-up.
No, but it's like he takes it on board. He takes responsibility for his own actions, right? Which is quite unusual given his profession. And I like that about him. He was brilliant when he won
Oh, so good.
Superb, just chipping away. John Rahm, one under par. Spawn, the US Open champion, 2 over with Alexander Scheffler, defending champion, level. This is kind of like a golden window. Burns, Potgieter and Koepka, Xander Schauffele, JJ Spawn, Rahm, Shane Lowry, Morikawa, Scheffler. Absolutely golden time. Give us some amazing entertainment all the way late into the evening. Scotty Scheffler in the yellow, working through some different shots. Lowry working the magic hands with those wedges, George.
The most magic hands in golf. I've got him to play a wedge shot over my head, a little lob shot over my head, and I've actually never felt safer. I just stood right in front of him and just said, go on, we might as well have some fun here.
Well, as long as he hit you in the head, you'd be fine. Well, 2019, the Open returned to Royal Portrush. It was a memorable day in the history of our great game.
Yeah, some people say the greatest championship in the world. I think when you get your hands on the trophy and you actually start reading the names and how far it goes back and who's won it, and it's literally all the greats. And it was getting to a stage where I just wanted to hold putts because the roar was just kind of, it was almost entertaining for me, you know, to hear the roar. And then when you see the emotion I show after holding that putt, that was it, like that was the tournament over at that stage. I think it's because of where I'm from. That's how we celebrate things. To be able to bring joy to so many people. The history of the trophy, like what an incredible trophy. And for me to have that on my mantelpiece in the house, I walk in some mornings and it's hard to believe, you know.
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant. Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, well, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
We are live at the range. It is coming up for 3 o'clock on the 18th of July, which reminds me, happy birthday, Sir Nick Faldo. Open champion, Masters champion. Great news if you are a Bryson DeChambeau fan, because he has just gone to 6 under par, birdieing 16 for the day, back to 1 over par.
Wow.
The cut, we think, George, it looks like 1 over par. It's kind of hopping around a little bit, but Victor Hovland, Victor's fallen back. There's some great scores out there. There is the defending champion, getting himself ready. We do have in our weather, not that it makes any difference, it's really more to amuse us than any sort of accuracy, a prediction that rain is on its way. We don't know, but it does say that really from about now-ish till about 6:30, we should have rain. That grandstand has been absolutely jam-packed. Most of the players now watching the marquee groups, most of the gallery watching the marquee groups. Koepka just gone, Scheffler, Spawn and Rahm 2 go in 9 minutes. And then following them, Lowry, Morikawa, Scheffler. Enjoy that. Oh, those are dark clouds, George Harper Jr.
Ooh, I'll tell you what, we haven't had a day. 3 autumns, three seasons in every day so far.
What, are you skipping summer?
Yeah. I've skipped summer. We haven't had any of it.
On Sunday when we were on the range, it was lovely.
Oh, well.
When we first got here?
Yeah. Oh, when the tournament starts, it seems to flex its muscles pretty damn quick.
How does the weather know to do that? Does it know where the Open is?
Well, it just knows that this is all about the test of the elements, you know, forged by nature.
Right.
They've got to keep us on our toes.
Okay. Couldn't I have forged by nature in about 85 degrees and sunny? Anyway. The driving range. The players tuning up. Who do we see? Still to go. Corey Connors, Wyndham Clark, Tom Hoagie. Patrick Reed hasn't gone yet. Nico Echevarria. 16:16 is the last tee time today. It looks pretty stormy. That is what we've heard.
And we've just seen Xander Schauffele on the range. So this was him earlier in the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to our defending champion golfer of the year, Xander Schauffele. Hey, Xander. Good. How are you?
What's going on? Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Now, you have sadly just had to hand back the claret jug this morning.
That's correct.
What are some of the emotions coming back on site at an Open Championship?
Yeah, I mean, you know, with the venue changing, it feels a bit new, I guess. But yeah, bittersweet to give it away. Definitely motivation to try and hold it again for a year.
Are some of the memories from last year flooding back to you? I know obviously it's a different venue, but a lot of the build-out very similar, and it's the Open Championship.
Yeah, Arne does a great job with the build-out. It literally feels the exact same, just sort of twisted a different direction. So a lot of similar fields, a lot of similar familiar faces. And yeah, just really, I remember last time I was here, I enjoyed playing the course a lot. So looking forward to sort of relearning it and preparing for the week.
Well, in terms of some of those familiar feels and memories, we're going to show you a few highlights from your final round last year at Royal Troon. It was low round of the tournament. It was a 65, bogey-free.
To get it just bump up the hill.
Talk us through this.
Yeah, this was a bad spot, and you know, when you're trying to win a tournament, you have to sort of get away with certain things, and one of those where you sort of guess how it's going to come out, and it came out perfect.
At the turn, this was again another little save for you.
Yeah, this was actually not a terrible place to leave it. 9's a really brutal hole, and when you walk away with a 4, you're ecstatic.
I mentioned that it was a bogey-free 65. This on 11 kicked off a stretch of 4 birdies in 6 holes.
Yeah, it feels, you know, looking back on it, it just feels like a little bit of luck, you know, to hit a pitching wedge. Yeah, I mean, to hit a pitching wedge to 3 feet on 11. You're trying to walk out of there with 4, maybe 5, and feel good about it.
And then this was the moment down 18. What were some of the emotions that you were feeling at this point?
Just hit the green. You know, there's some deadly bunkers around this hole, and my goal was just hit the green. You know, luckily it was downwind, and there's no better hole to have a 2-shot lead on hitting iron off a tee. So an incredible walk down 18. Really cool to share that with Austin, and yeah, it's the best walk in golf.
Now, this was your second major victory and second major in that calendar year, the first one being PGA at Valhalla. What did that first major give you that perhaps you utilised here in the final round?
Just a lot of confidence. You know, I feel, I kept saying, just give me a chance, you know, just sort of this newfound belief. Clipping the first one at Valhalla, and my goal was to just get myself in contention. So Saturday was a really big day for us, and put myself in a good spot, and was able to pull through on this Sunday.
Just in terms of that first major, giving you a lot of confidence to do what you did here 12 months ago, obviously, as fans and in the media, we talk about a lot about what the players do and, you know,
Sure.
what you're winning or not winning and where your game is at. But for you personally, how does that feel and how does that story or narrative feel to just get that weight off of your shoulders and to move forward?
Yeah, it was incredible. You know, definitely some whispers I heard of being close often and not getting over the hump. So just a big monkey off my back, and you know, the hope is to, you know, it'll free myself up moving forward in future majors.
Since then, you had a little bit of an injury over the winter, but you've been building yourself back up. Last week, top 10 finish. Where's the game at now? How's it feeling?
Yeah, I've been trying hard to get back. You know, pretty humbling experience there. Sort of my first injury. A lot of firsts. You know, first couple majors and first injury. You know, sort of felt like I was on cloud 9 for a little bit, and then got struck off of it. So I've been trying to find my way back up to the top of the mountain.
Yes. Well, hopefully, what we're about to do with you will kickstart that climb up the mountain. You're halfway there. We're just going to help you to summit, hopefully. We've got our Shane Lowry challenge that we'd love for you to take on. So back in 2019, he's walking up 18 with a two-shot lead, and he had 175 yards into that final green.
Okay.
This is the shot here that we have recreated on our mat. Now, you're used to a bit of simulator technology, having played in TGL.
Yeah.
But with our platform golf mat, we've got it was a little bit below his feet, the ball. It was uphill to the pin.
Okay.
So we've got that here.
All right.
And we've also got our causeway, Giant's Causeway stones out there, which
Beautiful.
is where the pin was.
All right.
So nearest is, off the top of my memory, I think it's 15 yards to beat.
Okay.
15.1 yards, I'm hearing, 45 feet. Yeah, like I said, winds down off the right, 175.
All right.
Nearest the pin.
On the spot. Haven't even swung a club today. Wish me luck.
Do you feel... Nah, I feel like you look like fairly flexible. You'd be fine.
Yeah, all right. You know, just talking about how I was just injured, and here I am swinging ice cold.
But you're an athlete at the peak of his game.
Yeah, we'll just won't even use a glove. All right.
I mean, feel free to have a few stretches. Don't let me stop you.
No worries. I don't want to keep everyone waiting here. So, is this normalized?
Yes, it is normalized.
You know what? I'm going to club up here, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Play it safe. 175.
What have you got?
I have a 7-iron now.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm feeling this for you.
Are you?
Yeah.
I'm not feeling very good about this, to be completely honest.
One of us is.
175.
Oh, Xander.
Catch a break.
Okay.
Got some oohs and ahs.
We're going to find out.
Pretty good for me.
10.5 yards. You are the current leader. We've got our replay incoming here, just so that you can embody this flight. Absolutely cold. First shot of the day.
It was, yeah.
Flushed it.
I know. Looks like I'm done warming up.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need to hit the range now.
It's overrated.
Here we go. Look at that.
All right. That's good. Taking it.
What is your current swing thought?
That's a dark hole you don't want to crawl into there. Got a few going.
Just one. The top one. Do you actually have a few on the go?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, come on. Give me the full... What's going on?
Oh, it's... I've been working a lot with Chris Como, and my swing used to be sort of really shut and laid off. And for, you know, a year or two, I was pushing, getting the club more online. And this year, when I came back from injury, for some reason, it was short and really across. So for the last, you know, month, we've been trying to get it back to being more laid off, which is a horrendous feeling.
Is it?
Yeah. So
Okay.
that looked all right.
Well,
you know
that
what I
was
mean?
looking good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was
that's
better,
working
so.
well. Last year, I seem to remember that you played a practice round big money match with JT. Similar plans this year? Is that like a good luck thing that you're going to keep going?
We actually spoke about it. It's been a while since we played a match, but yeah, I think I'm going to go out this afternoon around 1, maybe play 18, hopefully 9, and see how I feel. But yeah. I need to warm up before I play any money matches.
No, you don't. Not from what we've seen. Xander, thank you so much for joining us, and very best of luck this week. We'll give you a final chance to say goodbye to the claret jug for now.
Not touching it yet.
No. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Welcome to the HSBC Golf Zone. It wouldn't be an Open Championship without hanging out with these two sporting legends, Tim Henman, Brian O'Driscoll. Boys, always a pleasure. We're celebrating the 160th anniversary for HSBC. You boys are almost clocking up 160 years with them, eh?
He's close. He's a few on me. But I think this is 11 for me. A few more. You're stretching up.
15 at the Open, but Midland Bank sponsored me when I started playing tennis, so I think I've been with them for 30 years now. I'm hanging in there.
And the Open doesn't get old, does it? Especially for you, mate. On the island here, it must be pretty special to be back in Portrush.
It's so good, it really is. Like I've been lucky enough to play up here twice in the last kind of couple of months. And this is a course that just gets better every time you play it. It is a spectacular. I think it's the best on our island. And it's so good to have the Open back over here, and the crowds are great again, and the weather is. It's only 3 seasons today, and we haven't had the full 4, but it's what you expect at Open Championships. Almost what you need, because of how good these golfers are, that they have that capacity to tear it up. So when the wind does come in sideways, we do kind of breathe a little bit of a sigh of relief as well. Go, welcome to Ireland.
How annoying is it for you this week? Because we can't go far without this guy getting dragged around with his home fans. I remember 2019 was an absolute experience.
Yeah, it's pretty busy following this man around here, but no, I mean, it's amazing that it was 6 years ago. The time has just flown by, but I think on the back of that, with Shane Lowry winning, it was such an amazing time and atmosphere here. So to be back at Portrush is really special.
Very good. Well, speaking of winning, I want to see who wins out of you two. Because it's 160th anniversary, we're going to do a 160-yard challenge. Closest to the pin, heads or tails, Brian?
Heads.
It is a head, correct. You go first. Well done. All right, so
First win of the day.
Yeah, 3 balls each. We're on Calamity, one of the most famous holes in the world now. It's getting a lot of headlines this week. So BOD, on the eve of a Lions test, we need some sort of form to inspire. Oh, it's a lovely swing. It's a lovely start. That is a great shot. Oh, that is a banker. 12 feet. Okay. Yeah, almost just hang it up. Okay, here we go. Early pressure on Tim. That's a seriously good swing.
There we go.
That's more like it.
We say blind squirrels find nuts once in a while, and that was Brian, I think, finding one.
How's your golf game, Tim?
Rusty. I think on the back of French Open and Wimbledon, I played once actually with a nice group after Queen's, after the HSBC Championships with Alcaraz, Juan Carlos Ferrero, Andy Murray, Leighton Hewitt. Yeah, we had a nice game at Beaverbrook. So
It's a serious. You'll take the first one, 12 feet. It's a serious 4-ball. Right, 12 feet. Tough challenge to ask. Oh. Happy with that, Brian?
Yeah. Always good settler early on. He gets twitchy first up.
Okay.
Not bad.
Silky smooth. There's something to work with there.
Not bad. It's short though.
It's nice. That's nice. That's a good banker. Ease into it.
But it's not good enough, is it? So
ease into
27. So you just need to take 15 feet off that.
Okay, you're good with numbers.
Yeah. Honours maths.
How did you go when you played Calamity? And
I had made I'd say one of the best pars of my life, because I was down.
Oh!
No spin. I was down the very bottom of the gully, and I got up and down.
Oh wow!
Honestly, like Life-changing par.
Okay.
Life-changing par.
That is an all-time par.
It was. It wasn't quite Matt Fitzpatrick yesterday with the with the in at the on the full, but it was yeah, what a hole.
All right, last chance. Good-looking swing. Needs to hold on. Oh,
No.
calamity.
It's gone.
Oh, that's 22, 20, 21 feet.
Well done.
Well done. Good early challenge, boys. Very good. Brian.
Good to see you.
Look, Timmy, hard luck, mate. But look,
way to go.
Look, it'd be remiss not to talk about hopefully a victory in the weekend for you guys. The Lions back in action in Australia. How pumped up are you for that? I'm surprised you're here, to be honest, mate.
Yeah, no, head out on Tuesday for second and third test. You know, it's funny. It's been one of those tours where it kind of feels it hasn't properly ignited yet, but that will all change Saturday morning, and everyone will be dialed in for it. The squad looks good. You know, there's very few contentious decisions, I think. See, if you're a Welsh, you'd be disappointed not to see Jack Morgan in there. But other than that, I think it's a good Lions team, and then it's just a matter of whether they can get the quality kind of possession and game that they've been showing over the course of the last few weeks to put it to Australia.
Nice. Well, as a New Zealander, I actually always get quite scared talking about Lions with you. I remember last time we nearly got in a bit of a scrap here in 2019.
I remember that.
And Tim, a couple of good weeks at Wimbledon as well. Pretty special that last month as well.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it's been, and I think it was a good tournament. I don't think there were necessarily the best matches. Obviously, the men's final was what everyone wanted to see on the back of Roland Garros. You know, the women's final was tough. I think we all felt for Anisimova.
I was there for that 57 minutes.
Were you? Wow.
Long.
No,
Yeah.
it didn't.
It was
No.
a shame.
The doubles final was good before with Glassball and Cash winning the title. So look, no, it was a good champs. And yeah, it's a busy summer of sport.
Nice. Well, the sport continues here. Gents, thank you very much for your time celebrating the 160th here for HSBC.
See you next year.
Hopefully. Please.
Definitely.
I'd love to come back.
Yeah, huge activation by HSBC, one of the key kind of steel strand sponsors that we've got here. George out with two legends, Tim Henman, Brian O'Driscoll. The weather has absolutely changed, so we are anticipating some rain coming in. That's disappointing for the afternoon starters, but great news really for Bryson DeChambeau fans. I can tell you he has really put together a very, very strong return. Just finishing off on the 18th green as we speak. He has shot 6 under par, hopefully makes a par on the last, and he gets to 1 over par. There you can see Brian Harman 65, 8 under par leading. Hartong Lee just getting started. Rasmus, fantastic from him. Great news for Tyrrell Hatton fans. Great news indeed for Bobby Mack fans. What a great round from him. Congratulations. Links specialist Matthew Jordan, Matt Fitzpatrick renewed with the excellent advice from Mark Blackburn, Finau, Harris English, and we think Keegan Bradley must play for the US team if they're going to have their strongest performance. He continues to shine. Let's just remind you of the beauty of Royal Portrush and join Incy Mehmet as she highlighted some of the key holes out on the golf course.
This is the best seat. And you're about to get the best view. Come on then, time to go to work. So this is the opening hole at Royal Portrush, a relatively short hole in fact, but most players will keep the driver in the bag and instead pull out the long iron to take these two fairway bunkers out of play. Now you've got internal out of bounds on either side of the hole, making it feel quite claustrophobic. Back in 2019, we had home favourite Rory McIlroy with the nation's hopes upon his shoulders, and this is what happened next.
Don't tell me. He's on the wrong side of the white line. Even the best get nervous.
Even if you do hit the perfect tee shot, the difficulty doesn't end there. With the second shot to approaching this green uphill without being able to see the putting surface, the majority of it does slope back to front. But this first third is a false front. Pitching there, you could end up at least 50 yards away, if not in that bunker short left. Alternatively, some players might try and favour the right-hand side to play a little bit safe, but then you overcook it, you're going to leave yourself an absolute stinker down the hill, making it difficult up and down. Alternatively, on the left-hand side, you've got another bunker there, playing hide and seek pretty much, and you've got the rough, long left too. Trust me, you don't want to be there because it's going to feel like you're chipping up and over a mountain. You make a 4 on this opening hole, you're sprinting to the next tee. When you think of links golf, you think about playing golf along the coast, which we are of course to a certain degree, but starting off with the 5th is probably when we get a real good view. And this being the most scenic stretch of the golf course, you're standing on that elevated tee box with everything in front of you. Now this is a dry ball par 4, dogleg left to right. Some players will opt to play the long iron down the left corner. Others will absolutely be tempted to take on this drivable par 4 at just under 400 yards. It might be a driver or a fairway metal, depending on that wind direction and strength of course, but they have to make a calculated decision, because if you go for this, anything long, you've got the out of bounds, where chaos truly meets beauty and probably the world's biggest water hazard. Now, this is the most exposed part of the golf course where the nature and the elements of nature will truly show its teeth. But up next, you've got the par 3 6th. You've got the instant change of direction. You can hear the waves crashing out on this corner. Don't get distracted by these views because you've got that coming up next. And that looks like it's got my name on it. Now that is some par 3. Par 5 7th visually is one of the more dramatic holes, cut amongst the dunes, especially with that one all the way down the right, towering over you. And when you're standing on that tee box, it really feels like it's you against the golf course, and you've got these two fairway bunkers staring right back at you. Starting off with this one on the right-hand side, could be in play, of course, wind dependent, but ahead of the Open in 2019, they made a couple of changes, and this is one of 2 holes where they did just that, putting in that tiny bunker in the left corner. Despite only being so small, it will catch a fair few players out, and depending on your positioning, it will determine whether or not you can take on this par 5 in 2 or not. The fairway snakes all the way, gradually uphill. It will present some eagle opportunities, if not birdies. Anything slightly wayward, you could get punished. Undulations, a classic feature when it comes to links golf courses, and they have their pros and cons. You can definitely use them to your advantage. We're on the 10th, happens to be called the Himalayas, and this is a great example where you could hit the perfect tee shot and everything is spruced into place. Alternatively, you could hit an absolute perler and just get an unlucky bounce and end up in no man's land. But that's the beauty of this game and the stage that Royal Portrush presents itself. Alternatively, you can get quite unlucky and get varied lies. Here's a great example where the ball is below my feet, and imagine I'm standing over this with the wind howling from the left. Not only is it going to test my skill set, but also my balance and everything else that comes with it. That's not easy, for sure. Anyway, the green over here is one of the most undulating one yet. Let's go have a look. Racia, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Low. That's not fair. You've got 4 example of how everything valleys in, and you could definitely use it to your advantage. But the beautiful thing about the Open and how it sets itself apart from all the other tournaments and championships is that you can have a particular lie. You can put 5 different clubs in someone's hand, and there can be a multitude of ways you can pull it off. Yes, sometimes the result might be good, other times it might not. You can use the ground, you can take it out of play. Say this back flag, pitch it about there, that's gonna ride in. Alternatively, pitch it in the same spot, maybe with a bit of height. I mean, ideally, I really wanted that to come back just to show you the severity of it. But even that's not a good place to miss. Oh, there's a reason why I'm not a runner. Right, imagine if you were about to hit this tee shot. That's it, from that tee box to this green. Respectfully, I think the majority of us would genuinely struggle to reach this green, especially if it's howling wind into from 236 yards, and it only gets from bad to worse because there's no place truly to lay up. Anything just short or right at this green, you get swallowed up by this steep chasm. And even for demonstration purposes, with all due respect, I'm not going to go down there because I think if I go down there, I'm not making it back up. But here's a little history lesson for you guys. Back in 1951, Bobby Locke, he actually was a smart man because he played it down the left, and to this day, they call this the Bobby Locke Hollow. That was his safe space. That's where he could play from and see the whole green right in front of him. Trust me, from back there, this is a tiny target. This is the final test here at Royal Portrush. It's a demanding tee shot with the out of bounds running all the way down the left. And on the flip side, you've got those googly-eyed bunkers staring right back at you. Now, if, and that's an if, you can hit this intimidating fairway, like Shane Lowry did back in 2019, after he struck that second shot, realizing that this was his moment, walking down the fairway, taking in the energy and the atmosphere that the final hole presents, seeing his name up on that leaderboard and catching a glimmer of his family. He celebrated walking in between these two bunkers with both hands raised, realizing that this was his moment. Who will walk down this hole and become the 153rd champion golfer of the year?
Welcome along to the Open. It's everything you wanted and more.
That's fantastic stuff. Absolutely brilliant.
Quite an extraordinary day.
On the tee. Yeah, she was staring this one down, and for a good reason. Look at this. Just delightfully done. She's on top of the world. Going directly at the hole. Hey, whoa, go on. Oh, get in there.
There's something about the AIG Women's Open.
Oh, my goodness.
I can confirm the appalling weather has started, absolutely hosing it down. So for those who have just tucked in, Rory McIlroy just about to finish, and those who are just started, it's pretty ugly down there. Di, you're down there somewhere, hopefully under an umbrella. What have you got for us?
Well,
oh,
I have to
dear.
say, I think Simon Pete's hogging the umbrella a little bit. If you could just do that, that'd be great, because I've got
the
wet back
umbrella
of
is
the legs.
practically in the jug right now.
We're not allowed to get the claret jug wet, so hence we've got the umbrella over it. Oh my goodness, literally in the last 2 minutes, it's changed completely. It's hammering it down. It's gone really cold as well. We put our jackets on, the temperature has dropped. Can you feel the cold in the air?
It is wild. I mean, this is what they mean about how changeable links weather can be.
Yeah, get the waterproofs on really quickly.
T-shirts were out literally 2 minutes ago, and now we are cowering.
Can I just see, is that Paul McDonnell? Paul, there he is. Justin Rose's agent, looks after him. Look, he's doing the hard graft, isn't he? Yeah, doing a great job there, keeping the equipment dry. It's horrible. It's really horrible and really difficult as well for everyone out on the golf course. Of course, we're by the claret jug, and come Sunday, my goodness, will it be raining? We don't know. It's, as we say, it changes every 2 minutes here. But it's absolutely brilliant to be so. We are very close to it because of trying not to get wet. But my goodness, this is a trophy steeped in history. So many prestigious names on it. We've got Shane Lowry back in 2019, whose name is going to be on it. It's going to be down here. There's quite. What happens when it runs out of room, by the way?
I think they just add another ring.
Yeah,
So
I thought they did.
In about 50 years, it's going to be above our head level.
Did you hear that? It's horrible. It's awful. But I'm feeling quite cheery.
Welcome to Links Golf, everybody. This is it.
This is hilarious.
This is the one they all want to win.
Do you know who'll be so pleased? Brian Harmon. He's in the clubhouse. He's 8 under par. He shot a round of 65 today. 6 under for the day. My goodness. That is a brilliant score.
It is, and like he seems to be a bit of a link specialist. Weirdly enough, that is the first 65 or lower he shot since the Open at Royal Liverpool. In round 2.
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it.
Which is quite surprising. I mean, he's obviously a very good player, but over the last few years, it's not like he set the world on fire. So he's run into really good form just at the right time.
Matt Fitzpatrick's 1 under par. Tony Finau, Henry English as well. But this is the scene. This is where we are. Can you just about see us, make us out? It's really tough. Do you know what? It's really tough for cameramen to keep their lenses dry when they do a brilliant job in showing you pictures around the world, because it's not easy. You've got to have octopus arms, haven't you? Well, we're gonna stay here and try.
Are we?
Well, we're not moving because we're going to get wet, Pete. So we're not going anywhere. But I want to listen to the man of the moment, Brian Harmon. Let's hear from him. He's spoken in his press conference about his brilliant round of 65. Can I have some more umbrella?
When tournaments come to links courses, we like talking about the rollback ball or golf ball rollback.
Yeah.
Does it ever make you think when you play at a course like this, if tournaments were held at golf courses like this all the time?
100%. Yeah, that's nail on the head there. It's, you know, I mean, we could talk all day about the golf ball. You know, I think, I'm not going to say that we need to roll it back, but it's like the golf ball is so stable. It's like the golf ball will accept speeds of up to 200 miles an hour, and that just hasn't been the case. And so guys have kind of got that figured out. And so they're just waylaying on it because they know that it's not, like the spin of the ball doesn't go up with speed like it did when I was a kid.
Does it ever make you think, though, I know it's unrealistic, but if every tournament that you play in was at a course like this, there'd be any talk of a golf ball rollback at all?
No, I don't. I don't. I think that any time that you can play at a place where the further the ball misses from the middle of the fairway, the worse off you are. If that held at every tournament that we played, then we wouldn't be having a conversation at all.
Number 2, please.
Brian, you waited a long time to win a major. When you won the Open in Hoylake, how much did that change you as a person, as a competitor? Did it make you more relaxed or more hungry to win more?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was quoted afterwards like, man, I'd spend the rest of my life trying to, you know, get in a position to feel this again, because it's the top of our profession, major championships. So yeah, anytime you can get in contention, have a chance to win. I mean, that's what we've all worked for our entire lives, and you don't get that many opportunities to do that.
In the middle, please.
Brian, how would you describe the way you've played the last 2 years since your victory at the Open?
I've done okay. I feel like that I've, before 23, I'd elevated my game to a different place than where it had been previous in my career. And I've maintained there, maybe dropped off a little bit. I just haven't sustained winning. I've won this year, which is fantastic. And competed one other time, but just really trying to get in contention a little bit more, trying to, find whatever it is that clicks it on, because when it's on, it's really, really good. I'm just trying to figure out a way to make that happen a little bit more.
And when you thought about where you might be able to win the second major, is the Open the one that jumps out as like, this is your place?
Yeah, I love the golf over here. I mean, it suits me. It's not, distance of course matters over here, but it doesn't matter as much as maybe some other tournaments. And it doesn't matter because the ground is so firm that the ball rolls, and there's just a million different ways to play over here. Whereas at some other majors, you get kind of stuck into this, well, I'm gonna swing as hard as I can off this tee ball and try to hit this 7-iron as high as I possibly can and hope it stops.
Bob, please.
A similar question, but after you won, did you have any difficulty getting focused again, or getting dialed in again to try to do it? And did you sense any lulls in your game at all, or frustrations, at times like you would have before?
I actually think it's made me probably more patient with myself, just knowing that that you're capable of something like that. Like, it's in there, and it would be really easy to get, when things aren't going your way, to get frustrated. But it's all just, hey, you start seeing some signs that things are going the right way, and it's like, all right, well, here, so I actually think I've been pretty patient the last couple of years without having, the results that maybe I should have had. If that makes sense.
In the back there.
Brian, how would you describe how you were treated at this tournament before you were the champion, and then how big of a difference is when you're walking through practice rounds, playing in rounds? How different is it now?
Yeah, I mean, they have incredible respect for the game. The overall fan knowledge over here is unbelievable. They all play. They love the game, and being an Open champion over here is really cool. I mean, they know who you are. They have respect for you. It's like I said, I love coming over here. It's as far as golf, I mean, it's as pure as it gets.
I guess the respect factor too is what I wanted to get at, is just the feeling of how much more people regard you here because it's a different type of championship.
Yeah, but if you go back to Augusta, as and you've won the Masters, they're going to treat you differently than if you haven't won one. I mean, it would be the same at probably every major. But me personally, I like I said, I love coming back here. I love all these courses. They're, it's a lot of fun to play over here.
Fantastic to hear from Brian Harman, who was amazing in very similar conditions as we have now around Royal Hoylake. Now, Peter Finch and Di were complaining that it was pretty. It doesn't look too bad to me from here, George. I don't think it's. You can all those special effects. I don't think it looks so bad.
Oh, it looks fine.
Yeah.
Oh, take the lunch. Take the packed lunch and get out of here.
Take it easy on those stairs, madam. Yeah.
Yeah, that's enough.
Not nearly as bad as Di and Pete were making out. I think Di, Di didn't want to get her hair wet. She's put a lot of effort into that look. Yeah, you see, it's not that bad.
That's fine. I've never actually felt so smug being inside the commentary booth. I've been on the course literally all week, every minute.
Yeah, no, you came in yesterday smelling like a wet dog. But anyway, there it is. Scan the QR code. Get the Open app all sorts of nuggets in there, and you're going to keep an eye on that. Who makes the cut? Who's going to have a good chance? What's your favourite player? All sorts of navigations. That's a very sensible place to be, young lady. It has rained a little bit. Okay, it's not as bad as Di said. We have had a little bit of rain. There, you see, she can feel it. It's not that bad. Our intrepid spectators, 278,000 of them.
That's super impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, the Open and the organisation and the way that all of the gallery greet you. I mean, you as well, being sort of like, I wouldn't say Hollywood, but whatever it is, just like celeb central. I saw you signing. I saw you stage that signing. I was going to be sick. I was thinking, I wonder in my rucksack if I have one of those little air sickness bags from the last plane trip that I was on, but I didn't have one. I managed to hold it all together. George Harper.
You have had a long week.
So great views. Now that is Minion Cam. That's my favourite camera. Fortunately, he's waterproof. The Minion. It has just changed a little bit earlier today.
Well,
Rory McIlroy approached the driving range. Every single seat was at full capacity in there, and as he left, they left. Let's have a look. Absolutely packed. All of the banks round the side, 10 deep, all to watch Rory McIlroy, his warm-up earlier this morning.
It's pretty amazing. It's as close to Tiger as we'll get. He is really flying the flag for this game at the moment, especially and obviously because it's here in this part of the globe.
It was interesting, George, at the Masters this year, when he came onto the driving range, the patrons stood up and applauded him, cheered. I've never heard that. So,
yeah, a lot rides on his shoulders. He knows his role in promoting the game, and he commits so much time to everyone. Like, just watching him having to get around, everyone wants a slice of him, whether it's from the media or the fans. It's so hard for him to get around and I guess keep everyone appeased, and he does so well. He's so welcoming, and yeah, it's super impressive.
It is. He went out with Justin Thomas and Tommy Fleetwood. They were kind of all of them ho-hum after day one. This was his warm-up for day two. Just hit, you know, hit quite a lot of wedges, I thought. Maybe feels as though that's one of the key clubs around this golf course to open up those scoring opportunities, George.
Yeah, just proximity to the hole. I think if you look at a lot of the times where he's fallen short, he's relying on his putter to bin putts from 15, 20 feet too often. So, like St Andrews, you know, barely got a putt to drop there. So he just needs to, I guess when he does go green light, he needs to be super accurate and make the most of it, which I'm sure he will tidy up today.
Yeah, it's a very neat posture, isn't it? Hands hanging a little closer to his thighs on these wedges now. Used to have his hands a bit more away from him. That kind of promotes more of a circular motion, maybe a bit more draw shape. The draw shape with a wedge kind of unwanted. You can lose a little bit of spin on that, lose a bit of control of your yardage. So something higher and softer. Those are his playing partners in the pink. Justin Thomas, Tommy Fleetwood bending down, setting up his training aid that he uses to keep himself on plane, to make sure he can find exactly that direction where he's trying to put the club head. The tendency is that he drops under it, hits to the right. What a great three ball. Three guys with a lot of rapport with the crowd as well, right, George?
Yeah, JT, you'd be immensely surprised with his little mini drop-off over the past 2 seasons, but he's starting to find his way back into form. But you're right, like, JT's a big character over in the US. And Tommy Fleetwood, wow, he is massively loved in this part of the world. He would be a great Open champion, and I'm sure he will be one day. He's licking his lips because he loves Portrush, and then he's got Birkdale as well after that, which he naturally loves. That's his backyard. And then St Andrews after that. So 3 Open venues, which he has said is arguably his favourite 3. So if he gets on a heater, you never know.
That little sawn-off finish, so recognisable of Tommy Fleetwood. The feeling of really trying to keep that same angle all the way through. Here is the fireworks show. So JT just clipping a few wedges. You can kind of see his ball speed and carry kind of match up. We kind of expect that with a sand wedge, kind of that 1-to-1 ratio. Tommy is probably hitting his 8-iron. You can see Rory, the higher of the flights. Rory 185 8-iron. Fascinating to see. You know, they're all going off at the same time, and they're all at slightly different stages of their warm-up.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Rory was quick yesterday. He didn't arrive on the range with too much time.
Yeah, we will remind you that this was earlier footage, and once he got to his driver, that's when I rocked up to have a quick little look, and wow, it pops off the club face. It is so good to watch. He was playing a few big draws, and arguably some of them were a bit too big, so just needs to straighten that out ever so slightly.
Michael Bannon directly behind the line, his coach since he was 2 years old. And he just made it fun. Never really taught him anything, just made it fun. Went on the course, played lots of games, kept up the young McIlroy's interest. And now reaping the rewards of his earlier genius. McIlroy, the footwork, stable.
Yeah, it was quite mild at this time of the morning. Everyone relaxed. Talked to a couple of punters in the crowd, having a great time. A few Irish coffees.
At 9:30?
Yeah.
Wow, it's strong, that is.
It's punchy.
It is punchy. Ludwig Arberg right behind him, and it was all eyes on Rory McIlroy. Victor Hovland hoping for a good day today as well. Working with Grant Waite, which I think is going to be a great combination.
New Zealander?
Yes, and a very good ball striker on his day. Very good ball striker. Alarming for me. I used to coach Grant Waite.
Oh my giddy aunt.
That is really pretty alarming. So
what were some of your challenges at an Open in coaching, Simon? Because you've got to coach them all year round, but how hard is it to adjust and change their technique, change their processes ever so slightly for links golf?
Yeah, it was interesting. I had a couple of Opens training Nick Faldo. I thought that was probably where I learned the most as a coach. And we used to have a run, which is different now. We used to have an Irish Open down in the south, the Scottish Open, and then used to play the Open, and those players would all play those 3 events. So it was fascinating to see, like, first of all, to understand the task, right? So you had to really control your ball flight, the speed, the compression. So we used to do games of, okay, here's your 7-iron number, now practice 30 balls hitting with your 5-iron, right? Here's your 6-iron number, practice with your 4-iron. So just to know that we were going to hit a lot of shots where you'd have a lot of knockdowns, right? The ball didn't used to shoot up as much. It was a case of getting the spin. And then it was a game very much still with wooden drivers of, okay, if you drive it out of play or miss the sweet spot, it's a foul ball. So it was so much a case of, okay, do not swing faster, right? Then if don't swing any faster and miss the sweet spot. So missing the sweet spot was the goal, and playing your second shot from the fairway was the goal. That's Rory McIlroy's first round. He missed a short putt on the first, but that was much better than 2019. Instant back on the par 5. And it all started to look pretty good. 3 under through 10. Couple of looser shots. The weather kind of turned on it a hair. Rory looking down at his numbers versus the numbers on our massive scoreboard, which have been lit up by Top Tracer. So we've been able to bring you all of the technological advances so that you, the viewer at home, have the same value points as the players are working on as they're trying to figure out how does the cold, wet air impact their carry numbers. Those are Rory McIlroy's titles, his major titles. The US Open at Congressional, we were not surprised. It continued in the darkness, PGA Championship. The Open, and we thought this is all going great. In the same year, the PGA Championship used to be played after the Open, and then the long, long wait, the agony, George.
Wow.
We were not expecting that.
It's tough, like it's so hard to explain, or so hard to even for it to become real, that we had to wait that long for one of golf's generational talents. And he teased and teased and teased us. Very hard to support as one of your favourite golfers, because he plays so much good golf and he just couldn't find a way to get over the line all those years. So
well, the Masters this year, mate, wasn't like a no-sweat, ho-hum event.
I was physically ill.
Yeah.
It was horrific. It was his whole career. Think of all the rounds of golf he's ever played, all the challenges, all the tough times. It was all in one round of golf. 19 stressful holes. You look back at the Masters and you look at he found both bunkers straight away in that final round, holes 1 and 2, and then birdies 3. And then on 7, he's way left and hits the shot over the trees to 2-3 feet. Just a glorious shot for the highlights reel. And just kept finding ways to get in trouble, and then he'd be back and hit the best shots you've ever seen. Mind-blowing.
Yeah, and Justin Rose was so appropriate in the way that he behaved during what must have been a very heartbreaking experience for him, respecting so much the history of the game, respecting so much Rory's climbing of Mount Everest. There is Grant Waite there. He is watching Victor Hovland. There is McIlroy hitting 4-iron.
I guess for Rosie, he was so far back for so long, to then deliver such a grandstand finish. Winning the green jacket was probably only realistic sort of on the back 9 or quite late in the piece, so he didn't have the emotional drainage and everything. He was just sprightly and happy to be in the playoff.
I think everyone was thinking Bryson McIlroy match play. I think that's what people thought, and then Bryson didn't get his A game going. So let's have a look at the McIlroy swing. It's just the jump of the hips. So Rory McIlroy maybe looking for a tee there, thinking this is just a tee shot. So imagine there is a line through Rory's, like drew a line in your eyes through Rory's pelvis there. Here we go, this is even better. And now watch the kind of the little down and up the kick. So it starts early in the backswing, down and up. That little jump that you see, that is his kind of superpower as he goes from lateral through rotational straight into vertical Those are all of the dynamic forces that you need to get in that sequence. The start of the downswing is lateral. You push off from right to left. Then you have rotational as the belt buckle continues to turn around. So it's going, it doesn't aim at the ball when you hit it, it aims far around the corner, and then post up through that left leg. Watch his left side and that left leg, kick and jump. There, that little bounce down, you see the left knee compress, take the force of the lateral shift, the drop of the pelvis, and then he pushes up all the way through that left leg, all of his body weight, and that keeps that face square through the ball.
Simon, what's it like in terms of players picking their driving range spots, picking their locations? Because if you're warming up next to Rory, like I was watching a few other golfers alongside him, even Victor Hovland looked so-so, and he's one of our great golfers, and he was pumping his driver, but then when Rory pulls out his, it just looks, sounds, feels different. What's it like as other golfers to rock up next to him and try and not watch his ball flight and focus on your own drills?
I think it feels as though there's a feeling of inadequacy, right? And so when Tiger used to come on the driving range, people used to stop and watch him hit. And there was this realization from everyone else in the field. You know, Tiger came onto the driving range, and what he expected to have happen was that he was going to win.
Yeah.
That's what he expected, right? And everyone else hoped, no, some of them hoped they would win, and others knew they would have no chance, right? And so there's a massive psychological difference between going out there hoping you're going to win and expecting you're going to win. Like, that was one of Tiger's real strategic sort of traits, was he was intimidating, right? He was absolutely intimidating. So McIlroy, soft of hands, folding, the release of the hips, all in amazing sequence. Does he have it today? I don't think he will have been pleased with the way he hit tee shots yesterday, George. You were out and about, scraping around in the heavy fescue grass like a little weasel or something like that yesterday with your microphone on, looking for balls. It's embarrassing, really. Anyway, so McIlroy has to drive it better though today.
I'm sure he will.
That's the driving iron.
Couldn't be happier to be right next to you now, though, Simon, in the comfort of the commentary box.
No, this is, I'm thinking, here we go. So, dream team, anyway, something like that. So, Ludwig in the back, brisk, elegant.
Oh, delightful.
McIlroy, fluid, dynamic, explosive. Watch this, front leg, takes the pressure, it drops and rises.
What I always get impressed by is how still they are after the shot, the follow-through, the balance.
Yeah, it's because it's not difficult for them to do it, because it's like walking.
Yeah. Whereas if we try and grip it and rip it, all of a sudden it's a very damaged Scotty Scheffler type vibe.
I'd need my nurse. Anyway, this is the McIlroy I think the fairway iron, 2-iron. The hands soft. In McIlroy's swing, the hands only hold the club, just light.
4 out of 10.
6 out of 10.
6?
Yeah.
This putter, Tiger always used to say 4 out of 10 for the putter, didn't he?
Yeah.
There's Victor.
Grinding away, Victor, with a new swing and new hope, and hopefully a part of our Ryder Cup team led by that man, the first man in the team after his victory at Augusta. His next goal on his list after this, to win the Ryder Cup in America.
Yeah, that would be huge. And it does feel like the Ryder Cup has certainly balanced out a little bit in the last 2 or 3 years.
McIlroy, 3-wood off the tee, just cruising it out there. That is his advantage, PGA Tour average with a driver. is 173 miles per hour ball speed. McIlroy just clipping a few away with his 3-wood, 179. He's checking the numbers. Just getting a feel, trying to find out how much will this heavy wind impact the carry numbers. How will he have to calibrate it? Those are the things he and his caddy, Harry Diamond, will have to work out. Must be nice to just clip a little 3-wood at 320, mustn't it?
Wow.
George, 320.
Not many golfers have driven that green at the back of the range. Not many at all.
136 feet of APAC with nearly an 8-second hang time.
That hang time's almost as much as his driver as well. That is just...
Look at it.
That is a long time off the deck.
Here we go. I mean, it looks easy, doesn't it? That's more of the stinger. That's got too much curve.
Yeah, I think with his driver, it was similar this morning. That's sort of the trouble shot at the moment for mine.
McIlroy must be now picking a hole coming from behind. He's looking at the same numbers. This is the fade. See him just kind of working, maybe holding it up.
Yeah, starting to...
Let's put him out. Let's put him on the first hole.
No.
And see. Okay, I think that was exactly the shape that he wanted. Our aiming line not quite matched up to Rory's. But that was definitely the shot that he wanted to hit. Just a little cheeky fade, 306. Nice.
You can see later in the range session being far more deliberate with each shot, slowly getting in the zone, taking his time and picking targets now.
Yeah. Is it appropriate to call this the big dog?
Absolutely. Roar.
Yeah.
Simon, closest to the pin, what's this first drive going? How far carry? I'm going to say
335.
Oh, I was going to say 330. Okay.
Do you want to have the? You can have the plus minus on it.
I'll go plus. I'm going the other way. I feel like he's in the zone. 335. It's just
no 330. You carry. Did you go to carry or total?
No, I'm total by the looks of that. Bang on though, Simon. A good over or under.
It's amazing, isn't it?
You've already watched this if it was earlier today, haven't you? You've looked in the books.
I can't say. I've of mine like a goldfish. I don't remember anything. 191. 334.
Just hovering at 191. That is easy as you like.
Yeah, and they were captivated. They came only to watch one man, and when he left, they left.
It's actually amazing. We've been out on the grounds. We've been catching up with as many fans as we can, and especially global fans. HSBC is really showing how the game of golf is so global, and it was amazing how many Irish were here. Like, they must have got such a lion's share of the tickets. Like, it was at times it was challenging to find someone without an Irish accent.
You know what? And they're noisy as well.
Oh,
they're great. They're great fans. So there we go. The best results at the Open, obviously, the win at Hoylake, and then Carnoustie second. Heartbreak, I would say, in 2022 at St Andrews. I think he's got to feel like that he gave that away.
I can't stress the heartbreak for him at that moment. I was there behind the scenes as he came off the green and through the media, and he just burst into tears. It was tough to watch.
There it is, 5-4. Rolex, one of our amazing sponsors. Another heartbeat of golf, 2 soggy flags. But it looks as though the rain has stopped. Here are the longest carries. Now, Rory McIlroy at 347 is going to be fairly, what is polite to say, annoyed.
Oh, he's fuming.
That he's sitting in 3rd place. He's on the podium, but Aldrich Potgieter, we met him on Sunday. He took a couple of 200 ball speeds. I mean, like 375 carry. Nikolai Højgaard and his brother, absolute beasts as well. Then the fluid movement, the controlled explosion, the ground-to-ground missile that is Rory McIlroy, 347. And then pick your favourite. Padraig Harrington's 52 years old. Wow. He's not supposed to be able to do that. Yeah. 330. Xander Schauffele, slightly built, similar to Rory.
Silky smooth.
Incredibly explosive. So,
did you see the footage overnight of Bryson DeChambeau versus Richard Teder in a long driving comp? I'm not sure you saw that, but find it somewhere in your feed. It was very entertaining. Big Bryson doing a long drive contest with Estonia's first ever competitor at the Open as we look through the leaderboard. Brian Harman flying once again at the top, but these guys were literally putting their backs out, and it was so cool to see such a big character with arguably one of the smallest and skinniest characters. And Richard Tedder got a 369, 370-ish, and Bryson was 388.
Fantastic. Well, there is your leaderboard. It is stacked. You're going to have an amazing rest of the day, an amazing weekend. Superb to see all of these names climbing up to the top of the leaderboard. It is going to be another epic Open Championship. So let's head down, sadly indeed, for the final time to Di Stewart and Peter Finch.
Thank you, Simon. You've done a brilliant job in the box with George Harper Jr. 160th anniversary of HSBC. We've been doing the 160 challenge all week. Padraig Harrington, right at the top of that leaderboard, carried 160 exactly on his first attempt. We're here with the claret jug, and my goodness, Pete, the weather has changed. It's now, the sun looks like it's coming out. The rain has stopped, but we've been looking at these amazing names on the claret jug. Oh, Nick Faldo, Greg Norman, Nick Price, John Daly, and at the front we've got Shane Lowry, Xander Schauffele right at the front, and names will go here.
I love the fact how they started it up here as well. They started it on the lip of the jug.
Yeah.
And then it comes all the way down a couple of the sides, and then these were added a little bit later when it was established that, oh, people might want to play for this every year.
Possibly. Your favourite Open ever?
I'd say for me, 2000, Tiger Woods at St Andrews. I mean, it was such a, for me growing up, idolising Tiger, monumental victory, some of the best shots I can just vividly remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, that for me, that was my favourite.
Absolutely brilliant. Who's going to win the Open Championship? You've seen all the action on Live at the Range over the last few days. It's Friday, prediction for Sunday.
Oh, I mean, I picked John Rahm at the start of the day, start of the tournament. I am going to stick with that. I'm not sure how he started off the second round. Other than him, I think Tyrrell looks really good. He's put in fantastic.
Those are your predictions.
Yes.
I'm going for Matt Fitzpatrick.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6 under par at the moment. Pete, it's been great. I've loved it. Thank you to everyone who's been involved at Live at the Range. Brilliant crew. Such hard work goes into it. Who's going to lift this claret jug on Sunday evening? The greatest and oldest golf championship in the world. We'll see you next year. Good evening.